city itself is a romantic city. It's beautiful. I've been there. Took my kids there. It's not the same today. If you want to repatriate, hats off to you. Go have fun. I'm not saying it won't be great for you, but I'm saying the odds are slightly stacked in your against you, and it takes a really strong personality type to make it work.
Yo, what were you saying though, Mahoney? You were saying my name multiple times?
Yo, oh yeah. Trying to say that, yeah, there's proof that Trump was on the flight logs, but there's no proof that he went to Little James Island.
You missed the whole
inference. James Island.
You missed the whole inference thing we made, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, but it says, there's no one that put him on Little St. James Island, so he hasn't ever been on the island. There's no proof of that. He's been on the flight, though, the plane. A bunch of people have, so.
Yeah, but like, number one, do you think if someone flies on Epstein's plane repeatedly, it raises the probability of them going to Epstein Island?
It, of course, raises a probability. I'm going to be honest with you, but it doesn't mean that they were raising
I'm not making necessary inference, right? I'm saying that, like, it's likely the case he went to Epstein's Island, given the evidence on the table. And if you accept that probability,
testimony, there's multiple.
Why do you need testimony? Why do you need testimony?
Because there's lots of proof that and flight logs and
the problem is I've empowered you to be a tough guy.
Nobody that ever
and I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And you people are very brave. But you either make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty. You'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right, I think we've seen it enough. What do you think? This is going to be great television, I will say that. All right. We'll see what we can do.
I mean, if he's on the flight, then it obviously raises the probability, but I don't know if he was on there.
No, but if you say something like it raises the probability, just like I'm not trying to be rude, right? Like if you say it raises the probability, right? Like if I say something like my car went missing, and then I saw someone that like was driving in my car, right? The next day, I mean, it's very likely that person was involved in the theft of my car, right? I don't need like eyewitness accounts or something. Like I just need to use like basic probability theory and be like, well, it's highly likely that he has my car now if he was involved in the stealing process. And if those inferences are fine, those inferences apply to like Trump being on Epstein's Island. Well, if he's flying around on this airplane with Epstein 7 times, right, he's very likely going to and engaging in the same party as Epstein. And there's videos of him. No, there was 3 more, I think. I think 7's the overall. Like those are the public records, but these ones are the ones that weren't declassified or whatever. There's like 3 more instances or something I heard.
Yeah, either way, I mean, there's obviously bigger fish to fry around the world, but this is just something that I was just hoping that would get released. But what worries me is that, they're saying that a bunch of people are scrubbing it in the FBI office from New York. And that's what's happening with the JFK files.
People that shouldn't be scrubbing it are scrubbing it. That's the biggest
issue, yeah. So...
What do you mean by that, actually?
I just wish you wouldn't.
That's an assumption. I say that presuming that there are people who are likely unqualified
I see what you're saying.
To be seeing the information.
Or at least have some type of bipartisan hackery to, kind of cloud up the information. Which I think a lot of people are saying is happening right now.
It's just kind of eye-opening. When I was a kid, I thought that was corruption in different countries and stuff. I always thought that was a given, but I never thought I would grow up to realize how much corruption would be happening in our own government. But just the Epstein Island isn't just that. There's so much more. I think the U.S. aid thing was really the biggest eye-opener. I knew that our government was stealing money and stuff and misappropriating it, but I didn't realize this. And they're finding out this Ukraine thing's a giant money laundering thing, too.
I don't think that's really... I don't think Ukraine's money or anything. I do think that, there's reasons why America...
Follow the leader may soon become follow the lawmaker when it comes to playing the stock market. Tonight we look at it.
To a lot of security. I don't think you're going to need much security. I think once this deal gets done, it's over. Russia's not going to want to go back, and nobody's going to want to go back. When this deal ends, I really believe this deal is going to be over. Question? Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you. You had Mr. Macron and Keir Starmer at the White House this past week, both of whom praised your courage and conviction to lead the pathway towards peace.
Yes.
Part of that involved, though, re-engaging Russia in diplomatic relations, something that previous leaders lacked the conviction to do so. What gave you the moral courage and conviction to step forward and lead that?
Well, I love this guy. Who are you with?
One American News, sir.
Well, that's why I like him. One American News does a great job. I like the question. I think it's a very good question. It's a pathway to peace. It's a pathway to getting something solved. And I feel that as the head of this country, I have an obligation to do that. Plus, we're very much involved. We got involved. It's too bad we got involved because there should have been no involvement, because there should have been no war. And there shouldn't have been October 7th. That would have never happened. As you know, Iran was broke. They had no money to give to Hezbollah. They had no money to give to Hamas. They were stone cold broke. And then under Biden, they became rich as hell. They went from no money to $300 billion in a period of 4 years. And they gave a lot of that money away, and you see what happened. And that's a real mess also that we hope to be able to solve. But no, I appreciate your question very much. It's just, I feel I have an obligation to try and do something to stop the death.
Mr. President, if I can answer. Yes, I can answer. Sorry. Please.
And I do like your clothing, but
Yeah, really?
even though I think he's a great guy, by the way. I don't know if you two like each other, but you know what? I think
No, I like this guy.
I think he's dressed beautiful.
So I have more serious things than answer on such
Yeah,
questions.
sure,
So I will answer on more serious
a good
question if I can. Yeah. So please, about security guarantees and about a ceasefire. We can't just speak about ceasefire and speak and speak. It will not work. Just ceasefire will never work because I'm like a president. I have this experience, and not only me. Ukraine before my presidency, from the 2014, Putin broken 25 times. 25 times he broken his own signature. 25 times he broken ceasefire.
But he never wrote to me. He never wrote.
No, you were the president. You were the president.
He never wrote to me.
In 2016, you've been the president, Mr. President. You've been the president, but he had, of course, not with you, but he had during those periods, he had conversations with our side, and we had Normandy format, the France, Germany, Ukraine, and Russia, and he broken 25 times. That's why we will never accept just ceasefire. It will not work without security guarantees. Security guarantees, maybe President is right about this document and the other, but this document is not enough. Strong army is enough because his soldiers afraid, Putin's soldiers afraid of our soldiers when we're strong enough. If we are not strong enough, if we are empty, if our storage is empty, we can't defend our land. Today, he knows that we have all the world knows that we have meeting. Yes, why he's using ballistic? Putin today using ballistic on our hospitals, schools, and etc. Ballistic. So he knows that we are here and that President Trump is really have goodwill to stop this war. And you hear now the president. So why he's using? So he doesn't want to stop. He doesn't want. But I hope that we will do it. Really, we'll do it. Security. When we speak about security guarantees, when the Europeans are ready for contingents, they need USA backstop. If there will not be United States, we will not never have any contingents, strong contingents from the Europeans, because they don't want to divide alliance connection between the United States and the main and strongest ally and Europeans. And this is crucial, this is important. That's what we want to speak about very much. This is very important. And air defense. So air defense, really, we have big deficit with all these systems, and we need to provide this. We need it very much. Otherwise, Putin will never stop, and will go further and further. He doesn't want. He hates us. It's not about me. He hates Ukrainians. He thinks that we are not a nation. He thinks, and he shared these thoughts. I think maybe with your team also. I don't know, but with all the Europeans, in media, officially and not, he always said that there is no such country, such nation, such language, and such life like Ukrainian. No, he really doesn't respect all the Ukrainians, and he wants to destroy us. You're right, Mr. President. That's 2%. This document, maybe other documents, it's a very good start, very good, but it will not enough to stop this person.
Should Russia change its building right?
Mr. President,
This is rule of the war. This is the rule of the war. During all the centuries, all the history, this is the rule of the war. Who began those pay? This is the rule. Putin began this war. He has to pay all money for innovation. He has to pay. Of course, some Russian assets what we have in Europe, about 300 billion. We can use them. We can use for innovation and buy military support from the United States also. We can do it, but it's not enough. It's not enough.
Wait, 1 second.
I asked this question that you didn't like because I wanted to know if you want to position yourself in the middle between Russia and Ukraine or on the Ukraine
No, I'm in the middle. I want to solve this thing. I'm for both. I want to get it solved. And it's wonderful to speak badly about somebody else, but I want to get it solved. If we can solve it, great. If we can't solve it, they're going to have to fight it out, and who knows what's going to happen. But I want to see it get solved.
May I follow up with one more question about U.S. troops in Europe? After Russian invasion of Ukraine, your predecessor sent additional troops to Eastern Europe, including Poland, my country.
Yeah.
Are you committed to keeping these troops on the eastern flank of NATO in the future?
I'm very committed to Poland. I think Poland has really stepped up and done a great job for NATO. As you know, they paid more than they had to. They are one of the finest groups of people I've ever known. I'm very committed to Poland.
What about Baltics?
Poland's in a tough neighborhood, you know.
What about the Baltics?
The Baltics, they got a lot of, it's a tough neighborhood too. But we're committed. We're going to be very committed, and we're committed to NATO. But NATO has to step up, and the Europeans have to step up more than they have. And I want to see them equalize, because they are in for far less than we're in. And they should be at least equal. You understand that? Why is the United States, we have an ocean in between. Why is the United States in for so much more money and other things as Europe? With that being said, as you said, they've also been obviously very helpful. But we have put in far more than they have. And I think they should equalize. Everybody's got it.
What changed between the first time the Secretary of Defense gave President Zelensky the agreement and today for the signing?
We made a deal.
I'm just saying,
I'm a business person. We made a deal. That's what changed. I didn't think we were going to make a deal. And we ended up making the deal, so that changed.
Mr. President, how do you envision a trilateral summit with President Zelensky and Putin?
I don't know, but well, they don't like each other. I can tell you that. They do not like each other. It's not a love match. And it's unfortunate. That's why you're in this situation. The United States should not have allowed this to happen. Okay? The United States, run by a man that didn't know much, I'm going to be very nice, run by an incompetent person, very incompetent person, should never have allowed this to happen. I've stopped wars. I've stopped many wars. My people will tell you, I stopped wars that nobody ever heard about. I stopped wars before they ever started. You can look at some of, I could give you a lot of nations that would tell you right now they were probably going to war. I could tell you right now there's a nation thinking about going to war on something that nobody in this room has ever even heard about. Two smaller nations, but big, still big. And I think I've stopped it. But this should have never happened.
Sorry, just a second. About any negotiations. First of all, I want really to tell you, and I think that everybody understands that Ukraine, more than Ukrainians, nobody wants to stop this war. But that the future any negotiations, it's understandable that two sides of the war, not Russia and the United States, because this is not the war between Russia and the United States. This is war of Russia against Ukraine and Ukrainian people. So these two sides will be at the anyway will be at the negotiation table. Then of course United States, like the strongest partner of the Ukraine, and of course Europe. I think Europe is very important. I want to speak about it with the president. Yes, Europe is very important for us because we really defend Europe for today. All Europeans really recognize that we are defending the line and they have real life and our people are dying. That's why they helped us. And also it's about the need. Yes, between, like the president said, you have big, nice ocean. Yes, between us. But if we will not stay, Russia will go further to Baltics and to Poland, by the way. But first to the Baltics. It's understandable for them because they've been in the USSR. You know, they've been one of the republics of the USSR, and Putin wants to bring them back to his empire. It's a fact. And when he will go there, if we will not stay, you will fight. Your American soldiers. It doesn't matter. Do you have ocean or not? Your soldiers will fight.
Mr. President, would you be willing to visit Ukraine, maybe Kyiv or Odessa, which is known to be a 30-year Black Sea?
It was my question.
I don't want to talk about Odessa. Let's not talk about Odessa. I want to talk about making a deal, getting peace. We don't have to talk about Odessa, but a lot of cities have been destroyed. A lot of cities that are not recognizable. There's not a building standing.
No.
And a lot of
You have to come, Mr. President. You have to come and to look. No. We have very good cities. Yes, a lot of things have been destroyed, but mostly cities alive and people work and children go to school. Sometimes it's very difficult. Sometimes closer to front line, children have to go to underground schools or online, but we live. Ukraine is fighting and Ukraine lives. This is very important. And maybe it's Putin is sharing this information that he destroyed us. He lost 700,000 people, 700,000 soldiers. He lost everything. Yes. Sure.
Mr. President, one more. I mentioned Poland.
When did you last meet with President Putin? And what did he say that?
A couple of days ago.
And what did he tell you that gave you the assurance that he wanted peace?
Well, that's what I do. My whole life is deals. I know pretty good. And I've known him for a long time. I've dealt with him for a long time. He had to suffer through the Russia hoax. You know, Russia was a hoax. It was all Biden. It was nothing to do with him. So he had to suffer through that, and he was able to do that. I think that he wants to make a deal, and he'd like to see it end. That's all I do. That's what I do. My whole life, that's what I do is make deals. And I'm in the middle of a mess because this is a real mess. It's a very dangerous one. If this doesn't get solved now, it's not going to get solved for a long time. So I hope we're going to get it solved. In the back, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Prime Minister Starmer claimed repeatedly that his government believes in free speech and is not engaged in censorship. But his country's government arrests people for memes and thought crimes, and even more worrisome is pressuring American companies to censor Americans on his behalf. How can he be a reliable, trustworthy partner when he says things that are demonstrably false on such important topics?
Well, we actually spoke to him about that yesterday, and we thought they took it very, very much too far. JD was very strong on it. So was I. So was Marco. And we've been speaking to him about it. Marco, would you like to say something about it?
We have concerns, obviously, with the conduct of those, particularly as it impacts Americans. And there's real concern that American speech, which is online, could fall into the hands of British or any country's jurisdiction. And so this is a point the Vice President made in Munich, and I think it's a very compelling one, that what unites us with Europe, as much as anything else, is these shared values, and one of them being free speech. And so if Americans are threatened by it, we're going to need to take action in that regard.
It's actually a very important question.
We spoke about this in detail with the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary, and others at lunch yesterday. And I know that Secretary of Commerce Selotnik followed up in private meetings last night. This is really important. We believe Americans have the right to speak their mind, even if we in this room disagree with them. They have the right to speak their mind in the public square, which is often online these days. And we're going to defend that right as it pertains to American companies and American citizens vigorously if we have to. I do think that under the President's leadership, we're going to find common ground with our friends in the UK on this question, but it remains to be seen. The principle that will guide us is we believe in free speech in this country and we'll fight for it for American citizens.
Mr. President, on the deal, is there any other oil and gas component to the deal? Is it all critical?
A little bit, we'll see.
On LNG?
But we're not really looking for that so much. We got a lot. We have more than anybody in the world, by far. So no, we're not talking about it too much, but a little bit. I think it affects also, but for the most part, no.
And sir, is there any agreement from Ukraine to purchase U.S. LNG as part of the deal, or is that on the table at all?
No, we don't need that.
Some of those
I
minerals
just
are in
wanted
the
to ask you
East
about,
President.
you just mentioned that you'd spoken to Vladimir Putin a couple of days ago. Just to be clear, that's a new call, not the one who...
I've spoken to him on numerous occasions.
Okay, how was the latest call? What did you discuss? How did it go?
Are you serious with that question?
I am, I'd love to know.
It went well. I think we're going to have a deal.
On the minerals deal, Mr. President, some of those minerals are in the east of Ukraine, not far from the front lines and in areas that Russia has occupied. Will you direct President Putin to withdraw his forces from those areas if there's U.S.
Well, we'll take a look at the time. We have a lot of area. It's a very big area we're talking about, so we'll take a look. I'll study that also.
And who would protect those minerals if they are U.S. interests? Would that be Ukrainian
They'll be
forces?
protected. The
European
agreement will protect them.
U.S.
The
forces?
agreement, yeah, we're signing an agreement.
Right, but what if Russia tries to invade or there's Russian aggression in the spot?
I just told you, I don't think that's going to happen. And if that were going to happen, I wouldn't make a deal. If I thought that was going to happen, I wouldn't make a deal.
Some people may wonder why.
You know, they ought to focus on CNN on survival, not asking me these ridiculous questions. Focus on surviving, because CNN's got such low ratings, I don't think they're going to survive. Let's go. Please.
I already mentioned Poland, that Poland was under Russian control for decades after the Second World War. When I was a kid, I looked at the United States not only as a most powerful country, richest country in the world, the country that has great music, great movies, great muscle cars, but also as a force for good. And now I'm talking with my friends in Poland, and they are worried that you align yourself too much with Putin. What's your message for them?
Well, if I didn't align myself with both of them, you'd never have a deal. You want me to say really terrible things about Putin and then say, "Hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal?" It doesn't work that way. I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America and for the good of the world. I'm aligned with the world, and I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of thing. He's got tremendous hatred, and I understand that, but I can tell you the other side isn't exactly in love with, him either. So it's not a question of alignment. I'm in line with the world. I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned with Europe. I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. But you're never going to get a deal that way, so that's the way it goes. One more question.
I want to respond to this. So look, for 4 years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, parts of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then Trump, then President Biden, now President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people, you know, what they contact
2015.
2014.
2014 is
2014?
Yeah. So
I
he
was not here.
Yeah, but
That's exactly right.
Yes, but during 2014 till 2022, the situation the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversation, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him, me, like a new president. In 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel. We signed ceasefire. Ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed him with gas contract. Gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken the ceasefire. He killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yeah, but
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring it into this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems with bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning. Sure. First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You are not having war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that.
That's exactly what you're doing.
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
Feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about
From
it.
the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you don't know. You're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. It's back to you. Far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once? This entire meeting? No, in this entire meeting, you said thank you. You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you
He's
can...
not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country's in big trouble.
Can I answer?
No, you've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning. You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of coming out okay because of
Mr.
us.
President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
You haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet.
You haven't been alone.
In this
We
cabinet.
gave you, through
I
this
said
stupid president, $350 billion.
You
We
voted
gave
for
you
your
military equipment, and you men are brave, but they had to use our military
What about
equipment.
West?
If you didn't have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin.
If you didn't have our military president, $350 billion, we gave you military equipment, and you men are brave, but they had to use our military
What about
equipment.
West?
If you didn't have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days. This is...
military equipment.
weeks, of course he has.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this. I can tell you.
Just say thank you.
I said a lot of times
Accept that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong.
In 3 days. This is how
Maybe less.
In 2 weeks, of course he has.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this. I can tell you.
Just say thank you.
I said a lot of times
Accept that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media.
In 2 weeks, of course he has.
You're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on.
I understand, sir.
I think it's very important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the cards. You're buried there. Your people are dying. You're running low on soldiers. Listen, you're running. Soldiers, it would be a damn good thing. And then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go and I want this. Look, if you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you'd take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course we want to stop the war, but
I say, damn good thing. Because you get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't with me. That wasn't with me. That was with a guy named Biden who was not a smart person. That was with Obama. I want a ceasefire. Excuse me, that was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is, Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You gotta be more thankful. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets. Because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
One more question, Mr. Vice President. Sorry.
It's going to be a tough deal to make. Because the attitudes have to change.
What if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if
You don't
Russia
have to.
breaks...
your head right now. Okay? What have they broken? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia. Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony.
This is fucking amazing.
Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam. And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden. Joe.
Robin, we're listening to this Trump roast of Zelensky. It's fucking mind-blowing. This is like the biggest Trump moment I've ever seen, because this is like a clubhouse room with Zelensky, and Zelensky is this annoying bitch. 6, 8. Here we go, listen to this.
Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said, oh, the laptop from hell was made by Russia. The 51 agents. The whole thing was a scam. And he had to put up with that. He was being accused. Bathroom. It came out. Of all that stuff. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe. Maybe he didn't. I don't know what happened. But he didn't break them with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if he can make a deal. The problem is, all I can say... I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. Empowered you to be a tough guy. rights. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think? This is going to be great television, I will say. But once we sign that deal, we'll see what we can do about putting it together. We'll see. I don't know. It's a very big area we're talking about. So we'll take a look. I'll study that and I'll see.
And who would protect those minerals if they are in U.S. interest? Would that be Ukrainian
They'll be
forces?
protected. The agreement will protect them.
U.S.
The
forces?
agreement, yeah, we're signing an agreement.
Right, but what if Russia tries to invade or there's Russian aggression in response?
I just told you, I don't think that's going to happen. And if that was going to happen, I'll see.
obviously, they're a pro-Trump president. Like, if you spur the economy, then he will cut spending drastically, and he's going to get money coming out of the tariffs, and he's going to get money coming off of the gold card program. So once all the, there's no way to guess. You could take a pro-Trump proposal and an anti-Trump proposal of rapidly ballooning debt after the tax cuts. I mean, I understand the position that the media is making on that.
Well, I'm not even looking at it from a pro-Trump, anti-Trump.
No, you are. You're quoting the 30 to 50 based on the estimates.
No, what I'm quoting is, say, for instance, what I'm quoting right now is where I'm getting. I can give you my sources for because I'm trying to understand.
Those will be AP, economists.
No. I'm talking Wall Street Journal. No, I'm not. So, for example, right now, one of the things I'm looking at is the Atlanta Fed, which revised their forecast for GDP growth for Q1. So they had in end of 2024 a projection of about positive 4%, and now they're projecting for Q1 GDP to be negative 1.3% or somewhere around there. So they're expecting a big drop off in GDP, which is a dramatic. I've never seen the Fed revise something so dramatically to the downside. So I'm getting those statistics from the Fed, right? Not from Wall Street Journal, and I'm wondering about what that says. Sorry, go ahead.
It's going to be a tough year. I mean, everybody's calling for. We're going through austerity, Pete.
Yes.
So and plus there's less bodies because of the immigration cut down.
Mm-hmm.
There's a workforce shortage. Then we've got Doge cuts, which essentially austerity. They're just not calling it austerity.
Yes, right.
And then you got stagnation of the economy.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got this inflation. Inflation continue. So it's a real mix of shit.
Yeah.
That's going to play out similar to Jimmy Carter into Reagan. The first year was really tough.
Okay.
1980, 1981.
So
can't hear you.
Can't hear you there.
You're not audible, man. You're not audible
there. Audible there, Ulrich. So just to follow up there with Uptold. So my understanding here then would be that we're going through basically like some, like you said, austerity measures. Things get bad for a while, and then on the other side of it, we get a nice bounce back, a nice rebound as we kind of basically cut the chaff, so to speak, get rid of the excess spending, get rid of, and the economy makes an adjustment.
Get rid of the unjust wars, endless wars. That was a key part of the platform in 16, 20,
right.
And 24. So I mean,
yes.
This is why Zelensky's being beaten down in the ground like a little kid, because this is the post-World War II order. It's being cast off now. And
definitely.
This is the funeral for the post-World War II order that occurred today.
Correct. This is challenging.
This is the signal for everybody who thought it wasn't happening. That it's really happening. And,
well, I was pretty sure that if Trump was in power, this would definitely happen. In fact, I figured that even without Trump, we were kind of testing the neoliberal order after the Second World War simply because of the incredible amount of debt. Yeah, we talked about it, right?
You've talked about it for a couple of years, but
yes, that's right.
For the rest of the people who are, I'm not sure, Russia is the enemy. Russia is the enemy. We must stand with them.
Well, yeah, obviously
they're out the window now.
Yeah, of course. That's because they're watching NBC and they like what Brian Williams has to say to them or whoever is talking to them. They need comfort.
Well, I don't know. I think the Wall Street Journal, even Fox, they are generally beating this pro-Russia drum. It's the last thing. It's the Rubicon, basically. That you don't remember when Tulsi did it. It was a huge shock. She said Russia's not really our enemy. The entire system went to go defang her. And Trump's been flirting with it all along, but even he knew it's a third rail. He can't be too cozy. But now it's full out. His UN envoy is voting is voting for Russia. He's essentially, that was last week. They voted against a measure to say Russia started the war. So UN vetoed that. I mean, U.S.
Yeah, that's right. Decided with North Korea.
Like the first time they've ever sided with Russia. And yeah, this is a change of the guard. It's a big, big day.
So how does it help America? And like the average American, like right now they're facing cost of living crisis. There's inflation. There's talks of them coming after Medicaid, which a lot of Trump supporters apparently depend on. So like, how does that help the American?
Well, if your kids don't have to go to an unjust war, your money stops inflating away. Bottom line, this is going to be end to the endless wars.
I can appreciate the war part. I was wondering more from the economic angle at all. Like, well, how does this help?
Yeah, economics will follow that. You know, the tariffs, the decrease in taxes, the increase in American manufacturing, the increased jobs, the protectionism, isolation, the protectionism with tariffs will help regular Americans.
So you figure like
in the long term.
In the long
short term, yeah, short term, a little bit of inflationary bump, some struggles. We'll have to make some cuts to things that were previously sacred, like defense spending, Medicare, Medicaid. Things are going to have to get cut. The hospitals will be cut. This is why I'm short United Health, short HCA, short Booz Allen Hamilton. I looked down and everything it's been a hard hold for the last, I've been on these for a couple of weeks, and I look down and everything's flipped upwards, and I look at the news, and I don't know if they're both connected, but yeah, this is austerity. It's going to help everyone in the end. Look, if it's a major reaction and there's pain, if there's major pain, he will lose the midterms or he'll lose the next election with the successor, whoever that may be.
Right.
So politics will play out the same way it opened the door for Trump to get back in when Democrats messed up.
Yeah.
If he overcorrects back the other way, but you look at it, and charts, usually, generally, they'll stay symmetric. And so you're looking at 2 to 4 years of the pendulum swinging the other way before there can even be an overcorrection.
Right. Okay.
And his wild statements, his king statements, he's saying stuff to troll people. He's mid-swing on the he's early in the swing of the pendulum one other way.
Right.
I don't think it'll stop for 2, 4, 6 years. You could make the case it will go 12 years before anyone can do anything about it. If you look at it as a symmetrical graph moving back. So until he overcorrects, makes a problem, I can't see it happening though, man.
Right.
Honestly.
Well, so would that be your? I'm not going to hold you to it. Obviously, I'm just curious about your personal opinion on this. But what would your forecast be for like timeline if you had to throw something out there? I know it's impossible to predict these things. I'm just quite curious. What do you think would be a time? Do you think it's a decade before we see things turn around, or is it a year, or is it 2 years?
Well, you're going to get popular policies. People are behind all of this, and so I think 12 years.
12 years. That's a long time for people to wait.
If he pulls off the golden age of the late 1890s, 1900, if he can pull that off, and people start seeing fruit of it by 12 years, which it'll take before American manufacturing can come back and things really get vibrant. Why would he?
So what would people do in the meantime?
Centrist party.
Yeah, what would people do in the meantime for waiting a decade for things to turn around? Like, you think people can sustain?
They're going to. Well, I'm saying that in 12. I'm saying a total reign of Elon and Trump, Trump's surrogate, basically,
right,
for 12 years. I think that the short-term pain of increased inflation.
Sorry, Abtel, you're never cut out.
Bitch side is there that we.
Sorry, Abtel, I cut out for. Sorry, can you mind go back? Abtel, can you mind go back 10 seconds? You cut out there. You said short-term pain.
The smacking up of. Yeah, there's short-term pain, but I'm trying to see where the pain is. How does smacking Zelensky around hurt the American people in any way? Or the Doge cuts? How do they hurt anyone in any way? So none of these things add to short-term pain. Tariffs, you can make the case, yes,
right.
Sure.
Right.
They'll cause some this and that. But, most of the moves are very clean. They're very pro-American voter. So you don't see, I don't see there being severe pain. There'll be a dip in it. People don't care about the 401ks except rich people, man. Regular people don't have much set off in those. If the markets sink 30%, who gives a shit?
Right.
At the end of the day, some rich people will turn away from us. But oh well. This is a big centrist populist party right down the middle now.
Right.
So.
Right. That makes a lot of sense there, actually. So, just one last thing, I guess, before I annoy you too much with my questions, because I do obviously always learn a lot from your perspective. So this centrist populist party, I think it's a great way to framing it for me here. So I get the Doge cunts were cutting off a bunch of federal employees. I mean, those people are Americans too, right? But I guess that's part of the whole promise of getting rid of the bloated bureaucracy. So they're definitely following through on that. Are there any concerns for you about how these agencies are being run? Like, do you think about if you see a headline like the following, if you could interpret it for me, that Elon Musk is receiving a contract with the FAA and beating out Verizon for it by using his Starlink as the service provider there. Do you think there's a conflict of interest there? Do you think that these are actually going to improve the agencies? Because of, just reading a bunch around from people who work in that industry, they seem like this is not the right move, but I don't know any better. Do you have thoughts on something like that? About those kinds of moves?
Yeah, I think it would be really good to carve them down. They're mainly useless. They need to get pushed out to the states for most of the regulatory functions, and I don't see him overcutting and getting into trouble that much. People probably talk about the nuclear engineers. I mean, yeah, occasionally he'll fire. Elon himself has this Ebola task force that was cut and then reinstituted. Saying that just do that along the way. And in terms of Starlink winning the contract, I mean, it's a rigorous process. They have to show that they'll come in cheaper, better product. So I mean, I don't think there's any bribery over there. It's not that much money compared to what he's making in other places. So yeah, it's possible he gets the edge on some contracts, but what's new from any other administration? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a fair point too. It's not like Verizon didn't grease the wheels to get their contracts either. Yeah, I appreciate it, Joel. Thanks very much, my friend.
Yeah, no problem. Time will prove what happens.
Absolutely, of course.
This is point of forecast. I'm bullish on the moves that are being done.
Well, I definitely appreciate your optimism, and it encourages my optimism. So I appreciate it, my friend. Thank you.
Announce something about being Friday.
Friday. Your girlfriend is here.
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day, but I have.
Hey, Dolphy, what do you think about Apple?
Please don't scroll.
I'm sorry, what do I think about what?
What do you think about Apple? Oh, he went. Okay, never mind. Madara, why don't you just calm? Oh, by the way, Zelensky just got kicked out of the White House. Oh my God. There's no news conference, He got kicked out, so that means he's really pissed.
Honorable Mike Johnson, Senate.
It's not looking good, guys. Not looking good.
Dude, why do Americans have to be such police? Fucking jail. Why do you have to be such a bully, man? What?
Yeah, I mean.
Sorry, don't say. I'm talking to. Look, I think your name sounds like European, so I'm just only talking to Americans right now. So, JR, why do you have to be such a police, man?
Wait, don't tell me, man. I have no fucking skin in this game. Okay? I'm a regular guy.
JR, we want to know why you bullied Zelensky today in the Oval Office. Why'd you yell at him like that?
Man, what is this all?
Just kidding, man. Yeah, we're just kidding.
Like everyone's reporting to me and they're doing what I asked them to do.
President JR, I'm very concerned with your behavior in the White House today.
I mean, the thing is, there's not going to be any deal, seems like, and then this war will continue, because if
there was no.
Ukrainians will die. That's what's going to happen. Ukrainians will die for their country. If it was your sovereign country and you had an identity as a Ukrainian and you had your own culture and language and foods and you had fought hard for a long time to have this and you believed in the democracy and the nature of it, would you not fight for your own country? Would you not fight for your own, your own sovereignty? Of course you would.
Okay, that's a very good question, and that's why I wanted to come in, but then this call came in.
What's up, dude?
I'm recording people on Clubhouse. I'm trying to get out of my house to go to the gym. About to leave any minute now.
I have this new set of headphones, and if I'm in like Clown House and I'm in the audience, I can't hear anything that's going on stage.
Dude, do you have mane and tail? Holy shit, I love that stuff. That shit's amazing.
Why do you think my beard looks so good?
Yeah, I use mane and tail. That product's fucking solid product. That's an old product, you know. It's been around a long time. Great product.
I used to have horses. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I was using it in my beard when I had a beard like yours. You do have a very fucking full beard, man. It's impressive.
You should see my dick beard.
I wouldn't want to see that.
That's what she said. Yeah, but what's going on? You about to head to the gym and all that shit?
Yeah.
You been drinking today much, or you actually gonna drink water and can't get the uric acid out of your body? Talking in another room in the background on autoplay. Holy shit. That is 100% you. That is 100% you. I'm dying, dude. I'm so dying. I need to drink more beer.
Alright, well, I hope you have a great Friday Shabbos. Great Saturday Shabbos and a great Sunday Shabbos. What do you want?
What do you want tomorrow from the flea market?
I want you to do a yoga class for all the people in the flea market.
I can hire somebody to do that for me. I ain't gonna do it myself. But I'll just go back to the second World War, right? That's pretty much just go back. What's wrong, Kitover?
No, I gotta figure out, like, cause my car's fucked up, but I want to go to the gym and like I can't go to the gym in my shorts. I guess I could bring a pair of shorts. And a lock. Alright, I'm gonna leave you here, Don Danton. Please enjoy the room. I'm exiting the building.
I was just wondering, like, what's going on with your,
fighter jets and tanks. You had to have create some sort of cooperation between countries, which is why you had those
No. Everything is fine right now, but I am leaving you, and I hope you enjoy Clown House. I will be back. I'll be back in about probably 2 hours.
1946 to 1963, America restores itself. And then after the 1960s, starting in 1970, 71 in particular, with Henry Kissinger visiting China, you have the start of globalization. And this is now economic unions. So now you're doing the Cold War, right? Throughout the 50s, 60s, you had the Cuban Missile Crisis. So this is a Cold War. Cold Wars are fought typically economically and through spies.
Cold War is done in 1990s.
Correct. So in the 50s and 60s, that's correct, exactly. So in the 50s, so fascism was defeated during the Second World War, but in the 50s, 60s, 70s, you still had this Cold War, this détente, this tete-a-tete with what we call Western liberalism and what we call communism.
My point is only this, right? Why are you fighting with Russia when
so
your main challenger is China right now?
Yeah, it's like for instance, that question has to be put into context, because it would be like, say somebody doesn't know anything about the history of India, say for instance, right? And then someone says, hey, well, how come these Indians and Pakistanis can't get along with each other? Why can't they just like make one country? And someone says, there were once one country. Like, no, I don't. What are you talking about? Oh, what about this Kashmir Jammu region? Why do they keep having a problem with Kashmir and so on? You know, like what's going on with these Indians? It's because they don't have enough context.
Look, Tian knows everything. Yes, for sure. I know a bit of Cold War history. So just explain to me.
I was getting there. I was getting there. And that was my explanation here. So you had a Cold War, the fall of the Berlin Wall, and the fall of the Soviet Union made Americans believe, or the world believe, that Western liberalism and Western democracy was going to win now, because they thought there were these different forms of governance. So fascism has fallen in the 40s, now communism has fallen, and in the 1990s, it felt like that's it. America's going to roll over the whole world and make everyone a democracy. So you had the Gulf Wars in the early 90s, which obviously were about oil and such. And then as you get into the 90s, you also have in the backdrop the rebuilding of China economically due to globalization that started in the 70s. So you now have like these tensions of like you're giving up some of your economic prowess in order to have a larger and bigger picture of which direction the world is moving in. And so some people have this philosophy of saying, well, we can connect more. So that's why you have these like global unions, right? The unions are like the European Union, the economic unions. Economic unions typically precede more peace and prosperity because you have.
Don't come on, don't go so here and there. Just tell me why.
Listen, you have economic.
He's correct.
I am correct. If you're not interested in history or context, if you're
I know the history. I'm asking you a question and you're not
If you're not interested in context and you want some tweet soundbite, then go.
Dude, I know the context. I'm not
going to give you a soundbite like I'm on NBC.
What type of?
I'm not going to give you a soundbite like I'm at a press conference and be like, so, Mr. President, why do you think that we should do this? Like, oh, this is the reason why. And then the headline comes out, and Madara goes.
Okay, go on. I didn't listen to your bullshit for next 5 minutes.
Go on. It's not bullshit. It's that you're an impatient person with no respect for history or context.
Go on.
Why you have impatience to begin with. But you could do yourself a favor, right? Like if you.
Okay, go on. I said go on. I said go on.
Like I was in good faith, right? And you can have a good faith conversation. But if you don't have a good faith conversation, with me, then don't have that. You don't ask a question. If you're not willing to listen to the other person. When I ask somebody a question, I'm willing to listen to their entire thing because I want to hear their entire way that they think.
Yeah, come on, Madara. He regularly speaks.
I already said go on. Like, what do you want me to say?
Just to Madrasi's issue, correct? Here's a question, right? So, okay, let's move forward with this part.
Let him talk, man. Let him talk.
Wait,
let him go on.
Well, what happened was now he got kicked out, so that means this relationship has been burned. So now let's move the chessboard a little bit, right? This is what's going to happen in my opinion. I think the U.S. has already decided Ukraine will be a sacrificial fucking goat, right? And because they don't want to go into direct conflict with Russia, because I think I'm with Trump on this one, because that creates a really dangerous situation in my opinion. But hang on, but then I think Ukraine will probably not align.
No, I want to hear this answer.
Ukraine will. I will fucking remove you from the room. Alright, there you go. Alright, I guess what I'm trying to say is this, right? I think Ukraine will probably align with Europe or even try to China maybe. And, so they're going to try to find more alliances. So 100% the world is bipolar at this point, to be honest with you. And, U.S. doesn't have any choice, man. This is not a right or wrong answer. This is you said it right, Perseus. It's like if I'm living in my small little hut, if someone's going to come and force me out or take a couple of my rooms, I'll be pissed, and I would want to fight for it, right? But what can even, so then if the bigger players get involved, that is even a bigger problem. So I'd rather have a small problem than a big problem. And when it comes to right or wrong, I think, if someone's removing me from my house, that's not right, in my opinion.
Yeah, it used to all be part of Russia for the backstory. And then
let's just go on.
We did a revolution there in 2014, color revolution. We fomented Yanukovych to get kicked out. So we've been playing in the snake nest a long time, and to act like everything is just the the Zelensky Ukrainians fighting for their rights. It's people have done the homework and no one believes it anymore. Quite frankly, they don't give a shit about Ukraine or Zelensky or America. I think the majority of people are not willing to endure that anymore. It's a waste of time. The only people who are like for it are the entire mainstream media, the entire think tank structure on both sides. So the people who are for it, they tip their hand. In my opinion, it's they're on an island now, and so this demonstration today was just beautiful. It was exactly what was needed.
Look, that's very humility. You have to, like the way the Zelensky was there. That was like really humiliating for Zelensky.
If I was Zelensky, I would actually run right now. I would just go for war. Look, this is his only option right now is just to run because he's got two big players against him, right? Russia and Ukraine. US. Damn, he needs to be like get on a chopper, go somewhere on the island, take his family, just fucking run home.
Look, that was so disrespectful, JR, what Trump did to Zelensky. At least you agree or not?
Yeah, that provocation shouldn't have, that JD Vance.
That kind of shit, like, come on, man. Like, you invade a country.
JD Vance shouldn't have, because JD Vance's tone has been like that towards Europe, and when he went to that AI meeting, that was a giveaway. Like, I think he's playing that card, and he did the same thing again.
The least thing you can do is like, you already supported Ukraine for a lot of years. The least thing you can do is treat him with some respect. Not like this, not like that happened.
See, that tone, it's not what he said, it's the tone that got him. Zelensky. So,
the tone is what matters, JR. Like Trump would have said, okay, like, we are all for peace, man. Like, let's chill down. Let's talk about shit,
if this was Vivek, probably he would have had a tone like mine, like very cool thing, hey, Zelensky. If you really want to bring two parties at the table, then you have to be like nice to both these sides.
It's all about like after today's press meet, it almost seems like Trump is just pro-Russia and anti-Ukraine. That's what it seems like today. After today.
Yeah, but there's a reason why, right? Because for national interest, because if Russia, if the U.S. is in odds with Russia, that means it puts into the camp of China, and then that creates a bigger problem. So this is a lot of big geopolitical chessboard.
I think using under Trump should never interfere in any country. Like, they just mind their own fucking business, because technically I really think that Trump does not have any kind of interest in any country, any kind of politics around the world. So he should just withdraw any kind of support from every country and just not talk about anything at all.
No, but if Russia and US get into a war, the world will be finished. That's not the end goal. That's not the end goal that we want. So you see, there's a bigger problem, man.
Yeah, you just sacrificed Ukraine for Russia.
I think Zelensky made a mistake back when they had that meeting. He should have been like, okay, what's your deal? We should have taken that deal over. But then I think I was in that. I watched the meeting in 2019. They signed up some kind of deal with Merkel and even Macron. And he was saying that, right? And then yet he broke the ceasefire. I think Putin did. And I don't know.
Yeah. Look, that's why they are asking for some kind of either the NATO membership or some kind of security, alliance, some backstop, some support. Like, because European countries are bullshit. They don't go to war. Like they are incredibly.
I was feeling.
actually have a feeling that our discussion is not going to lead to any conclusion. Yeah, I mean, we are not very powerful, right? Of course, it's not going to go anywhere. But we have to pass the time. We are talking to JR, so it's okay, dude. It's okay. Look, if you're bored, feel to leave the room. Go start for some Lok Sabha elections and become a very big leader. Then you can change the world. Not right now. So just go focus on your. Myself. Yeah, focus on your goals. So let me talk.
I say the world needs a distraction. The aliens need to show up. That's the only way we'll come together. That's my. I mean, why are we complicating things, man? Why are we complicating? I know this guy. This guy he's a drunk. Okay, go down, please, or I'll fucking. Okay. Just go on mute first. Okay, thank you. Go on mute. Okay, Madara, continue, or if anyone wants to go.
You know that I'm drunk.
Be quiet. Is
that how you actually differ?
You talk non-stop.
No, one second.
Yeah.
I know. All right. Even
we know this voice.
This is the kind of people that you're going to be dealing with.
Yeah, look. Yeah.
In political scenario, these are the kind of people. You're not a politician. You're not going to change anything, right? Just go down. No. I am. In my purview, I'm actually changing things. Have you taken one single step in actually going about changing the perspectives of how you actually look about geopolitics?
It's just talking in circles.
No, he has one bunch of thought.
Like he's talking on a meta level, and meta level people those guys.
No, I don't like this shit. Like if you want to talk about the topic, just shut the fuck up.
Not here for like making assumptions and meta language. I think look, I don't have that kind of power. Like the society, the West States society, right? So
yeah, fantastic. Then why speak about certain geographies? Why don't we speak about ourselves? Look, shut the fuck up. I'm talking.
Yeah, they both have walked away. There is no deal at the table. Now it's going to get worse.
It's only influence that you are talking about. Let me. So this is where I belong, right? Where I belong is where actions actually happen. I'm talking about small addendums which you can actually add to your life. It's about small. Come on, Jay, come on. It's enough. Madara, here is one thing. So I'm actually trying to educate people that. No, fuck you. You're not educating me. You should be educated because looks like you got inference and no. You just opinionated, dude. You don't know the ground reality. Simple.
You guys, what's happening here?
Nothing much. What's about telling shit? Yeah. I am a piece of shit. But yeah, and I'm telling you.
What is it? Nice move. Thank you so much.
Yeah, the quality of the conversations down.
Yeah, I request peace. Thank you so much. What's up, people? What's poppin'?
Bro, is everyone dumb or deaf? Dumb, deaf, both? Fuck off, bro. Bloody. Yeah, one more down. The people around. Ka-ching. Look, we don't have that kind of power, man. All we can do is sit and make side commentaries. That's all. And just talk here on Clubhouse. We really don't have any power. But I think I agree with what Trump is trying to do here. I think he doesn't want to.
Just came off like a very undiplomatic, unrude. Like
no, so. Dude, you don't understand that this puts U.S. closer to Russia. So Putin is like, hey, oh, that was good. At least now I think U.S. is coming back in our camp. This improves relationship with Russia. It's actually a good thing. We don't want third world war, man. We don't want to get into like nasty fight with Russians.
Yeah, but you can do it without being so rude, man. Like that was so rude.
Man, the JD, man. Someone needs to have a sit down with him and have a conversation. Hey, buddy, like just do a tone check, and then go into.
Have you ever heard of good cop, bad cop strategy?
Yeah. So I know this is a bad cop, and the good cop is Democratic Party.
The good cop was Trump. Trump was the good cop, tried to be a little friendly. JD was told be the bad cop prior to that. Don't think they're stupid. They huddled up before and talked about JD. You're gonna fuck him, and this is how. Just jump right in and fuck him in front of all the cameras. So it's probably something like that. Bad cop.
The US already has a $350 billion in this poker game. So I mean they already invested.
No, that's the reason why you want your guy to win, right? If you go in front of a TV, watching the guy you've given all the money to, Putin will be more, get bolder.
He's more happy.
Do whatever he wants.
Happy.
Putin is fucking arrogant.
USA gets their money back out with the mineral rights, so who cares? Let them make their deal and be done. Finish up. It's the name of the game right now. What do you think the mineral rights deal was with the rare?
Yeah, but you're not gonna get any mineral rights if Russia occupies Ukraine, right?
Yeah, you do. Because Russian mines also you get from them too. Yes, you do. That's it.
You gave all the money to Ukraine to fight with Russia, and you said
exactly. But Trump already went on the record. He said that they will buy from the Russian mines also.
Yeah, you have to buy. They're not giving you any contract or something. And you know what will happen?
There's a rare earth mineral shortage, so yeah. He's taking.
Yeah, you have to buy. No one is giving it for free, right?
No, but Ukraine will give it for free. They'll get 20% of it for free.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, if Russia occupies much of Ukraine, then you get nothing for free.
Yeah, those areas are already decided, Madara. Why are you talking stupid? Like they're going to change the line? They already set the lines now. Russia owns that part.
So look, that's the question, right? Look, that is what Zelensky want to ask.
There's no question about the borders. There's no question about the borders. It's already.
Yeah, that is a question about the border.
There's no question on it. There is no question on the border. It's about
the border is not fixed, man. The border is not fixed.
The border is fixed. It is fixed now.
No. Okay, who's fixing it? What if Russia invades tomorrow?
The line of troops, the line of control that fixes it.
Yeah, there is no line of control. If you don't support Ukraine, then there is no line of control.
Do you know the names of the places Russia took from Ukraine? Can you name them? No, man.
No.
Even a high schooler here can name. Even a high school student can name them here. So get
of course you can.
Madara, why don't you wait a little bit before you make a hot take? Can you name? Have you heard of a place called Crimea? Does that ring a bell?
Of course.
Why didn't you say it when I just asked you this question?
Because it's a lot more to do than Crimea. Crimea was taken over the last time. Long time ago.
Have you heard of?
Look, I can name something, okay? Crimea, Donetsk, a lot of places.
You already showed you can't name anything. Okay? So these areas were taken by Russia during the war. They will be kept. That's the loss. 20% of the take the L. And nobody's even negotiating that. No one's even complaining about it.
Yeah, it's okay. Like, look, my question is
the term of the deal. Give us back.
Yeah, dude, it's okay. Look, you don't understand my question. Look, let me ask my question, then answer, please.
Your question is shit.
Okay, let me just finish my question. Okay, now we can fix this, the line of control that wherever the Russian and Ukrainian forces occupy, then tomorrow, if Russia invades again, violating the ceasefire, what will stop them? What will stop the Russians? Will USA come into play? Will they support Ukraine?
We're not giving those. That's where the negotiation is now. So that's a good question. That is what he's asking is for assurances, reassurance. But no. Why should we? They're not a NATO ally. They're not an ally. Why should we commit our troops if in case something happens? No. Let Europe do that. Someone else. Not our business. But if USA has an equity stake in all the mines of the area, these guys are not going to break the deal. It's good enough. They promise never go to NATO. That's the promise.
So if you have a mining permission somewhere inside Ukraine, close to the border, maybe you should also commit to something to Ukraine. Tell them that okay, we will come when Russia violates the ceasefire. Right? Otherwise, your investment is lost.
They'll go make a problem. They'll just go make a problem there. We'll be at war next year. So no. That's why they're sticking to no. No is the answer from administration. That's why. It's because otherwise you'll be a sucker. They'll just go.
Yeah, but then what motivates Ukraine to give you special permission to take their?
They're all killed. They've all been killed, and they don't have people left to fight. They're done. They've been beaten down to submission. They need to sign the paper and finish off.
No, like how do you get the deal for mining the rare material from Ukraine? What motivates Ukraine to give you the rights to take it all for free?
They're the ones signing. Why do you think they're signing it? Why?
They are going to sign it.
So why?
No, they haven't signed it yet.
It makes no sense. Why would
I think they will only sign it if there is some kind of defense alliance with USA or some kind of security, assurances from USA. Otherwise, they will not.
You're just basically telling what's been in the paper for 2 weeks. Yeah, that's where the deal is. That's what the issue is. But it's close to a deal. Now, after Zelensky has been bitch slapped like this, I don't know what's going to happen. He could just pull away for a little bit. But, the little bird goes and comes back. Always come back. To strength. This is just a negotiation with ours. Nothing special.
The negotiation is not going so good, dude. I think your president is not diplomatic at all.
Okay, but that's what they said about North Korea. They said it about Iran.
Wait. What did Trump achieve with North Korea? Nothing.
What's your president doing? What's your prime minister doing? What's he showing his strength? He's going and arresting people for saying bad words on the internet.
That's what you do.
You Europeans are so out of it. You think Americans will die and pay while you suckers sit there, while we're your suckers.
Yeah, you idiots. You idiots went and died in Afghanistan and Iraq for nothing. Look, why did you guys go to Afghanistan and Iraq and die?
It's really bad.
No, tell me.
It's really bad. Very bad.
I'm not talking about Trump. I'm talking about USA, man.
Exactly.
You guys went and died in Iraq and Afghanistan.
You think MAGA policy for USA?
I don't give a fuck about MAGA. I'm talking about the USA.
You think Trump, how do you think Trump came to power? It's because of all those mistakes. That's why people supported Trump. I don't want to see that anymore. He's the one against all of it. So today's demonstration shows you that that's for real. It's in a brutal way. It's not polite.
Yeah, it's really cool, man. Look, the thing is, I give it to MAGA.
Vance, when we called, look, I agree with the JD Vance when we called out the Europeans for their lack of, freedom of speech.
It doesn't matter if you agree or not. You're just Madara in Germany. You don't even have a vote in this. At least for us, we can vote for one party or another. You're one cunt living in Germany.
Yeah, you vote for one party or another party.
Yeah, you vote for it.
Man, because of MAGA, Europe will rise. Look, shut the fuck up, everyone. Europe will rise again.
I really think
Are you still voting for Modi G?
I think Madara is a global citizen, and we should allow his voice to come through. Come on, don't be a dick.
No, because of all this, Europe has been sleeping.
You are sitting there in Germany. You don't know where Crimea is. You don't know where Donbass is.
No, fuck you. I know more about Crimea than all of you people. Do you know it's not the first time? It's not the first time.
You know so much. Why didn't you answer me? What are the territories that Russia has taken? It's a very simple question.
Because we are not Americans, man. We are not like Americans. Just say some half truths.
How do I know those areas and you don't know them? You're sitting right next to them. You don't know
The fuck you do? I know America. It's like I know about Crimea.
You're pathetic. You couldn't answer
You guys know.
Why were you stumped by the question? I asked him what areas did Russia take? JR, did Madara answer, or was he just fucking like a dumb cat when I asked that?
I think he knows, but he's just not letting him.
He doesn't know any of the intricacies. He's got no idea on the mineral deal. He's got no idea where they are in the negotiation or what's been reported.
No, but here's
just coming here to troll.
But here's the thing, Madara. Look, you don't understand. The Crimea or all these places is a special place for Russia because Crimea is very close to that Black Sea, and I think Putin probably wants that space because either he is threatened by Europe or he wants to have more influence in that shipping lane, basically. And the other part is there's a lot of uranium in Ukraine, and REEs, which stands for rare earth minerals or whatever that is. Elements, yeah. So I think there's a little bit of greed, Madara. This is what I don't get it, man. All these nations I don't know what they're going after. I mean, like, how much of economic development are we going to do over dead bodies? And they're always trying to one-up each other, and everyone wants to have their own influence and dominance. And this is a bad situation to be in, to be honest with you. This is actually a perfect storm for Third World War.
No, it's actually, there will be no Third World War. If USA goes this way, there will be no Third World War. Russia will be happy. Europe is kind of pissed right now, and Ukraine is like kind of gone to the hell. There will be no Third World War. There will be no
wars like war on.
There will be wars, but look, if you don't support Ukraine right now, Russia will slowly.
You go and blow yourself up. You'll send Madara to the next one. You go blow yourself up. Won't be us.
Yeah, it's not like you went to England, right?
You're still.
Dude, shut the fuck up, dude. Come on. It's not like you went to. It's not like your father went to Vietnam War.
Hey, I'm too old to be drafted. You're still in.
Dude, you're just an immigrant, American immigrant, man. Come on, it's not like your father went and fought in Vietnam War. Come on, shut the fuck up.
Madara, your profile picture looks better than you.
Yeah,
thank you.
I'm probably just a fresh off the boat immigrant. Fresh off the boat. FOB. But
So Elton, let's go to Kashmir for bombing some schools. They have some lift there. It's the highest lift in the world.
No, I really want to ask the question to Abhaya. Where is the dharma in all this geopolitics? I mean, if he's listening, that would be a very interesting spiritual perspective.
GR, is your smoke alarm going off again?
Yeah, I have a tip line open. I'm out of money. Can someone donate some money? Who's laughing?
I'm laughing at you.
I think Abhaya is probably busy crying. Yeah, Madara, look. I know how you feel, man. It seems like you're a little bit empathetic. You don't like police. That's what it sounds like. But this is how the world works, man. This is just how the world works. The bullies, there are linguistic bullies here. There are bullies who are economic powerhouse. There are bullies all over. There are clubhouse bullies. You know what I'm talking about. Then there are
Can we talk about the recent problem in India? How you don't care about it about India?
India is a special place. It has a profession. It has a different thing. India is a special place. India is under protection of God. Special protection.
Did you go to Morocco and dunk your head in the water? Ganges.
Who's doing it? Who?
I'm asking you that.
Yeah, I did that a long time ago. I mean, all my sins are taken care of. Varanasi is a very scary place. You'll see like a reality, like death. You'll see people getting like cremated. You'll see like I don't know. It's a very dark place, dark and if you have a nice spiritual life, then it won't affect you. But like me, I'm very advanced, and all you guys, right? So it doesn't need to affect me. But garbage.
It's kind of disgusting to throw bodies in the water, man. That's not hygienic at all.
I think I kind of agree. I mean, there needs to be some special policies around Ganga, like But look, when I went there, I went with good faith, and when I dipped in the water, my heart felt really light. So there is some power in there. But yeah, let's just leave it to that. Yes, I really enjoy it, but never drive in Calcutta because it's very scary drive. People just drive like crazy.
So Ganga, you went to the dip in the Ganga in Calcutta?
Yeah.
How is that different from the other dip sites?
I felt good. Everyone has a different opinion. And,
is it more muddy or clear, or is it more?
So I went to Mayapur, which is the ISKCON place, and the water there is like a sandy. It smells like the sand smells like actually sandalwood. So I don't know, they did something to that place. So that side is pretty good. But if you go to Varanasi, that's a very heavy place, man. Meaning like, I don't know if you know anything about Varanasi.
It's a lot of smells going on because it's near the gas.
It's almost like a cremation site right by the bank. And then you also see agoris. You also see all kinds of sadhus. You see, it's a tough place to be. Yeah.
Don't you think we should send agoris to schools, man? They're just wasting their talents.
No, I think these people are advanced, super advanced.
They can come to your factory and you can train them. But all right, you can really make them go up.
just have the game of life, my friend, which can be taken away anytime.
They don't contribute anything to the economy. Like all they do is like eat free food and shit somewhere. What's their contribution? Nothing.
They question the existence itself. So they ask this question: why you here? And if you're here, that temporary basis is troublesome. So then they go on a quest, and then when they go on a quest, they find either enlightenment or they're on their way, and they're looking for a permanent place. And based on our structures, this is not our permanent place. It's like a turtle who left the ocean and is on the beach, but the real home is the ocean, basically. Something like that.
Yeah, and they're just lazy assholes. It's like a tribal alien society.
Okay, how much of a world can you even develop? Like, okay, let's say this world becomes a perfect place. Okay? There is no such thing as there will always be a chance of improvement. Always there will be like 1%, 2%. So, and then you have this problem, geopolitical problems. Every nation is different, and they all have their own baggage. They all want to one up each other, right? They all want to dominate. And then you get into that. Then one guy is trying to pull the other guy down. So, I mean, it's a chain reaction. Complete chain reaction.
Look, what is coming out of them? Nothing. They don't even try books on spirituality or something. They're complete waste.
Yeah, okay. I mean, look, it's a different way. It's like saying, oh, why do we have artists? Why do we, like...
Dude, artists produce something. That's what I'm asking. What did these artists do? Like, do they write books? Look, do they write books? Do they teach someone about spirituality or something? Absolutely nothing. Like, these guys just live on their own and like they don't care about anyone else. They're asocial people. That's it.
I don't think so. I think they're probably, it's hard to say, but many of them are even very much tested in the sense that, like you and me, we are not, right? These guys have no home. They live on the streets. They survive.
Yeah, beggars.
They're beggars.
Have you not seen beggars?
You know what kind of test is that? Try living even one day outside your house. 2 days, 3 days. These guys are living on the streets for 6 months, a year, 2 years, 3 years. They live in the ashram or whatever. And that's
what beggars do.
Mazara, let me ask you, what are you doing for sitting on your fucking ass making money in Germany?
Like, why the fuck should I do it for something for India?
That's what you're judging them on, that they don't do anything for you.
I'm saying they are not useful to society at all. I'm at least earning money, paying taxes, programming some shit which might be helpful for some people.
They take all the taxes. They take all the taxes and they pay for some bullshit with it. It all goes to zero. They overspend whatever you put in.
Look, that I can say for everyone, right? Like you are a doctor.
You're benefiting a bunch of low income and immigrants with free health care. Congratulations. Great job. Good job, Mazara. Ooh.
Oh, man, you have to show some. Look, you guys have to show some respect to European Union.
Well,
we're not so losers.
What have you done to deserve your respect? What have you done to deserve your respect?
Look, we are the cradle of human civilization.
No, but answer me what you've done to deserve America's respect. What have you done? What have you done? We saved you. Dumbass.
What do you mean you saved me? We don't talk. Come on, man.
We beat Europe in the Civil War, in the revolution.
The next flight, Trump is going to send you home with a handcuff on. Did you see that?
We saved you multiple times. We're saving you again with Russia and Ukraine. You all are like a little chihuahua.
Dude, Europe will rise again. When we rise, you will be like a third world country.
Do you even have one battleship? Do you even have one aircraft carrier? Germany? You don't even have one.
No, actually, I don't think we have that.
France maybe has that. Nothing, man.
No, Germany, what we have? We have probably nothing.
You got cut.
No, we have peace loving, man. No, Germany is like a city of heroes.
Just don't look at the history book.
You're right. But we will rise again, man. When we rise again, there's like really nothing to stop. I'm gonna vote for the AFD. Let's see.
You're gonna vote for AFP?
AFD.
AFD. Oh. So you don't like minorities, I guess?
Actually, I don't know. Like, I don't even think that even they want to have something, you know. The AFD is already talking about, you know, removing nuclear weapons from Germany and not developing nuclear weapons at all. So I'm not really sure about what the AFD really wants when it comes to, you know, defense and geopolitics. I think their only thing is, you know, just, you know, removing all the immigrants from Germany. Nothing else.
It's a great day. Deep state is finished. It's over. I mean, I could never imagine this Trump administration would be this good. Never in my wildest dreams. So we're thankful. And thankful people like Germany don't get to dictate what we do.
Look, what happened to your boy, Vivek Ramaswamy?
Yeah, he showed his feet and there's a big scandal. Did you see this?
that guy was like, you know, like he wanted away from MAGA so fast.
No. He's Trump came and fully endorsed him as governor. Strongly and fully endorsed him. It is what it is. I think maybe he's a little bit. Maybe people don't trust him on the inside, or.
He's shifty. He's like a shifty Jew. A shifty Hindu.
Yeah, he's shifty. He's selling his bitch on his sales. White guys really don't like him, the racists. It's okay.
But actually, I really think I like him more than I like Trump. I think he's very intelligent.
Oh, you're just you're tribal. You're a tribalistic person. You want to see.
No. It's not that I'm tribal, right?
You can't. Listen, how can you like?
No.
How can you like this guy who's like a salesman, like a greasy salesman, more than the guy who won?
But look, he always like. If I'm American, I will actually.
You think Vivek would show strong leadership under pressure like Trump?
More than Trump, yes.
You think he's strong? Well, only time can tell. If Vivek gets in one day, he'll get his chance.
Yeah, I don't think he will. I look. You say it's a lot of idiots. I don't think they're gonna vote for some Hindu guy, some brown Hindu brown guy. I don't think so. He's gonna like suffer.
Possible. You may possibly be right, but you can see who's the most popular person in the cabinet, right? The one they saved for the end. So people like you, Indians fresh off the boats, they're shocked that Kash Patel is being held up as the hero of the side. You haven't been following. I don't know that that's been
because he's been
that's popular since 2016. How did he become famous? Tell me how he became famous.
Very consistently licking Trump's ass.
What was his first action? What was his main action? Brought him to prominence in 2016-17. What did he do?
I don't know.
You ever heard of the Nunes memo? Nunes memo? No. He wrote the Nunes memo and he exposed the spy operation against Trump. So this is a major work of.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It was not a kissing ass. He was assistant DNI, assistant deputy national intelligence. So he was. He knows where the bodies are buried, and he's very loyal. That's true. But so it's hard, the same people who said that MAGA is racist to Indians because of Vivek. You have to also explain the love for cash, widely loved. So that would give you a balanced take.
Look, it's one thing to get appointed, and the other thing to get votes. In a democracy, that's what counts. Look, I will change my mind if Vivek Ramaswamy gets
both were appointed. And then
No, I'm not talking about. I'm really talking about. If
getting voted. Why Indians only focus on one? Who will be the next Indian president? Are you that fucking clannish and tribalistically stupid that you're?
I'm not even talking about those.
Let me finish. Are you that clannish and tribally stupid that your bar for success? Your bar for success is an Indian American president. Is that how fucking stupid you are?
Actually, I really hate Kamala Harris is more Tamil than Vivek Ramaswamy is. So I really hate Kamala Harris. I never wanted to see her as a US president. So I'm not clannish. I'm not asking for this. I'm only saying that.
You think Vivek is greater than Trump? You think Vivek's greater than Trump?
Vivek, I think is
you think Vivek is greater than J.D. Vance?
I think so, yeah.
You look at the two men and you're.
I think.
He's a senator at least. You don't even see that. Oh, J.D.
Maybe, but when it comes to public speaking, I think Vivek is a bit more mature. How he speaks.
You're fresh off the boat. You're not able to feel the inflections. You don't feel the little bit of salesman vibe.
Yeah. Whatever.
He's out of touch. But you're also fresh. He's fresh off the boat too. Vivek acts fresh off the boat. That's the problem. To you, it looks like a good boy. Very good. 100. 10 out of 10. But you're not seeing the other part of it. That he was, pushed down the stairs and thrown around the high school. He had a rough time coming up as a nerd.
Who, J.D. Vance?
Who do you think? Which of the two do you think was thrown down the stairs in high school and thrown around? And he had to go and get an ankle. He had to have surgery, he said, because he was thrown down the stairs by a black youth while he was walking with all of his books stacked. He was holding all his books, and boom, they threw him right down the stairs.
That's a typical.
Yeah, Madrasi. That's what it was. It's not typical for Vivek. Yeah.
You're the same way too. I've told you.
No one tried that shit with me. No one tried that shit. I ain't no fob. But Vivek was a nerd. He was a beast.
Stop overcompensating. You're a fucking iron.
Listen, I'm
You're a fucking iron in Tamil Nadu. Like, you went through all that nerdy bullying, what you're talking about. Like why are you denying?
I only moved there when I was
not moving. He had his motorcycle. One day got into a fight, and then they cornered Evtol, and Evtol was able to beat their ass. Like, this is a story.
You missed the end of the story. Evtol went down, and then they surrounded and started kicking. So that was a L. I took an L, a big L versus 7. But 1 versus 7, you're going to take an L generally.
Did they beat you with pipes or how did they?
No, there's no pipe. There's foot and hands. Old fashioned.
Damn.
Like, what do you think? Can you take on JR like a one-on-one fist fight? Can you
Yeah.
JR?
Yeah. But he'll be a good match. I think he's maybe a little shorter than me.
I'm a chunky.
He has some nice biceps. Nice.
Look at those men.
He's less fatter than he sounds. This guy's not that fat. But
I wouldn't fight at all. He's a brother. So I wouldn't fight.
Look, we can have some fun with some gloves, but even that.
No, look, we are just talking, right? Do you think you can take on me?
Madara, I will fucking knee you in the chest over and over. 1, 2. I already have.
You really think you
I'll
can
hold
take
you by
on
the
me?
shoulder. Listen, let me tell you my combo. I'll grab you by the shoulders, then boom, one right knee right to the chest, and then 1 or 2 elbows right in the head, and you'll be lights out. You'll go straight to dream.
So you're confident?
Yeah, you're a little bitch.
No,
You'll be my bitch.
No. No, fuck you, man. Like, you're going down.
Come here.
Look, you want me on your knees when you say
From the testosterone, man. High testosterone. What do you think? I'm big ball. That's what balls are.
Madara, he's very tall. Madara is tall. How tall are you, Madara?
Balls, he's tall.
He said he's 5'11" or 5'6".
When they say 5'11", it means take 2 or 3 off. Someone taught me that. Every time the man says it's always 2 to 3 boosts.
Fuck, 5'11", I don't know what.
Show me a picture of your ass next to the door frame, you little bitch. Show me you next to a window or a door frame. But it's okay. You may be strong. You say you jump around and
Yeah. You bitches are, like passing each other. I'm not gonna show anyone my picture, man.
you may have some strong legs. I will get you down on the ground quickly. That's my counter to that. We'll get you right down on the ground. The legs can't do anything. Your legs are out. You're out.
Yamato, come on, man. I beat you a shit. You're a dad. I'm a youngster with a lot of vigor. I do a lot of sports. I do a lot of sports. Come on, I can beat you.
Like badminton.
Shit out of you. Fuck you. Fuck badminton, man. I go hiking, I go climbing. Didn't I tell you? I go hiking, running, climbing.
That's good.
So, like, what the fuck do you do?
Have you ever punched anyone in the face?
No, never. Actually, maybe when I was a kid.
No, it's not. The answer is no. Have you ever gotten in a good old-fashioned fight? Never been in a good one?
No.
Yeah, so how do you think you're going to beat me? I've gone into 1 versus 7 and then come out beating up.
I learned karate. Look, I learned karate. And I know Aikido.
Yeah, I know the defense to all of that too. I've learned a little bit myself. So I can grab and throw. I did some judo. I like to take you by the clothes and twist the clothes and make like a luggage handle out of your fucking shirt. And then I'll launch you into the air.
Yeah, but
you're light. What are you, 140, 150 pound?
I don't know what ounces. Like, I'm like
65 kg.
70 kg, yeah.
70 kg. 65, say. You'll be like lifting the luggage in the airport.
No, you're fucking fat American.
You don't know any of the defense. You didn't do judo. You never fought anyone. You don't know how to.
I know Aikido. I know karate. I just punch you. I just punch you in the face.
Madara,
Is it not enough?
My hands are in front of me.
Madara, you should start with kickboxing and then do some judo, then get into jiu-jitsu and then Krav Maga. Like this is how you want to go. And then you
just learn one. You don't need to do everything. Did you ever do punching bag, heavy bag, Madara?
No.
Practice your punches on a dummy. I have a dummy in the house I practice all day, just for a guy like you one day, so I can give you a nice fresh beating.
It's called Bully Bobby. It's a nice, filled with 100-pound sand. I recommend to everybody to get a nice karate nami. It's fun. It's fun.
How fat are you in total?
Not bad. 10 pounds, 15 pounds overweight.
Yeah, you couldn't really move enough to beg, hit me.
What are you, like the Flash? Or are you the Flash?
I'm a big Bruce Lee.
If you're a fast guy, I'll grab you and hold you close. That's me. Get you on the ground. Hug you, but not like a lover.
Do that with JR, man. Not me. JR, like, do you think we can take a iftar together?
Hey, I would do this one. Let's get someone to arrange it with gloves and head set. Headgear. 2 versus 1. Let's do it, guys. I need something to motivate me to train.
Ultimate Thambi takedown.
Ultimate Indian Galata. Indian.
No, by the way, JR, like, why are you, like, I'm talking about, like, some serious stuff. Like, what's with the boobs, man? What's with the Joe Rogan boobs?
Oh yeah. That's someone drew so they took my picture, put it into AI, and they were able to generate this. And that's my boob, actual boob. He was able to literally see through my boobs, yeah. So who's this? What's up, Avish? We like your mustache. What's going on?
They see through your heart. The air is, pierced through your heart.
What?
The AI sees through you.
Somebody saw you, and then this AI made your pic. This version of you was the avatar. So I was just kidding. I mean, they went through your heart.
Oh, that sounds very scary. What's going on here, Tom?
With that, I mean,
are you threatening me or something? Or?
No. What I'm trying to say, if you look at this image, your eyes and the features which are coming out, the whole character and the vibes, they're pretty good. They're solid. I mean, there's nothing bad. So I mean, it's actually a positive one. If you focus on the face, leave the boobs. I mean, somebody here was interested in boobs. I'm focusing on the eyes, brother.
Are you a militant? Are you are you a good guy or a bad guy?
I mean, what sort of question is this? Like, everybody is good and bad, isn't it?
No, not everybody. Where do you come from?
Where do you come from? Like, what is that? Like, and how did that word militant?
Badara, I think this guy's a WhatsApp up guy. That guy we threw out. I think he came back with.
Where are you from? No, Avish, where are you from?
Like, how does it matter?
Because we want to know, are you fresh off the boat? Are you like from the village? Are you a fucking idiot from the village? Are you from a large city? Are you educated? This is why it matters.
How does like a fucking villager could also fuck somebody who's from a city, isn't it?
When is the last time that happened?
Happens many times.
It rarely happens. Only when the riot groups. Barely, yeah. The village is for wipe my ass. I'll come there and you can wipe my. Avish.
From industrial revolution would generate so much of toxic clouds that it will pour down on a village.
Avish, what village are you from?
Nainital. Have you heard about it?
Yeah, okay, this is where we're going. So you are from the village. But Nainital is near the city, right? It's not really a village. It's like a grade 2 type of city.
My geography has been bad in my school days.
Are you legal? Are you legal in the US or are you illegal?
What?
You're illegal or legal?
No. Actually, look, where do you live? Do you live in India or somewhere else?
India?
You don't live in India, man. Like, I'm looking at your IP address. It's coming from US.
It's not from US. I travel though. But I'm in India. Can't you see my
Guys, I know this guy. He's legit. Welcome. No, I remember. He's my friend. Avish. You're focused on patents, right?
Yes.
Okay, this guy's legit. We're just, we harass the newcomers, so don't take it personally. This guy's a nice guy, good lawyer. Welcome.
Finally. I don't know. I saw an invite and I just clicked on it and it popped up.
So you are right now in India or US?
Currently in India.
Stop lying.
He comes here all the time. He travels around everywhere.
Dude, well, then how come are you on VPN or something?
He's got more class than you.
Maybe my mobile is like something still from the US thing.
JR, he's high class. You're middle class. Madara's low class. Does that work?
I stop putting these economic classes and bullshit on us. We don't actually operate like that. We are all equals. God has made us all equals.
No, absolutely not. Avatar is low class.
Yeah,
we are middle class.
Exactly. This is a low class thinking. Why don't you upgrade the thinking? Laptop. Well, it's not always about money. Oh, you're a 10 gig, you're a 5 gig, you're a 100 gig.
Such a fucking low class Avatar is.
That's a low class mindset. Seriously, but this is what happens when you live in a big town. Like, these people never grow up. Anyway. Avi, nice cheeks. You must not work out, I guess. It is what it is.
I played a lot of football, all sorts of sports, cricket, football, snooker, basketball. But since entering into law, you don't get time. So for the past decade, more than that, on and off. Yoga, whenever I get time. But currently busy with some of our ventures and new products, and that is one of the reason I'm here. I'm launching something where you will be paid to talk. So you're just talking and you'll make money. so working on this new thing. We keep on working. Aftar knows like patents and all. So I'm a patent lawyer. I have a couple of patents filed with the USPTO. So working on new stuff, and that's why I'm here. Otherwise, I don't know what kind of morons could be here on this stupid app. Sorry to say, guys. Sorry.
No.
Listen, let me kill it. You're subclass. No village, nothing. Sorry to say, but
Damn, we are morons. So
Look, if you're signing up for some people,
this is
not money.
Clubhouse is a mental institute. We come here for therapy. But the thing is, the people who provide us therapy are also mental. So that
Look, if you're looking for a good speaker, take JR. He's a very good speaker.
Yeah, I calm everyone's nerve. You can do a verbal yoga. Yeah. Close your eyes and just do.
So how much you pay, Anish? For talking in your, like whatever you do? How much is the pay? I can talk.
got no app, man. Let's just say.
Yeah, don't blame the app if you don't use it. I mean, yes, I don't know if he's associated or he's one of the founders. If he is. Sorry, you know how it's going down. Yeah, it's something which needs to be worked on. Untapped, probably untapped. It is untapped. In the sense, this thing has a lot of potential, but like I see, like
Yeah, dude, how much you pay? That's the question, right? How much are you paying?
For you to talk there?
You know, I work for a club.
No. Yeah, shut up. How much you pay?
Depends on your XP. XP is like your quotient, like your energy, like your karma.
What's the highest pay?
You probably 5,000 per minute.
5,000 what? Euros? Dollars?
I know it.
No, fuck that shit.
That's for influencers who have like thousands, lakhs of followers. So I'll share the link. I'll share the link. We're just finalizing it. Will take a month or so to launch. Once we launch it, I'll let you know for sure. You guys, of course, will be welcome there with points credited to your account. So we'll see how it works. So, like for example, if you want to talk with somebody, probably. I mean, there's a lot of algorithm happening. We'll let you know.
When did you get a real job, Avish? Like, where you're doing this bullshit,
Bullshit? I make money out of this, brother.
Yeah, I know. It kind of seems like a scam.
Scam? Like what?
Don't you have a real job?
Avish, JR and Madara are the clowns of this part of Clubhouse. Don't really take what this is seriously.
Yeah, thank you. Let's get that. Look, you are a lawyer, right? You know the laws and stuff.
Yes, I do.
You are practicing law.
Yes.
And when you into this business of, taking some speakers, something, whatever, what's happening?
What's happening? It's soul jumping from here to there, probably. Nice. Energy is flow, isn't it? To keep your mind wobbling, thinking, curiosity, maybe.
That's right.
So yeah, let's see where it all goes, isn't it? Today I was shattered. Literally, I went to a shop to buy. I have a son. He's 6 years old, and went to a shop to buy. And you buy a toy Chinese. You look at your house, lights Chinese. Construction we are not doing. Pharma we are not doing. Softwares we are not doing. Agriculture we were doing. We transformed to urea. Now organic has come back, so we left our roots. So what we are doing actually? Nothing. I mean, see that perspective. So yeah, that's just a thought which I had today. Cars, doing what we are doing. Right? It's a corporate slave thing happening. Being a lawyer, you look at all the treaties we sign. You look at all the intellectual property pact we signed. It's corporate slaves. So I don't do that, probably. I don't do that. Audible?
How can I have it all?
भोलेनाथ भी बैठे हैं, हम मेरे फोर फादर्स भी बैठे हैं, चाणक्य भी बैठे हैं, दुर्गा भी बैठी हैं. Now in red, खून भी बैठा है. Yeah, I know.
Then what are you talking about? We don't even have some Hindi.
You could do. You know that much Hindi, brother. You know,
Absolutely not.
You will eventually.
Yeah, I don't think so. So, Raghav, you want to say something, dude? He left.
So I just wanted to know if you guys could really help me, because for the idea I said. So how we make like these clubs which people start, and like what's the remuneration here? What's the finances? How do you work that out? If somebody please could help me with this. If you guys do it like, I mean, or if it's still
Jay, open your mic and tell Alicia about your business plans. Clubhouse. Look, how do you have all this money, man? Tell him that.
see, I understand one concept where like there was a startup club I was previously speaking in. It was from Florida, and they were talking about AI businesses and startups and everything. So I was very happy to talk to them, and they heard. So I understand they have a service of startup.club, their website, and they're promoting it. Fair enough. I get that. So it's just free, you talk, and they're building their audience. Fair enough. Now, like you have a club here, so I don't know. And then I see all these youngsters. I mean, I'm more trying to inclined towards understanding what they are doing. There's so many youngsters, they're love, lust, and all those things, and they're just talking, and they still want to gain more audience, and they play those games and everything. So like, how do they get paid with that? I mean, I need to really know that, please. If somebody could help. Because like I said initially, we are launching something where you will be paid to talk. I mean, by a minute.
Yeah, like what are you launching? What's your app?
Pasak is the Pasak Pass and Talk. So once it live, it's an idea.
No, just write the name in the chat.
No. It's not live now, but we do have the test flight versions and everything. We could call you, invite it, and you can check it.
What do you want? Sucker Dog?
Yeah, we call it Sucker Dog. So what we do, you'll be paid per, you have your own coins, and the coins is the virtual currency there, you get per minute. So that depends, you probably have 10 rupees in INR if I say, per minute, or you have 5,000 at the topmost. That depends on a lot of algorithms, what your coins are. So like, if you're talking here, so if I give you a like, but you talk bullshit, I give you a thumbs down, so your coins go down. So a lot of things like that, which public decides what your price is, and accordingly you get your coins, and you get paid. So I wanted to know, like, that's why I come here to understand it, because doing this, what's the revenue model here? But don't worry.
I personally want to have a app in India. It's my own thing, but I really don't think that anyone will support me.
What's your thing?
High quality prostitutes.
Yeah, I've thought of this. That's pimp rate. It's not about high quality prostitutes.
No, like it has to be reliable, right? You know, like you have to take them. You have to take like a regular HPV, HIV test and so on, and also you also have to be like very reliable.
Now you're talking.
It's not an easy business.
Now you're talking, brother. That's what my idea was. It's not about high quality. It's about reliability. Because so many people, they are being screwed or they are being taken for a ride on the pretext of these services. And I've even been a lawyer and those cases where you just get these random numbers online and you call them and eventually you're robbed. I mean, let's take to that context. You're robbed, or you are defeated by the person or whatever they do, the tricks they play. So there has to be a portal where you have reliable services, and the public rates it. I mean, it's a wonderful idea, which like thought it way back. It's been like 10 years I thought of this. And I don't know why somebody didn't do it. I'm too busy with my law and other so-called.
Look, I think we should. Obviously, we should collaborate. You know the law. I have the managerial skills. Let's collaborate on this. Let's see where it goes.
What skills do you have? That's the question.
Did you watch the movie Shawshank? No. What is that movie? Where the Nazis.
Shawshank Redemption?
No. I'm supposed to be Redemption. Where the Nazis were.
Schindler's List.
Schindler's List.
Yes.
That's what I say. Look, I bring the panache. I bring the business skills. You bring the technical stuff. Now I need a lawyer with this stuff. As long as you bring it, I bring everything else. I bring the capital.
You need a peanut.
Look, JR and Dale, it's gonna be like a.
You need a penile implant to extend your length.
Whatever. Dude, trust me, Avish, we are gonna do this.
This one is live, which I've posted on the message box. This one is currently live. The other one is also live. If you guys want to see it, but it's like a little secret in the context. Once we launch it, but it's live also. We do it. See, but we need to have technical capacity. I mean, for the gig, the tech is hard. I mean, we manage it. I have a team to do the tech stuff. But still, like you have to come with something. I mean, are you good with UI, with an idea, wonderful thing? So yeah, let's do it. I mean, check this one and this. It's a digital diary for Indian lawyers. You have all your cases automatically pulled from the court. I mean, it's probably boring for you guys, so I won't go into the details. But it's something, one of its kind. There's nothing like that. Apart from one, but it also doesn't have what we have. So yes, let's do it. I'm always game. I mean, and bring me ideas, show me ideas. I love to brainstorm, think, go deep, dig it like a bloody horny dog, and reach to the crux of it, whether it's worth to pursue that idea or not. What is gonna take? What forces we need? What investment we need? It's gonna reap it or not. I would love to dig it. At least that would come from our own resources, and we have that much of resources. Could do that. So yeah, there is no dearth of ideas. We have, like you will see on the profile, I pledges. Again, it's a portal where you take pledge and money to a charity. For example, you say, I'll have 2 kids, right? So you just take a pledge, and that the document of your pledge, you have to just share it on your Insta and Facebook. And just by sharing, we are donating 100 rupees to a charity which is working on overpopulation. So that's again, that's a wonderful thing we're working on. We use CSR, Corporate Social Responsibility Act, the law. So again, you bring in forces. What is Abhaya into? Abhaya, are you still there? Abhaya?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just really sleepy.
Huh? Jaya, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just really sleepy.
Yeah, please. Go to sleep. Okay, Madara bro, nice connecting with you. Let me add you back. Let me add you, and I'll let you know once I'll add everybody, and I'll let you know. I'll send you a special invite to the new app. We have our US partners investors come partners into that as well. So once we launch, we'll definitely let you know it go live, because we would be looking for speakers out there. Speakers, like I told you, will understand the whole functioning. So we'll send you a special invite. And as we are close to launch, I'll personally message you to throw me your email or something, so we'll send you the special invite. So I guess I think you guys are like sleepy time, so I'll let you go. And you let me go. Okay guys? Thanks for having me. Bye, Jaya.
Dude, are you there or not? Here, come on. Wake up.
same as in Israel. Bibi is the president. You like him or not like him, but he's the president.
Igal Dalia Yahudi. Bring Igal up, Amos. Amos, give me one, bro. You're not bringing people up.
No, just want Adriana. You know, we have the same picture.
Sorry, are you saying there's never been any kind of moment between presidents like that?
Never, not like this.
You don't want to.
Prince, why are you obsessed?
But you guys take things way too personally. It's not personal. Killing the Palestinian kids is not personal.
It's business.
It's just business.
So what's the
So
point?
leave the gun and take the cannoli.
Why are your soldiers hiding behind women?
To speak, if somebody wants, he can come. Those people
Are you so obsessed with me, boy? I wanna know.
Hell, I'm not fucking upset.
You are, man. You
Shut your
are.
mouth. Shut your mouth.
The Palestinians better get their victimhood narratives ready because it looks like we're going back to
exactly.
war.
It's not personal.
Adriana, give that energy to Mike.
What energy was mine?
You better get your little baby dolls, the fake
Amos, can I ask you a question?
baby dolls ready.
No, what's Keegan?
Fucking
Lots
right,
of
man.
little red paint on it.
Yeah.
The war's gonna be coming back at you.
Is he gonna have
I want to ask
He's
you,
a Jew. He's a Jew.
ask Keegan.
Can I ask you? I can ask you. Can we all agree that Hamas has to go?
No.
Yeah, but how?
No, we don't all agree.
But the logistics of getting rid of them and keeping them out
Hamas
is more problematic than I think people want to admit.
As of today, Hamas is the most popular Palestinian faction. It is up for us to decide if they're stay or leave.
When was the last time they had an election? Long time ago.
No, but I think with the mighty hand of
Do you know why we're not having an election? Wait, Rabbi, wait. Do you know why we didn't have an election?
Because they're dictators and they throw people up
No,
buildings.
let me tell you why. Because Bibi refuses to allow Jerusalemites to cast their votes. And if we set this precedence of not allowing the people of Jerusalem to vote in our elections, we're basically saying, okay, we give up East Jerusalem. So fuck you.
Well, it's funny that everything wrong with the Palestinians is the fault of the Israelis.
I don't know.
That's right. Single thing wrong, they can blame a Jew.
Just like the Jews blame the
It must
Nazis.
really suck to be that victimized
No, just
that
like the Jews
every
blame
single
every
thing you have
boy.
no power whatsoever.
Just like the
That
Jews
that
blame
you have
every
to go
boy.
kill baby children. You have to kill girls and rape parties because the Jews are just cause you every problem under the sun.
Baby children. No, the children.
They have like the Venus kids, the ones that you're that Palestinians are put to death and they match with Palestinians.
And if that's what
They got professional autopsies. Even if the Palestinians lied, which we take as face value, the Palestinians still kidnap them and are still responsible for their death. Lie at a time, yeah. The Palestinians would throw about 17 lies at a time. Genocide, famine, we couldn't have an election because of the Jews. I mean, it's a lot.
You guys are taking things way too personal.
This is the Middle East, bitch.
Listen, these guys they're victims of Jews. These are shot by the balls in every fucking way.
It's about money. It's about money. But now it's not personal. We need to get rid of Hamas. The only way to get rid of Hamas is if we kill all the children. After we do that, then we can build the Mar-a-Lago and we can make a shit ton of money. That's what matters. It doesn't matter who dies and who lives.
Such a piece of shit, this guy. I
You
swear.
can stand for your family, but let's keep other people's families out of here.
Well, the terror gods, what's the upside of keeping him around?
Okay, what if your family dies then?
Yeah, but they won't die because it's my job.
So they're making money.
Exactly.
So
They're useful idiots.
I want to clarify one thing. There hasn't been any other instance of Hamas killing any of the war prisoners that they took. But with the Bibas, who Hamas has confirmed their death a year ago by an Israeli bomb, oh no, they were strangled or they were choked. What about all the other prisoners who were killed by bombing? What about the 4 or 5 Israelis who waved the white flag inside of Gaza and were all shot and killed because they thought they were Palestinians? What about that?
But that's what I'm
So
saying.
you're telling me Hamas left all the prisoners
But it doesn't
and
matter.
wanted to choke 2 children?
It just doesn't matter. That's kind of
You
what I'm
guys
saying.
are fucking ridiculous. Just like the 40 beheaded babies, like you fucking liars. Yeah,
But how does it impact my pocket? Like that's the first question I think about.
Yo, Alma, bring Daniel up. Bring Daniel up. Bring the homosexual
If it adds money,
the homosexual who advocates for gay rights and simultaneously advocates for the death of innocent people. Bring him up.
Bring him up, bring him up.
But that's what I'm saying, man. It's
Bring him up,
personal,
bring
it's
him up.
about money. So it's not
All
like
about the money.
yeah, I don't want anyone to die, but like if that's the only way we can make a dollar,
We are Amalek, Habibi. We're Amalek.
I'm not Amalek.
Palestinians were making more money working in Israel, and now they can't do
No,
that.
I'm at the receiving end of the cash flow.
Wait.
Mike, you're
What did you
boring,
say?
man.
We're making more money. What, Mike? How are we making?
Gaza people were making more money working in Israel, but obviously they'll never let them do that
But
again.
they can't leave Gaza.
Not anytime soon.
They can't leave
How
Gaza.
many people worked in the side of?
Oh, wow.
I think it was like nearly 10,000 or something.
Yeah. So out of 2.2 million.
But not Gaza. Maybe Palestinians, but not
Yeah,
Gaza.
no, there was Gaza.
I couldn't hear your story.
Oh, what about my date?
Yeah.
Oh, it just went well. We had a nice night. I gave her a kiss goodnight, and she's a beautiful woman. And that was the end of it.
Are you gonna see her again?
I hope so.
Me too, for you. But she was laughing about when you mentioned Drake.
Yeah, I said I was like thinking about like canceling on you and saying sorry, I can't do this date. I told my friends that you put Drake in the profile. They said do not go on the date with her.
What did she say?
She kind of laughed,
Oh, that's good.
but she nicknamed her dog Drizzy. So apparently she's you
Oh,
know.
that's okay. That's forgivable.
Oh.
Have you thought about like hiding your social media? Like these women, like I know you get more ass than a toilet seat, but like any woman that sees your social media and all these streams, like they're gonna be creeped out. You know that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like nobody's gonna come across it because nobody wants to come across it, and the algorithm doesn't want anybody to see it. The only way they can see it is through my fucking telephone number. If they don't know my telephone number, it's like they live in a vacuum. No, it's all connected to my fucking telephone number. Don't you know how shit works, you fucking idiot?
What is that?
Well, it depends on how you slice it. I mean,
The ICJ said you did war crime.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that.
I mean, it seems like there's maybe the use of human shields.
This
some
is
of these
Randy fucking trolling like a
items. It's hard to
bitch.
say whether those reports
Oh,
are credible or not. They don't seem relatively credible.
How did him Rajab die? How did a 6-year-old Palestinian die?
Hamas is doing substantial war crimes.
Wait.
Hamas's whole strategy is one war crime after another.
What about the doctors who were sniped? What about these people? They were sniped. It wasn't a bomb.
My argument
Well,
is
it's
that
hard to
there's
say
nothing
if they were
wrong
really
with war
doctors or
crimes. That's what
soldiers,
I think.
Prince. There's
It's
never
hard to
reason
say.
to
We're
believe
all
that they were
terrorists.
soldiers,
Yes, we're
not
all
doctors.
terrorists. We all deserve to die. Yes, you're right. Yes.
Well, I mean, when you're in a battle zone,
Yes.
and
When you're
one
in a
side's
battle zone,
refusing
kill
to
all
wear
children.
uniforms.
When you're in a battle zone, sir, kill 18,000 Palestinian children. Yes,
Well,
sir.
that's what
I
you do in
agree.
battle zones,
Well
Prince,
done.
is you kill
Well
people.
done.
That's what
Yes.
happens
And
there.
the shoe was on the other foot. You
Almost.
keep weeping and crying out like a
Guys, can we focus on the future and message of a healthy
Well,
future?
the shoe has
I'm
been on the other
disappointed.
foot, so I mean, you
You've
know,
been crying like a little
Yeah.
We're not friends anymore.
it wasn't, every circumstance is different.
I'm shocked with this stupid comments. You've been crying like a little bitch over 2 Jewish babies who were killed by your own fucking people, you dumb fuck.
But both sides
It's crazy.
they found which war crimes they're willing to
Yeah, but those
commit.
babies were innocent. The Palestinian babies.
I don't think the IDF would do big mass war crimes like, say, like driving millions of people over the border into Egypt or something like that.
Hello.
And
No,
it would
it
be
never
very
happened.
difficult.
Wait, because it never happened. It didn't happen in 48. No, it's a lie. They didn't drive
Well, this ain't 48.
outside of their land.
In 48, people mostly evacuated. Not that many were driven out.
So are you admitting to ethnic cleansing in 1948, sir?
No, that's
progress. That's progress.
Hello, everyone.
So what? I mean, 48's a long time. A lot of shit has happened in the meantime.
You guys are still living fast. You're wasting time.
But, they tried the general's plan.
What about the future?
They activated the general's plan when the war was still happening. And the numbers that came out, there was about 400,000 people left in Gaza City and Jabalia, whatever, up in the north section. And they activated the general's plan, and they tried to force the civilians down to the south.
Why are they stuck in the past?
But they were only able to get about 50,000 of the 400,000, which is 1/8.
Okay, but why are we
So
stuck?
7 out of every 8 people were still remaining there, and that was after the operation had been going on for over 2 months.
Okay, but why are you stuck in the past?
And then all those people went back when the ceasefire happened. Well, because, Rabbi, I'm trying to assess.
Yeah, but we want
trying
to
to come up with accurate assessments about what's possible and what might happen in the future.
But you can't assess what's. Okay, then let's talk about the future. That's what doesn't matter what happened in the past.
Well, no, because the future future repeats the past, especially when it comes to military stuff. These things have kind of a pattern to them. I mean, the world's seen a lot of wars.
You're saying because
we have a lot of data. When things happen, they make plans, and then the plans don't work out. Well, now we have a data point.
Crazy. Okay.
And they're like, okay, now we're going to restart this plan, but it's going to be only bigger. So it's like, well, why is it going to work this time?
You're still stuck in the past.
Well, I mean, these things have been attempted. I mean, the plan's the same. That's the problem. The plans are from the past. They have substantial changes.
Now, the only thing that exists is now.
Okay, but it's the same problems as before.
Oh my God!
And the same concept
now we're gonna have
of
a
solution,
Malago,
which
we're gonna
didn't
have
work
a Trump
before.
Tower, there's the Riviera project, we're gonna have a lot of good things.
That's right. $18 billion.
But that's the one potential outcome. That's like a scenario. What would be required to achieve that scenario? Are we on that path? No.
You had more than 2 years to finish that.
But that's not really the path that we're on today.
Yes, it is.
We're on a path much more like the previous wars. Where Hamas remains in power.
No.
They're underestimated and appeased. And they're allowed to exist.
Just keeps going. We have to get rid of Hamas. And to get rid of Hamas, it just so happens that we have to get rid of all the children. And there's nothing wrong with that. But this is what's necessary.
Well, I'm not going to cry about civilian casualties. Palestinians are psychopaths. Fuck them and their children.
Exactly. Fuck them.
But will that actually happen?
No.
2 million people is a lot of people. I don't think the IDF is really
Danny.
all.
I got a mod.
In the last time when there was the heavy bombing, it was only like 30,000 casualties or something.
Yeah, and
that's a lot.
We need to put your ass over there.
But the problem is, if Israel committed serious war crimes in public, there would be backlash to that. They would never be an acceptable ally to most of the world. There would be all kinds of backlash.
But Mike, you're just talking to yourself. I told you, you're focusing on the only thing that exists is now.
Okay, but
that's it now.
Hamas is in charge now. They're basically winning because these goals have been accomplished. They got another disproportionate deal.
He's still thinking about the past.
What's happening right now is Hamas got their prisoners out, and they're still in control of Gaza. They don't care about death and destruction. That's good for them.
Okay, so Mike.
What?
Now.
I I mean, people just don't understand how Hamas's strategy works. Because people aren't cynical.
It's just boring. To be stuck in the past is boring. Let's focus about the now.
The whole region is stuck in the past. That's the whole point of it.
But I'm stuck in the future. And I'm trying to work the now.
But you'll never get there, though, because it's just your imagination.
No, it's not. I'm actually a shareholder, and we're going to build the biggest damn Mar-a-Lago we've ever seen.
I mean, yeah, but just don't take off your VR helmet.
You're not gonna build nothing but a sand castle and be a demi.
No, we're gonna build the biggest Mar-a-Lago. It's gonna be like nothing you've ever seen in your entire damn life.
We've already seen it. The real French Riviera.
I want to see what the IDF can do.
We've seen it already.
The plan is to smash them off, but my suspicion is that it won't work.
Even castles made of sand fall in the sea eventually, you know?
The rabbi's chosen, so he's gonna part the Red Sea.
I mean, one of Israel's biggest problems
water
is
shall
that
destroy the sand
it
castle.
can't generate any allies.
I mean, it's a very good deal. You guys are retarded if you don't actually look. The Israelis had to fight, they had to spend money, they had to die, so that we have the opportunity to make money. I don't know why you guys think that's a bad thing. I don't understand why you think it's a bad thing.
Oh, that's great. If you're cashing
Exactly.
in, then more power to you.
Motherfucker, I don't care about the Palestinian kids. I don't care about your soldiers. What I care about is my bank account and the number I see. That's it.
Well, that's what the Palestinians care about. I mean, Palestinians is just a giant grifting machine.
It just so happens that that's where my care begins and that's where it ends.
But the problem is, instead of just letting their leaders live high on the hog and
I don't care, nigga.
not have so many problems,
But I don't care.
people in Gaza take it too seriously and go like slaughter people.
I don't care.
That is right.
I have targets that I need to meet. I have targets, dude.
I don't really care either.
Well,
It's
in
just
5 years, where do you want to see yourself? I want to grow my network.
That's right.
Exactly. I don't have time.
How can you grow something that you don't, that doesn't even exist? It doesn't even exist.
Huh?
How are you growing something that doesn't exist, you don't even have in the first place?
I'm talking about.
What are you talking about? Exactly, you're confusing
I have
me.
no clue what you're talking about. What I'm telling you is that we need to focus on the future. You need to set a goal and then strategize to achieve that goal. Now, thanks to the great state of Israel, I'm able to do it. And
You're broke. You're saying you're broke. You have no net worth. I agree with that.
Well, okay, fine. Okay, I'm broke, but you have the opportunity to make money out of it. Instead of bitching about dead babies that you don't care about, how about you
Hold on.
That's right.
You guys are the ones bitching about babies.
Motherfucker, I don't care about no dead babies.
You don't care about the 2 Israeli dead babies?
No, fuck yeah.
Oh, okay.
I told you, I care about the cash flow.
So then why are you worried about Israel? The cash flow's in America, baby. Forget about Israel.
The problem with this baby is this it makes me look bad.
Oh, we just loaned out money through that.
I mean, it's hard to beat a victimhood narrative when you've got 2 cute little babies that were choked out by terrorists.
They were actually choked out by the smoke of the bombs.
You guys are acting like you care.
Yeah, but I mean,
do you care about the babies?
These are great victims when you need to parade victims to the world.
But do you actually care?
I disagree. They didn't parade them. They just had a ceremony for them.
Do you know these babies? Neither of you care about the babies.
So I do care about the babies. Them babies should have not died.
Then why didn't you go do jihad?
There should not have been no jihad, and there should never been no bombs. That's the point. No jihad, no bombs.
If I cared about it, I would pick up a gun and I would go fight.
But you're scared to fight. You're Israeli. Why are you not over there now?
I don't care enough to fight. I don't care.
Well, you don't care, then you have to shut your mouth.
No, I have to make money.
So go make the money. The stock market is still after dollar. Go make your money.
You make money.
Go sell some falafels. Like, I mean, what do you want to do here? But he is a rabbi.
I am a rabbi. That's right.
That's right.
That's right. But it doesn't matter.
Not a rabbi, and he's not an Israel.
Yes, I am a rabbi. But it doesn't matter what you are or where you're from. It doesn't matter.
Why don't you give him the boot? Because he's
the beauty of the free markets is that everyone can make money. It doesn't matter what
the conversation.
The only thing that matters is like your funds, you ever get net income.
What's stopping you from buying BlackRock stock? What's stopping you from doing that? That's right.
He missed a button on this faggot.
That's right. Well, that's just what it is. So BlackRock destroys the city.
So, if you're not interested, maybe leave, because this is about something else, and you care about your money, maybe go to a different room.
No, I'm saying I'm just like you.
Daniel. So don't say it, because it's not about you. The room is not about you.
It is not about me.
We will move on now. We will move on.
I am just like you.
We don't care. We said it. We got it. Let's move on.
But I'm just more honest.
Give me my
I think he's rage baiting you guys.
Almost.
Kick him.
Yeah.
Almost.
Wait, kick the only honest guy.
Almost. Mod him. You should mod him. Yeah. So Rico said that we should all get these Nikes, you know, and that this comet is gonna come, and we should wear purple robe.
No, we should just all be more honest about our intentions.
Well, that's what Rico said.
What did I say?
Bro, that's an AI talk. Danny is an AI.
That's right. They just don't want to be honest.
First generation AI.
They don't want anyone to be honest. That's what it is.
I know how AI sound.
I need to get a, what's it called? Update.
That's much more interesting.
I'm glad we solved all the world's issues in Clubhouse.
Yeah, they think they're gonna solve, but that's the thing. You can't solve the issues. You can solve your issues, and they choose not. That's okay.
I'm glad Trump stood up to him. That shows so much power, you know?
Man, kick this robot. He's a broke motherfucker.
Y'all can't hate Trump, showed that nigga who...
Today Trump has proven to the world that he's anti-Semitic.
He proved to the world we the real boss, you heard me? Shit.
Yeah,
Nigga, you need us. We don't need you. Type shit.
You don't prove you're the boss by being weak.
Bro, that one week danger. Bro, that one week he had to tell him to chill out, bro. You don't need to be talking to the U.S. like that. You know what I mean?
That's beyond retarded.
Well, we paying the bills around here. Chill out. Know who runs
We're gonna build another Mar-a-Lago.
That's because the U.S. refused to follow up on its promises. The U.S. promised to defend Ukraine in earlier agreements, and then the U.S. lied.
Listen, try to look at it from Donald Trump. He's a businessman. And he wants Russia. Russia is the strongest.
Exactly.
And
Russia's
if
not
he
strong.
take Russia,
It is strong,
and if he take Russia, and as far as I understand, from my sadness, Bibi supported. Because Bibi was against Ukraine in the United Nations.
Israel is afraid of Russia, and Israel doesn't want to
Israel
antagonize
from
Russia.
United States, not from Russia, from Donald Trump. He controls Israel, man. Israel is complete.
Exactly, which is why the Mar-a-Lago in Gaza will happen.
So is he Russian?
That's right, and Bryson DeChambeau
It won't happen because one thing that even though Donald Trump is a great ally of the Israeli government and the people, one thing he will never turn his back on is the money.
Exactly.
And the Arabs have more money than the Israelis.
Yeah, but exactly, but the Saudis will be funding Jared Kushner's project.
It might be so, but without the Palestinians moving, that's the key. They won't go nowhere. They won't.
Yes, they will.
They'll go somewhere.
It's not so easy to start a war today. Even that Israel is much more stronger than the Palestinians. It's not so easy.
If the U.S. get involved, they go somewhere.
There will be a lot of demonstrations in Israel against war today.
Yeah, but that's not a
Bibi
problem.
knows it. He is not as stupid. Not the problem that roads will be get closed. That I don't know how much more violence the families that have hostages in Gaza, what they will do. They are very, very powerful. They are very, very powerful among the people.
After it
And
happens.
it's not so easy to start a war, even not for Bibi
the most honest to want to start the war right now because it serves his personally coalition.
Yes.
If there will be peace, the coalition fall down, there is voting in Israel. This is sure for everybody.
Okay,
so
but after we do it,
find any way to start the war. I hope Hamas won't give him a reason to start the war.
but after we do it, then we can blame Netanyahu, get rid of him, and then that's it. Problem fixed. Blame it all on him.
It's not so complicated as you think.
He has corruption lawsuits and whatever. When the war is done, he's going to be tried.
Corruption, but still the coalition support him. He has the coalition with him.
He can't move right now.
Strong in Israel.
But they do the dirty work. We make money. After we make the money, he leaves, so they cannot try him. That's what I'm saying. So we
They got an arrest warrant for Putin. He can't go anywhere.
But we're not talking about Putin. After Netanyahu does it, we blame him, we make the money, and then he runs away and no one can try him. That's perfect. So blame it all on him.
Do I look like Rico now?
I'm sure that all
that guy cut his dick off.
This guy cut his dick off? Which guy cut his dick off? Rico or the guy in that
Honestly, I don't care if he
picture?
gets away with it or not, but like...
That guy in that picture cut his dick off.
He cut his dick off before he went to Haley's comment?
Did you see what the UK said yesterday? Keir Starmer with Trump on the podium when they were speaking. So, once again, it sounds easy to you, but as long as some of these prime ministers, presidents, whatever you want to call them, keep on with it. It might not be genuine, but he clearly stated that their position, the UK, is that they will help rebuild Gaza with the Palestinian people there. This is their official position.
Yeah, but these are...
So once again,
these are the same people.
even if it's not genuine, they're saying it out in the public.
Yeah,
It's going to be hard for them to do it when the people will rise up against their own government, when they try it. It's just not even a good strategy.
Yeah, but I have no stake in England, so I don't care what happens there. But this is the same
But these are still the allies of Ukraine, of Israel.
What does that mean? The only ally you need is the United States.
That's not true.
Yeah, 100%.
The United States needs Europe too.
But Europe ain't shit. We can buy Europe. California alone has a bigger GDP than all of the European faggots.
But the United States don't want this, so that's not gonna matter. California knows who's gonna side with this.
Well, it doesn't matter if they side with it. They can't even have a war. Europeans are way too old. What's their median age? Exactly.
Well, you said they what?
Keir Starmer is the same faggot who made all the promises to Ukraine. Look at it now. It doesn't matter what Europeans say. That doesn't matter, not a single bit. So all I'm telling you is, are you guys talking Ukraine or are you talking Israel? Which one?
We're talking Israel, we're talking Ukraine, we're talking Russia, we're talking everything. The world is in shit.
For Israel, let Bibi Netanyahu give him the full force to finish what he started, okay? Let him massacre all of them. Then blame him for it. Not Israel, him. This way we make our money, he gets blamed, he runs away, and that's that. It doesn't matter what happens after that, but we cashed out. As for Ukraine, we already cashed out. That's why we don't need Zelensky no more. I told you, it's not personal. You guys take it way too personal.
Yeah, man, yeah.
So what do you get out of all this if everything goes as planned?
Inshallah, I would like to have a share of the Mar-a-Lago.
I mean,
It'll have an 8% cap rate, Rabbi. It's good real estate.
I mean, it's not that nice to me. I don't like it.
Look at BlackRock. BlackRock literally, most of the construction contracts are BlackRock. So wars are amazing because then we can, like Ukraine, who's gonna build Ukraine?
Goodbye, Rabbi.
All you have to do is buy the BlackRock stock, BLK.
Nah, BlackRock doesn't own Ukraine. They might own the weapons that they get.
Well, who do you think is going to rebuild Ukraine?
What is a BlackRock?
Russia?
What is a BlackRock? Hello.
It's the BlackRock.
Gives you superpowers.
A big BlackRock. Rabbi, thank you for not leaving the room. I'd love to talk to you.
I had that guy blocked. Why is he up?
There you go.
Why did he leave?
Oh, we know who kicked him out. We know who kicked him
I think that Wednesday just came in and kicked him out.
No, he didn't get kicked out. He left.
I think so, because Wednesday came in and left. I'm gonna ask Rabbi.
Let's bet on it.
Ask Rabbi what happened.
Let's bet on it.
First, let's bet on it. But first, let's bet on
He
it.
has no money.
Don't bet on it, Danny.
I'm saying.
I don't have anything to bet on it. I
maybe not
I bet that Abby will die a virgin.
I will
Time to
take care
get
of
the
his
money.
son, and I'm
Hanging
going to
all
drop
fun.
his son.
I just trying to get my money.
Yeah,
I won't do drugs in front of your son, by the way.
but I don't.
What you said, bitch?
And I don't.
That shit was not lit. Go back to the bedroom and practice. Go back to your cave.
It's back to the ghetto you go.
Who said that?
Yo, who the fuck said that? Who the fuck said that?
Who talking?
You heard me?
This says C person.
That's right. That's right.
Oh, let me find out who talking, motherfucker.
What's the cat?
His name is a realist.
Don't make me fucking get the stick, nigga.
What?
Don't make me get the fucking stick, nigga. I'm gonna get that fucking stick.
Shit.
Break your ass off.
Shit, nigga.
Choke the shit out of
You
you.
wanna hear this, motherfucker? You
The
wanna hear this,
realist, he
dog?
wants your stick. Are you gonna call
You
him
wanna hear
that?
this shit?
Nah, I don't do gay shit. Unlike you.
You don't like this fucking shit. Pop, 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 nigga.
White boy,
No,
look.
he's
I don't talk, nigga. I don't talk, nigga.
He's
I
gonna
don't
pop
talk.
that pussy on you.
I don't talk, nigga.
You know white boy love gay shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know y'all used to walk around with all those fucking wigs in your head. What they call that shit? George Washington.
Anyway, so
Wear wigs and shit.
where's Eli?
Oh, he went offline.
Son of a bitch.
His name is Ellie.
Okay.
Eliyahu. No, he has a son. He has to take
Oh,
care of.
yeah,
He's not
Danny.
like Danny.
Google,
Yeah.
Google that guy. He
He's
couldn't.
not like Diogenes.
Diogenes is taking care of his
Doesn't he
children.
have
Shut
like
the fuck up.
10 kids or something and you're trying to be the next wife?
Yes, are you jealous? Because your obese husband cannot make more than one
Damn,
child?
bitch. Damn, Diego, how many bitches you fucking on here? When you
I
fucking
don't know, but I saw his picture and he wasn't my type at all, you know?
Damn, nigga, you were fucking that one crazy
Oh,
bitch.
your husband?
He looks Amish. No, he looks like Amish.
Nobody asked your opinion, bitch.
Here's the thing, guys. In all honesty, I didn't pass the qualifications to earn the hat, but there's still time.
Honestly, how women work, if they see one girl fucking the guy, they want to see what it's
Oh no, let's not start a trauma now. Let's talk about geopolitics. Let's talk about the recent
I don't think Diego is all that, you
what do you
know.
think about it? Or
They had a good review.
I
see other women fucking you. So
Yeah, I saw clips of it.
What do you think about?
Cause you fucking.
Oh my god! Please don't talk about your trauma, woman.
I just saw 5 minutes. So
I ain't gonna lie, my nigga. You getting all the hoes, so I dap you up, bro. You getting all.
They call me the plumber, Johnny.
Yeah, you.
You're talking about Diogenes, not about Diego.
I'm a
They
dap
make
you
it
up.
a ranch on the back, San Diego. What is going on?
Oh, really? Can you come and fix my garbage disposal?
Yeah, it is a garbage disposal, alright.
Is that what you call your ass?
No.
He calls it the dump truck.
That's right, man.
Bro, I feel like throwing up right now.
And I'll be back, guys. Don't close this beautiful room. Hey, Miss Daniel, you guys are saints. Just
I
keep
don't
this
know
open.
why I
they feel so.
I know.
So fucking nasty. Thinking about his ass. Ugh,
you would love it.
Fuck, I wouldn't.
Okay, each one in the room.
Look at Rico's in there jealous. He can't keep his eyes open.
What is the solution from his eyes to see a little bit further next year, next 2 years, next 10 years?
Glasses?
What the fuck are we
I
talking?
think some glasses would help for the, is it foresight?
What the fuck are we talking?
What solution, Amos? You talking about Israel or Ukraine?
No, only Israel. I don't talk about the crowd.
Okay, sorry, I thought it was about Ukraine when I came.
Israel
I think the solution is gonna be Gaza's gonna be Israel, West Bank gonna be annexed in the next coming 4 years. There are gonna be Palestinians located somewhere else. I think this will give you a little bit of more peace in Israel. What do you think?
I think that the Ukraine.
What are you saying?
You think next year Hamas will control in Gaza?
I don't think there will be ever like actual peace in Israel. I think that you will always have militia members trying to kill Israelis, given your past and your struggle forever. But I do think you will expand this year.
So I don't know. I mean, after October 7, Israel's relationship with the Palestinians is now different because prior to October 7, the Palestinians did not represent an existential threat. They were a danger, but they were not an existential threat. Excuse me, can I just finish my goddamn thought?
I don't think so. In what fucking realm is Hamas posing an existential threat?
Fucking rude.
They're getting stronger now.
Okay?
They are. Look at this.
Shut the fuck up.
Fire rises. He said Hamas poses an existential threat to Israel.
Now that they're an existential threat.
No, he said the Palestinians.
The repercussions are going to be much, much stronger.
That's what he said.
Israel's going to be hitting back
No, he
much,
said
much
Palestinians,
harder
not Hamas.
to any kind of provocation.
Excuse
So
me.
the consequences and the destruction is going to go way up. If there's
Are you saying there's a difference, Daniel?
So it's not going to return to the status quo because the situation is not the same.
Well,
The
there's
situation is much more
Hamas is a code name in a way. It's not just Hamas. You have also PIJ, and
Right.
even if you know a bit about Hamas, they've been controlling Gaza for 20
Yeah,
years.
you're saying
They have They also have a radio station, a TV station, and a website for children. I went into those things, okay, and I watched the shows and I went to the website of children. What they teach children is very troubling. And
I mean, what are they supposed to teach them?
anything but that. But one way or another, Israel
whatever they
is
teach
right.
them,
Supposed to teach them Jewish lies, Diogenes, don't you know? Like our children get.
Oh, he's gone.
What?
See,
There's a good chance that you could leave the Palestinian children alone with an iPad and YouTube, and they would turn out significantly normal.
Yeah, you just need to have a specific content.
they would be good boys, so to speak.
What?
Good little boys, right?
But this situation where you have
But let's be honest,
military
the struggle
building up
between the Arabs and the Jews are
capabilities
since the
right
children
next
of
to
Abraham.
Israel. And that's one of the main things that came up in this report was that you can't allow these groups to become really powerful right next door. So I think that Israel's going to be much more aggressive to preempt these groups.
But still able to
But
preempt
they
something
still
that already
have
exists
to
for 2
figure out
decades.
what they're actually going to do with Hamas in Gaza. I mean, it's a bigger problem than I think people are letting on. Basically, I don't think five
divisions, 50,000 people, can actually defeat Hamas and permanently remove them from Gaza and replace them as a new governing, mechanism.
So what you're saying is you're smarter than the best Israeli generals.
That's right.
Well, the funny thing is,
the best that Israel has to offer in their analysis is what they're doing. So your plan is better. So they should call you, Mike?
Yes.
They can be wrong. And it also depends on what their goals are. I mean, we saw this in Iraq. It's one thing to win the battle. It's another thing to win the war. And in order to change the long-term reality about Gaza, somebody has to control it. Somebody has to withstand whatever insurgency the remnants of Hamas creates. So this is very complicated and difficult. And also, if Israel launches a major offensive on Hamas, they're just going to blend back in with the civilians, hide out in the civilians with the tents.
So let me ask this a different way. What's the Mike plan?
Just wait out until the offensive is over.
Okay, so what's the Mike plan?
Well,
you're in control. You have the entire IDF at your disposal.
Well, the thing
what's the Mike plan?
The smarter plan, in my opinion, is you need allies. If you're going to do a long-term occupation, it's not about firepower. It's about staying power and about being able to shape the reality not just next week, but 5 years from now, 10 years from now. So I don't think you can do it without allies. So Israel does not have allies.
He might be experimenting on y'all with them damn puzzles, y'all.
If you solve that, I will unlock you.
I will.
Bro, he might be experimenting on y'all minds and shit. You know what I mean?
I'm excited. Jackal, how are you today?
And y'all don't even know it, bro.
Man, for the first day, a few days, I feel better. Thank you.
I mean, how do you feel about the your Zelensky, your clown, treated like a little bitch today? By President Trump.
My clown. He's not my clown. He's.
You are the one supporting this.
Yeah, today Trump has proved.
I don't think you got the message. Apparently, we're not supporting him. You gotta read the room better.
He's anti-Semitic.
He treated him like a little bitch. That's what That's what he got.
He took a shit all over him.
He did treat him like a little weirdo.
Treated him like a little bitch.
Man, long live Russia, man. Russia is amazing.
Slava Putin.
Stupid clown. He got fucking $300 billion. He got the audacity to say we're alone. Fucking idiot.
Yeah, that's what.
I would like to talk about something useful.
But in reality, J.D. Vance started this whole thing. He was being a bit.
Exactly, Robbie. Wait a minute, are you jealous?
J.D. Vance started.
Yeah, he did.
Wait a minute, are you jealous?
They didn't even do good cop, bad cop. They just like tag team.
No, bad cop, worse cop.
Exactly.
We are.
They both attacked him at the same time.
I think one is removed from the front.
Wait a minute, that Abby? Hey, Abby?
Dude, that's
Is that
fucking clown.
Yeah, right.
Unfuck.
Yeah, you are the game.
No, pathetic.
Isn't it?
Where's Pussy? Bro, don't bring that fucking faggot in, bro.
Yeah, the realist isn't a faggot for all of us.
Well, I don't want to hear that guy. I really think that guy is fucking retarded. Like, he's really like mental issues.
Where's your tongue, Brian? Where's your tongue?
Only thing that comes out of your mouth.
No, bro, where's your tongue? That Boosie guy he's really retarded. Like, something wrong with him.
Who is him?
Can't trust these fat fucks.
Why would you even like?
Annie the Christian.
Can't trust these fat fucks.
That guy's funny.
Fucking demons. Demons.
Annie the Christian.
What?
He said evil because she's a Christian. That's funny.
I think I'm behind in the conversation.
I guess he's Muslim, huh?
I don't know. Who?
Anymore.
What's up, you big faggot?
She's over there eating. That's how you could tell you're fucking fat.
Me? I'm huge. I weigh 102 pounds.
Eating snacks and shit.
102. Woo!
No, I'm asking about your weight, not your age. That's right. Age is spinner.
Either way, that's pretty good, right?
Age is a spinner.
Thanks, Daddy. Good one.
Hey, not good.
Fucking pieces of shit.
Well, put your picture up.
It is up there. It is up there.
Let me see. Hold on. What the fuck is that on your forehead?
It's Ash Wednesday. It was from Ash Wednesday.
Oh, I'm tripping. I went to Catholic school. I knew what that was.
Where's that Wednesday?
Last year.
Y'all made the black woman leave. This was her room.
Oh shit. Was this Jazzy's room?
But she modded the black man, that's racist.
I'm not open to mod all you motherfuckers. I'm not modding I'm not modding that Abby bitch. Hell no. That bitch.
What's wrong with Abby?
I'll never mod that bitch.
Oh my.
Excuse me.
What's
not wrong with Abby? That's the real question.
You want me to start about you?
Oh, Abby, I don't think you ever stop about me.
Uh-oh.
That's true.
There you go.
Is that my tweet?
Everybody's hoping.
Wishing and hoping. Diego, I'm a fan of yours, okay?
Thank you, darling. And you put the O in hoping.
You're so funny.
I know. Hoping, then praying, and wishing.
Yeah, I love that song. What, miss?
Oh, on a piece.
Oh. Where are you dressed? No, you're coming with me, you bitch.
Wow, man.
So they can call each other bitches and we can't. Okay.
Yeah, just like you can call each other nigger and we
Yeah. Oh, is that
No,
why?
you can't. You can't. You're right. You can't.
Okay, so we're gonna
Well, actually, we can, but we just prefer not to start a conflict.
Yes, you are such a loser. Yeah, I'm sure of it.
It sounds like she's talking to a black woman, right?
Yeah, I thought.
What?
She cares about a black woman, yeah.
Our business. Yeah. So I told you know. Okay. And I just basically told him like we're chilling, and I also just.
Probably just a token nigga.
Yeah. Everybody has problems. Yeah. Like it's not a big deal.
He's talking to a black woman.
We fucking go through it. Yeah.
I'll fuck him, but I won't marry him.
I promise you, guys, I won't. I promise.
No, that's fine.
I promise. But yeah, just.
Are you getting in trouble for what we say to you?
Yeah, always.
I'm gonna come back tomorrow.
Yeah, no, just like, yeah, know that you were called.
Please don't. I hope you're giving that black woman some money. Whitey.
We gonna have sleepovers.
Eat that white pussy.
Ew. Really? Oh, that's really.
Yeah, you're right. Ew, it's old.
Get in line, Johnny. He owes me a date first.
Okay.
Ryan, you don't want that, bro.
Yeah, it's too old.
What I tell you last time?
It's too old for me. I don't.
Oh, hi. Oh, hello? Am I not on mute?
Oh, you knew you weren't on mute. Oh, you
Mother, miss, I was not on mute for a conversation.
You knew you weren't on mute.
Yes, of course you do. They don't know.
Why are you trying to play like you didn't know?
Only me. Okay. They're a bunch of faggots from here.
Fuck out here, bitch. I ain't no faggot.
I don't know, I'm just kidding.
I think it's 2 in here, maybe 1. I don't know.
No, because Ryan's not really a faggot.
Shit.
So, okay, no, Ape, he's a faggot. So we got 1. Just 1.
Hey, he's my balloon.
Diego. But you have Lou modded on me. Oh my god.
They can mod whoever they want. It's not my
It's
fault.
the end of the world as we know it.
Yeah, that's a real white song. It only works good in movies.
Alright, bitches, I'll see y'all in a minute.
Wait, what?
I don't think we want to see you, but okay.
Why'd he leave?
Well, he's gay.
And I'm getting packed up today.
Me? Why?
What
world are you living in?
I said I'm getting packed up.
This guy first said I got packed up today. Did that happen?
I'm trying to take some kind of bad day. You know what? I'm gonna put you on a fucking grass paper.
I know, we never knew about
Grass paper.
I don't think she's a Jew.
It doesn't matter. I'm gonna make an exception.
I feel like we can go with it. It probably makes me feel better. I packed Ann up today. I'm like, okay.
Are you speaking English right now?
Okay, great. See you soon.
I know.
Oh, apparently they're having a whole conversation about it.
Your ass is
Okay, great. See
unmuted.
you soon.
Don't tell
Okay, great. See you soon. I'm not your chauffeur, bitch.
Do you want to pass it up for me?
She knows she's unmuted.
I don't know.
Yeah, she knows.
Christ, this is the cringiest behavior. It's still cringe.
Go ahead. But you don't get them.
Insecurity is palpable, and it is cringe. Levels of insanity possible. That's right. February's already over, guy. Holy shit.
Say, Abbott.
Who's this motherfucker? Yeah, motherfucker. Motherfucker. That's all he does. He's a motherfucker. Well,
So it is Democratic or Republican?
Get your fake accent out of here.
it is not just Democratic or Republican. Sometimes it is a combination of the two. It is a democratic republic. What, you kick him? Why you kick him?
Because you kicked my dog.
You kicked my dog. Why did you kick my dog? How can she slap me? Stop laughing.
I started it. You kicked my dog.
Hey, Diego.
Yeah.
Well, since I hear about you eating Nutella out of her ass.
What do you want to hear? What details do you want?
Did you do it or didn't you do it?
Is this another one of Abby's stories? Hey, Abby. I appreciate having my name in your mouth all day long. I don't know if you ever heard this one, but when you talk about people, you give them energy. And
no, Diego, no, not like this. Not like this, Diego. No, don't get butthurt.
It's all good.
Are you drunk?
I've been having a few.
Oh my God, you're fucking drunk. Are you alright? I'm good. Alright.
Sergeant, can you check your message?
What's that?
Check your message.
Hold on.
It wasn't Nutella, by the way. It was Date Lady.
And Rabbi was the Nutella.
Yeah, that was Rabbi.
Niggas gossip like girls now.
Diego, why are you drinking?
Oh, I went to a meeting with a Japanese guy, and he gave me sake, and I don't know what's in there.
David is telling people he's Japanese?
No, it wasn't David.
I would believe it. Why can't I find a bottle I'm looking for? Oh, hey, did you like that song?
No, he didn't. He said it was stupid.
Honey bear, honey bear, oh honey bear.
No, that song was gay, bro.
In your underwear.
He thought it was stupid.
Getting dressed for a new day.
That was the gayest shit I've ever heard.
Song, that motherfucker room.
Vroom, vroom, vroom. That's right. That was a banger, Johnny.
I know, I forgot the hook though. If I do the hook.
Where the fuck is this file? I thought you'd like that, by the way, Lou. I curated that. I specifically picked it for you to try and cheer you up.
No, I wasn't a fan of it.
Well,
I didn't get it. I didn't understand the song.
Song is a recognition. Sometimes things are going to happen in our day that we don't like. It's not going to go our way, but we got to look on the bright side. We got to know that the sun is always shining, and I'll see it when the rain is done. The sunshine in my heart, it's always there.
White people. Jeez, I've never heard this motherfucker sing.
I might have a few myself. I said
White people.
It must be boring to be a black person, to constantly reject everything interesting and creative, to never feel comfortable expressing yourself.
Bro, we express ourselves very well. Shit.
Violence is not the sum total of human expression.
No, we're the greatest entertainers ever, bro. Come on.
You're dancing slaves. I mean, you're literally you're performers. You're performers.
No, you're performers of oral sex.
Hell yeah.
Fucking faggots.
Thank you very much.
Y'all invented gay. Y'all was in those bathhouses in Rome, sucking each other dicks. You forgot about that?
Who was sucking who's in?
Of course, no, man.
It's getting excited.
Does Joe need Where's David? Somebody ping David in here.
You don't have to answer.
He's on a date.
And that's your prerogative. I knew it was Diego and David.
Yeah.
Wait, Abby, who was it? That guy that stole your bike? What?
A Moroccan.
A Moroccan? Okay, yeah. No, and I thought it was, okay, Moroccan, I have to remember that, because someone came in with like, and I thought it was that kind of guy that would steal a bike, and I go, you steal bikes?
You can't say, you can say nigger, and it's a free country.
Sand nigger, in this case.
Isn't it she a sand nigger?
I am. Well, no.
I am not. Oh, who minded her? Hell no, don't mind her. Who did that?
The one and only. Not a fake faggot like Lou.
The white monster.
No, why would I mind you?
Because you're a faggot. I understand you wrong.
Oh, okay. So I mean, I'm lying you, that means I'm not a faggot.
She agrees with me.
I know.
One thing Anne is right about is that
She agrees with anything.
Kanye West stages a solo protest in support of Ukraine wearing a
Lou, you're
fucking
just jealous of me. It's weird.
Hakenkreuz.
He's doing that. Hey, you know what I gotta tell you, Ann? I gotta tell you, when all the bad blood is put to the side, you know, I do appreciate the singing we used to do together. I thought we could all come together as a clubhouse a cappella group. I thought we were gonna fill the clubhouse with love and light and wholesomeness. And then I found out we're all just a bunch of degenerate fucks.
We're all liars.
Speak for yourself.
Okay, you know that song 99 Love Balloons?
Yes.
Okay, you know the lyrics to that? So my daughter, I signed her up for dance, and that's one of her songs that she's dancing to. And I was like, okay, well, hopefully her teacher definitely knows, like, out of all songs.
I'm finna go listen to my rap music, man.
I did not realize.
It's not funny. Don't do it.
Wait, I have a whole point to circle back on it. So remember when they tried to say the red balloon and they thought it was like China spying on us? They talk about the red balloons and that song, 99 Love Balloons, that was called like that 83.
You guys know I'm recording you, right? You guys know you're being recorded?
I know.
And take the microphone out of your mouth.
Oh, no, it's on my car speaker. Sorry.
Is it Lou? Is it Lou?
No, it's on my car speaker.
What? Somebody's broadcasting a lot of background noise.
No, it's on my car.
Take the bike next.
I have to pick up my daughter.
So what is Lebanon's position? Oh, Prince! Let's go, Prince! Let's go! Prognosticator number one, Mr. Star Extraordinaire, His Majesty, Short King, Prince!
Do you remember, Prince, when we were just going to those rooms and just doing the fire thing, taking over?
Yeah, good times. What happened to us, guys?
Diego happened.
Diego happened. Yeah, Diego's here. Diego has arrived. It is his time to take the stage.
Why are you lying? You don't have me blocked, you fucking faggot.
Own the moment.
What? Are you that scared of me?
Own your moment.
Man, what a waste of damn time.
Diego, not you.
Own your moment, Diego.
He's a faggot.
Let the alcohol flow through you. Where's Mixed in here so you can have legal counsel?
Oh my God, another Jewish lawyer.
Good luck.
Captain lawyer's out there, Prince. What that? You know a non-Jewish lawyer?
Which Muslim lawyer gonna help Noura?
Listen, I've been, you know what? When you see the Jews, just ask them how do they feel about the disrespect of the Nikki.
Before we get all heated up, Prince, how have you been? Good, you? I'm good, thank you. I'm good health. Got through some hardships, but it's gonna be a beautiful summer, beautiful spring.
Oh, too early for that.
Oh, what are you talking about too early? The sun is shining, the days are getting longer, I'm waking up, there's the sun. It's gonna be alright. And you got a deep floor cleaning.
Here comes the sun.
Can somebody bring Nikki up? I have a question. I have a pressing question.
Oh man, here we go.
Nikki, how do you feel about the mistreatment of a Jewish leader in the Oval Office? Hi, Nikki.
What?
How do you feel about the
Oh, he's talking about Zelensky.
So you brought me up for seriously?
Who's taller, Zelensky or Prince?
Huh?
Who's taller? Zelensky or Abby?
Oh wow, that just why you do me like that?
What do you mean?
No, but you're a girl. You're supposed to be.
You're a girl.
Let's go look.
He's a fucking...
You're cute. But I think you're taller than me.
I'm a little taller than you.
Diogenes, don't get us into the women talk, brother.
Alright, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I just think Zelensky's very short.
What kind of what?
What lip gloss do you use?
Lip gloss?
Yeah, don't start up.
I don't use lip gloss.
I'm joking.
That was embarrassing, guys. That was embarrassing. I thought.
How do you get your nails done?
Yeah, what lip gloss do you use, Prince?
He got set up, Prince. He got set up. Like, poor guy was literally fucking set up.
Diogenes, the problem I'm having with this is not that, okay, the U.S. saying, okay, I don't want to support this war anymore. That's fine. The problem I'm having with this is that the United States put that poor country in the middle of a fucking war. If it weren't for the U.S., that country wouldn't be and then they bring him and they shred him
and they humiliate him. Right.
Yeah.
Isn't it the most despicable condemnation of the public, the entire American public, that they would allow this to happen and then they would get behind it and they would have the temerity to cheer for it as if it's some kind of win for us we are responsible for the death of 500,000 to 600,000 of the best Ukrainian men. Because we told them repeatedly in Congress, well, if you want to include that in the conversation, yeah, but apropos the war in Ukraine, we're absolutely responsible for that. We, collectively, and for the head of state to just completely pivot and act like, oh, well, we didn't support this. We didn't encourage this. We don't have any responsibility for this.
Terrible. He did something. He said, you made a deal with stupid Biden. Yeah, bro. The problem here is Donald Trump. This is not a fucking company, dude. It's a country. He was elected, and you were elected.
Yes, and if you're not prosecuting, and again, the only appropriate response for the head of state in the United States would have been to say, look, we shouldn't have done this. We're sorry. We can't do this anymore. And we're gonna.
Zelensky's a faggot.
Obviously. And he's responsible as well. Prince, I love your take here.
If I were Zelensky, and because of, my Arab pride, he's a Jew, he doesn't have any pride. If I was in that fucking office,
they have pride, they don't have shame. They have pride, they don't have shame.
I would have told them, listen, motherfucker, it's your establishment. I don't care what president's sitting in that chair. It's your establishment to push my country into NATO, who antagonized Russia by these actions. You wanted this.
And throw it in their face. Throw it in their fucking face. You sent your fucking Secretary of State. You sent your fucking Secretary of State to our fucking country, and you said you fucking stood with us. Where are the fucking boots on the ground? Don't say you fucking stand with Ukraine. Suck my fucking cock. That's what he should have done. He should have fucking realized, like, hey, I'm not gonna fucking play your games and be jerked around. I have nothing to lose. Y'all are gonna fucking take me out back and shoot me when you're done anyways. Fuck you. Where are the fucking troops? We need motherfucking bodies. You upset that we're conscripting motherfuckers? You haven't sent a single goddamn soldier to support us, yet you want to take all the credit for protecting the free fucking world. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, we signed an agreement with fucking Biden. We would have signed an agreement with any administration that promised to help defend us. Yeah. He was an ambush. They literally set him up and ambushed him. They led him to believe, before they got him in front of the camera, that everything was good, he was going to sign the deal, everything was going to be okay. He probably was led to believe that when he signed the deal, because you heard Trump say several times that we were going to be over there and we were going to be digging. He specifically said we. So they were probably leading Zelensky behind the scenes to believe that the United States would put troops there. At the same time, the UK was assuming a bellicose stance and saying they need to remilitarize and start spending an increased percentage of their GDP on armaments, and that they needed to consider sending troops to Ukraine. They literally led this fucking guy. You know what my wife said when she heard about this? She said, well, this is what happened to fuck with the big boys. And I was like, yeah, Zelensky's a fucking moron. And he fucking is responsible for 500,000 to 600,000 dead Ukrainians because he sold his people out for a fucking paycheck. It's just such a despicable sort of set of circumstances. I'm mad about this. I'm glad you have the right take, Prince. Refreshing. You get it? I mean, Zelensky betrayed the fact that he's not a legitimate head of state, that he's not his own man, by allowing himself to be browbeaten like that, when the obvious answer is, what the fuck are you talking about? Like hey, Trump, what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? You don't stand with Ukraine, you haven't stood with Ukraine. Don't act like this is some fucking kind of, special deal. We don't have the fucking money you sent us because you fucking sent it back to your military-industrial complex. We're going and we're doing the die. You wanna play peacemaker while we're fighting for our fucking existential existence? You have to turn on somebody like that. He's fucking trying to embarrass you and humiliate you for something he set you up to do. What a debacle. And the right loves it. The right loves it. The right's like, yeah, now we're going to be able to sleep at night, and we're going to act like we're not responsible for what's happening in Ukraine. The good or the bad. We're not responsible for anything anymore. Unfucking believable.
If Prince was in that office, he could reuse the same outfits.
It's such a gay take.
They call it gay, but they don't call it a lie.
Nigga, you drunk.
Yeah.
How does the Churchill quote go? Yes, but tomorrow I'll be sober. And you, madam.
Wow, David really fucking conditioned you.
That was a Churchill quote?
No, he means David Boveda, not Churchill.
You don't have to respond.
Happy Bitcoin, Rico!
How's Bitcoin Cash, bro? $1,800 high, and I think we're in 280 now?
Diego, who are you kissing?
David Bovedea's ass.
One of my wives.
Yeah, because the other one is in jail.
When did you get turned on by the idiot? Like,
That was a good one on my phone.
So are you a Bitcoin Cash maximalist now, Diego?
He always been. He always like Bitcoin Cash, and that's why you kicked him out from your...
No, what?
I remember back in the days when he came in, it's like, but Bitcoin Cash, and you were like, fuck you, and you kicked him out of your rooms.
I wasn't kicking him because he liked Bitcoin Cash. I was kicking him because he's fucking, he was either trolling or he's insincere and doesn't understand the technological differences that maybe he does now. I don't know. Maybe he's done his research. I didn't think it was sincere. That's why I'd kick him, not because I like Bitcoin Cash. I think Bitcoin Cash is a better iteration of a decentralized peer-to-peer medium of exchange. I think it's one of the best ones on the market right now. Now, there's obviously serious glaring flaws, but I wasn't kicking him because he liked Bitcoin Cash. I like Bitcoin Cash. I was kicking him because I think he's insincere. I don't think he did his homework. I think he was just saying it to troll me. Like, oh, you're a Bitcoin Cash guy. Like, no, I mean, how could you not be a Bitcoin Cash guy? Like, it has
Thomas, like you do your work. Weren't you pro Bitcoin Cash?
He was never pro Bitcoin Cash. He doesn't. Abby, you have to have convictions in the first place to be pro anything.
Maybe it's the way he explained, but I remember he was Bitcoin Cash.
Tomas was Bitcoin Cash.
Tomas argued.
Hello, Rico. Can you talk?
oh, what's going on?
Oh my God. Are you okay? Stay here for a second.
Get back together. Could you please get back together?
Were you pro? Were you pro?
No way that can happen.
At some point, hello.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to remember.
Lou, would you win a fight with Thomas for Kate's?
No. I can tell you that. Kate prefers Rico. You won.
That's fine.
The Matrix. Goddess chose.
Oh, but she has a boyfriend.
That's right.
What she needs is a man friend.
To pick one, she would pick Rico over you.
Oh God, no.
Yeah, she would.
How could this happen to me?
Yo, where's the teddy bear song when I need it, Diogenes?
Honey bear, honey bear, honey bear. What are you doing in your underwear?
Oh, now you like it?
For a new day. But now he understands it. Now he understands the emotions that are supposed to be associated with it.
Anyway, Tom, Rico, you were pro Bitcoin Cash, right?
I'm pro expanding the block size to avoid using a layer 2.
Not just using layer 2, like you have to admit several other fundamental flaws in Bitcoin, and they're relevant to Bitcoin Cash as well. It is an immature technology, and again, I said this to you, Thomas. We spoke about this. I said, I don't hold Bitcoin Cash. I don't hold Bitcoin. I don't believe in any of the projects. But if you want Bitcoin, you want peer-to-peer decentralized, you have to go with Bitcoin Cash. It's still got a lot of problems. But you know what's going to happen every single time is that.
No, we fundamentally agree. There's just like an equilibrium at block size where like you can maintain decentralization and also like
you cannot the social attacks so look you see what it was well understood, unfortunately, that the only possible way for a peer-to-peer decentralized medium of exchange to would have been for the majority of the public to obtain and spend Bitcoin or Bitcoin Cash, or cryptocurrency independently of centralized exchanges. Because there's no, this is all wash trading. This is all horseshit. Like look at the price right now of Bitcoin. You know what I think's happening with the price of Bitcoin? I think massive whales are accumulating almost all of the Bitcoin.
That's right.
And they are completely in control of the price, all of the price action, and they move the price at will.
I think there's a non-zero chance of that.
You know, Thomas, I don't like that I like you. You know that? Are you aware of that? Yeah.
On the other hand, why has Bitcoin Cash not been worth $1,800 since 2018?
So again, something is not worth anything if you don't think it's worth anything. It's only worth what you believe it's worth. Well, you're saying why are exchanges not valuing it at $1,800?
Why aren't users valuing it at $1,800?
Because users don't fucking care about crypto. The majority of the public doesn't care about crypto. They only care about being rich, getting rich. They're speculating. Most of the people who hold Bitcoin are only holding it because they think, I'm going to get rich. This is going to make me rich. And they argue, I have ideological and principled reasons for holding Bitcoin. It's going to change the world. And what they really mean is it's going to change my world. I believe I'm going to get so rich. Look at that fucking number. They're just like the boomers who continue to invest in the stock market, and they continue to make irrational decisions that are depriving all of the future generations in this country of having any chance at liberty or prosperity, because they're seeing those numbers on their 401k go up. So Bitcoin Cash, Bitcoin, isn't going to be adopted for use unless it can offer something that other currencies can't. And I don't think that any cryptocurrency is going to be able to offer something that other currencies can't or won't. And if they do, the federal government's just going to step in. So it's irrelevant. They're going to get their taxes. Like the whole reason, I think one of the biggest group to support cryptocurrency was arguably the people who wanted to avoid paying taxes. Because it's a very straightforward idea, right? If I have to pay taxes on dollar-denominated assets, fine. But if all my assets are denominated in some other value, fuck you. What are you going to do? Right? Well, it doesn't work that way. And one of the huge defeats that the Bitcoin maximalists don't like to accept is that the government said we're going to tax your crypto gains. And where was the revolt? Where was the pushback? There was none. And so now the government has a reason, they have an excuse that has been held up legally in the courts to investigate you for for tax fraud if you don't pay, if you don't report your crypto holdings and your crypto appreciation. I mean, like, get real here.
Those motherfuckers.
Absolutely.
And so you think it was the Bitcoiners that let Bitcoin down?
It was all yes. It was the greed that let Bitcoin down. It was a social attack. It was a social attack, and the attack, when the vector was greed.
Did they let it down when it hit 100K, or did they let it down?
They let it down when I think it was like at 15,000. You know, there were several jumps well before it ever hit 20, 30,000, where people made these decisions where they let greed dictate what they were doing. There was a period where adoption stopped because the miners had such a stranglehold on it because they were making handsome little revenues.
Yeah.
You know, when they started producing made-to-order discrete mining equipment, and the Chinese like accumulated like 2/3 of the market and started pooling their resources. I mean, it was like there's clearly no decentralization left in cryptocurrency. The only way you could do it is to have an actually anonymized medium, and I think that the reality is you really have to ask yourself, why am I investing in crypto in the first place? And again, I don't invest in the stock market because I believe it's all fraudulent. I think it's speculation. I think it's greed. It entices you to think and act in a manner that's not consistent with the consistent and uniform enforcement of the law.
Or God's rules.
Well, definitely not God's rules. That's, yeah, right out of the gate. So you don't, well, I guess, you don't hold Bitcoin. Thomas, you hold Bitcoin?
Yeah, no, I don't hold Bitcoin. That's all I talk about, but I don't.
Sure.
That means
I
yes.
You talk about Bitcoin. I was gonna say, I've heard you talk about Bitcoin. I mean, maybe you're.
No, he does own it. He's just being sassy, and it's like because Randy gave him shit for lying about holding stocks, so he's still in that trauma, I guess.
Well, I guess
It's okay, Rico. You can admit to it.
We're all getting sassy. Here comes the sun, right? Here comes the new year. The Ides of March should be very interesting this year. That's a great
You said it last year.
I did, and you know what? I'm not Nostradamus. And you know what? And that, you know what? I agree, and that's a shame. But we've got a new president. Got an alcoholic, a former alcoholic Secretary of Defense. We've got Howard fucking Lutnick of Cantor Fitzgerald. I think we're gonna have some fireworks this year. We have the Atlanta Fed reporting, revising their quarter one expectations from a 2.3 revenue increase to a 1.3 decrease, which would be recessionary. I mean, I think there's gonna be.
Wait, did you say this? Did you say this all outside your recording, or are you still recording? Shit, I might record now.
What did you like to
know? When are you not recording? Come on.
I'm not like Nora, my dear. I don't have gigabytes of your voice.
That's because Edmund keeps it for you, Abby, but I think his point stands.
Exactly. Edmund is literally my Mossad brother.
What a gentleman.
I don't need to. Yeah, exactly. He's a gentleman. He gained a lot of my respect.
Are you afraid to fly, Diego? Seeing how people are getting airplanes?
I'm on the no-fly list. Don't you know?
I'm jealous. How did you do that?
I'm gonna start a scam.
Is he really on? Are you really on the no-fly list?
No, of course not. He recently in New York, and then he goes to San Diego.
Then maybe he drives.
Diego, I'm not only recording you on Clubhouse, I'm recording you on I'm joking. I'm trying to get you paranoid.
She's not joking.
No, I am joking. I don't give a shit about your life. You do you. But I do think you should stick up for Nora, even though I don't like her.
Why don't you stick up for Nora?
Wow, that's...
Because she hates me.
Do it. She'll start liking you once you do it.
No, I've been there. She loves to fucking stab me in my back. What she would do it to you one day and you'll be like, Abby, you were right.
No.
This is how I was right about her age. Mm-hmm.
What's her age?
I was right about her age.
No, you weren't.
Yeah, I were.
You were totally off.
How am I totally off?
You said she was 40 plus.
No, you said she was younger than me.
Well, the jury's still out on how old you are. You did say that.
I'm 31.
She sent me a birth certificate I can verify. No, I saw her birth certificate.
Yeah, we met actually. You don't know. You're always coming at me, but.
Yeah, I was coming at.
Yes.
You got Diogenes finally?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you beat me and Nora? Why do you think we've been fighting?
Hey, bitches.
Hi, fresh haircut.
Hi, thank you.
Is that Ryan?
Yeah, send me a picture, Ryan.
I will. You're like, oh, you're rough looking. Oh, I saw the beard.
I wish you weren't gay, Ryan. I wish you weren't gay. It would have been better.
Well, you would have competition.
Because if you were not gay, then we could appreciate you as not being, a confused degenerate.
Well, yesterday he admitted that he had a crush on Tea Time, which is a Jewish woman of like 50, 55.
Start slow. Start with a cougar. Start slow. Absolutely.
I know, right?
Work your way down. Just make sure you stop at a certain point, or you will end up in jail.
Ah, nice, Ryan.
Become Muslim.
No, that's right. But make sure the conversion happens before. Then you'll be released.
Ryan, I think Tea Time will fall in love with you.
Who?
He saw you.
Tea Time.
Yeah, you were admitting that you had a crush on me yesterday.
Yeah, I do.
Oh.
See?
Okay, who
You're getting there.
With a female first? Ryan T. Boswell or Bussy?
Bussy already had a woman.
But I mean, I'm saying a long term.
Bussy can get any bitch if he wants to.
I'm saying yes, I want to. If he wants to, yeah. It's Ryan.
Let's see.
Yeah, you're not talking for somebody who's drinking. Come on, man. Spill the beans.
He's scared.
I'm trying to start my car now.
Oh, you're not gonna drive while drunk.
Uh-oh. I gotta go, guys.
Okay, bye.
Oh, Blake just got
I ran somebody over.
Fuck. Alright. Give me calls.
What did he say? Judy calls?
Judy called. He was at the shed.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah.
You kind of look like Eppa.
Me? No, I don't.
But like you're...
Because I'm normally not as small. That's small. Little puppy right now.
Are you happy with your haircut?
Not really, but my face looks a lot better than it did with the other. I would sit on my face right now.
You have very pretty eyes.
I'm about to eat dinner and take my brother and nephews to what's it called?
What is it? Drop the Obama off at the White House. Obama's.
Oh, wait.
What's up?
I just applied for a job in the White House.
Did you really?
Yep.
You're not doing DEI anymore.
I know.
Well,
They're not doing background checks either, so it should be easy for me to get in.
oh, they're not doing background checks.
They're not doing anything. BEI, background checks.
Hell yeah, I'm gonna do it. Go.
Yeah, there's a chance.
My connection to the Alabama Banger.
Down! What the fuck?
Come here.
Not doing DEI anymore. Oh man. I'm willing to earn my keep.
Where'd everybody go?
Read his body language that he knew he had just walked into an ambush, and he knew exactly what they had in store for him. This thing about talking about suits and the word, I don't know who said it, but the word cotillion. Like, what are we talking about? This guy goes back home, and he's trying to lead a country that's been invaded by an aggressor that wants its natural resources. It wants control of that gas pipeline, and it wants control of the minerals. And if you actually think that a country that's led by a former KGB agent is going to act in America's best interest somewhere 5 or 10 years in the future, I have no idea what you're smoking, but it must be really, really good. And lastly, people keep talking about deficits, and I'll go to the grave screaming this. You want to talk about deficits, but no one wants to pay taxes. You want to talk about deficits in America, where again, 8 states are carrying the rest of this fucking country because they have no economy. That's what's going to spiral us to the bottom. It is not foreign wars. It's not all this other stuff. You know, Gary, at one point after the Iraq invasion, Halliburton was making $5 billion a month in revenue. Follow the money. Since the invasion of Ukraine, defense industry has made about $68 billion. Follow the money. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Daryl. What you always
I would like to make one correction. My point about cotillion, Daryl, was that regardless of what we like, regardless of what we want, people make assumptions about us when they see how we dress. And one of the things people may assume about showing up in sweatpants, looking like you're about to go have beers with your buddies, is that you don't have enough respect for the negotiation.
But he wasn't wearing sweatpants, Marshall.
He was not wearing a suit, which is my point.
Yeah, okay.
You know, like
I agree. I understand your point. And you and others have made it several times. I understand.
No, that's not my point. My point is President Trump and the other people might be more hostile because of how you look. That is something that I don't like, don't want, but it is the way the world works.
You don't think that they didn't anticipate he would be dressed that way, Marshall?
I think maybe they anticipated that, just like with the junior senator from Pennsylvania, but it doesn't mean that's the way you should show up, and it doesn't mean that when you get looked at like that people aren't going to think maybe you don't care as much about the thing you say you do as you actually do, because otherwise you would have bothered to show up prepared.
I don't think anybody believes that Zelensky doesn't care about what he is showing up to discuss, because he's fighting for the very mortality of his country, and we all know that. If you want to argue that it was improper for him to dress in the manner which he did, I think I would agree with you. But to argue that that's the reason, or it was a contributing, if you want to argue, as you just did, that that was a contributing factor to what we saw in the Oval Office, I can't.
No. What I meant by that was not it was a contributing factor, but that people can make decisions about you because of the way you look. But what you just said, that it was a miss, that's what I meant. I didn't mean anything more.
Okay, and I would ask that heretofore we don't discuss the garb of Mr. Zelensky. And also, I don't mean to be rude, but at 5 minutes to 6, we don't invite folks onto the stage any longer. I don't know why the stage keeps growing, and I'm happy to accommodate everybody, but I just want to point out I have to catch a train to work, and I may have to cut it short and not allow everybody to speak because of that. There's a overwhelming desire to opine on this, and I'm happy that we have this kind of a response. I will take it right up to the last second. I promise you that.
Hey, Gary, I'm ready if I can go.
Okay, go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, and I didn't let up at the stage. I don't know what happened, but I just have a couple thoughts. I will not comment on Mr. Zelensky's dress. A couple things. I think first off, just to frame things, like when Trump talks about making peace here, he talks like he's breaking up a bar fight, not like he's dealing with a home invasion, right? He makes sort of moral equivalence between the part. Like this is just some sort of dispute, right? Not that one country was an aggressor unilaterally, right? I mean, his allergy to that is just fascinating. I mean, you could attribute it to the fact that he's in Putin's pocket, but I think it's something different. I actually think it's because he thinks of himself like a mob boss, and this is how mob bosses are, right? They are often shitty to people and authoritarian to people that are in there, actually under their authority, right? In their cadre, right? I mean, think of that great scene in Untouchables when De Niro beats the guy with the baseball bat, right? But they often show deference to they see as other mob bosses, right? So I think that Trump sees Putin as, hey, he's another boss, and this is his part of the neighborhood, and I give deference, just like Xi is another boss. So I think I think he looks at foreign policy very differently, not the sort of classic way most presidents in both parties have looked at it with a moral lens. He looks at it with kind of a mafioso thug lens. And so I think he does have a sort of respect for Putin as a fellow kind of mob boss. But I think the other thing, I mean, he reminds me of a great historic British Prime Minister, Neville Chamberlain. I mean, just appeasement. Appease an authoritarian dictator who's got designs on Europe. We saw how well that worked in the 30s. Just give Czechoslovakia and people will calm down. So I think this is, no, I'm not saying, I hear Marshall and Anson and my friends who are saying we have limited resources. I completely agree. That's a super complex issue, how we move forward. But the inability to morally take a moral stand on this, and this is, I mean, the argument comes up, well, he's got to make a deal, he's got to make a deal. He doesn't seem worried about alienating people making deals. He didn't seem worried about alienating Zelensky. I mean, I think it's that he there's something about Putin he respects and wants to be deferential to, which is just, quite frankly, not becoming. So I don't know. And I think for people that say Trump is the ultimate deal maker, today was not. I mean, he looked like an emotional, fragile adolescent. I mean, this is the guy that's got measure and is a deal maker and has the presence to do this sort of thing. I mean, he just is. I don't know, Gary. I think this was it's a classic display of who Trump is. And what we saw today was who Trump really is, and this is who everybody voted for. So,
I'll point out that Zelensky is attempting damage control. He went on Fox just a few moments ago and said that he respects President Trump. I think You know, I don't know whether that is the apology that people are looking for from him. And I didn't obviously hear it because I only saw the lower third, as we call it in the business, where it appeared on the screen that that's what he was saying on Fox, because we're busy talking and I'm moderating here. But apparently he's trying to do some damage control, and we'll see. I mean, look, Marco Rubio, who's now the Secretary of State, was once referred to as Little Marco. So who knows how things might change in the relationship between Zelensky and Trump. Maybe there's a path to repairing, but perhaps not. We'll go as quickly as possible from this point. Meryl?
Thank you. I'm not going to get into the parts about China and the pretty heady stuff, because I think that some of the people here are headier and smarter than Trump is. With regard to Vance being there, and Vance even speaking, why wasn't our Secretary of State? He was not speaking. Our head of national security was not speaking. They, just in the last few days, had talked about Russia, and you can't do horrible things. They said horrible, horrible things about Russia. And while our president does not say anything unkind about Russia, and with regard to diplomacy, with regard to bringing him to the White House and all of that, and him doing something, arguing his case in the media, how many weeks now have we heard our President Trump to our media say that Zelensky's a loser? Zelensky started the invasion, and when he had to back that up or back down from that, he said, well, he could have prevented it. If he knew what he was doing, he could have prevented it. I could have prevented it. Go on and on and on. And I do believe also, yes, it was a setup. And I believe we don't know what was said to Zelensky beforehand. We don't know. We knew that it was possibly a framework that they were working on. We don't know everything, and we don't know how he was treated. We just know that he brought out like a king holding reign, that he has to sit there. And you also have to take into consideration, like I said, you guys want to talk about China. You want to talk about the national debt. You want to talk about things that Trump doesn't talk about. Trump talked about, if you listen carefully to what he said, he talked about how Russia what they had to go through with him because of Biden and Hunter Biden. And he relived all of the things about Hunter Biden and Biden. And none of you have thought for a moment, not one moment, and I'm not criticizing you, I'm trying to point something out to you. He hates Zelensky. Go back to the phone call that led to Donald Trump's impeachment. And it was the phone call with Zelensky where he would not give him the information that he wanted regarding Joe Biden and his son. And that phone call led to his impeachment. And if you don't think he hates Zelensky for that, like I said, I think you're giving him far much more credit and thinking that there's something very intelligent and deep thinking about what Trump is doing. I do believe that he revealed himself very much today, and I believe that Zelensky revealed himself as someone who's fighting for his country. And you have to think about that. You have to think about Trump keeps saying to him, well, look at, you can't even get, or Vance says, you can't even get soldiers. Russia couldn't. They had to get from, forget it. Russia was having the exact
same. Yes, Russia had to import soldiers from North Korea.
And prior to that, they were taking teenagers who had no training
whatsoever. And they emptied out the prisons. And they emptied out the prisons. You're right about that.
So when he points that out, as being something, that has to just dig right into Zelensky. He's fighting for his country. Our country, quite frankly, has been fighting for Russia. We have listened to him. He wasn't even invited to the White House first. He wasn't invited to any negotiations. The negotiations were between Trump and Zelensky, Trump and Putin. We learned that he taking calls from Putin for several weeks. This was all about him with Putin. And what Zelensky's brought in because the press keeps hammering, why isn't he there? Why aren't you negotiating with him? That is, as far as I'm concerned, this was not about anything other than our country now doesn't have any allies. We don't like our allies. We don't like our allies.
Carol, that's not true, and you know it's not true. We of course have allies. No, it's not. We have allies all over the world, and to make a declarative statement that we don't is not a truthful statement.
May I please finish? May I please? He has degraded our allies for 2 weeks now. He keeps talking more than that about Europe. He has degraded them while he talks about how we should go get Canada, take over Canada, get Greenland, and expand our latitudes or whatever. And this kind of thing really burns me. If you're going to cozy up with North Korea, you're going to cozy up with Russia, and constantly put down Europe. Don't tell me this is someone who respects our allies.
What I'm going to tell you is that he decides that our allies in Asia are far more important than our allies in Europe. And the problem that we have in the world is Europe does not want to be less important than it was for 200 or 500 years. And so America and Europe are now doing this dance where we're trying to figure out just how important Europe will be in future negotiations. And while I agree with you, Errol, while I agree with you that we don't want to degrade our European allies, I will say some of the stuff that is said is a reflection that Europe is not as important as it was 50 years ago. I would rather have him say it differently, but that's the Marshall
Purposes of diplomacy.
Hold on, Brent. I interrupted, so we have to go in order. Sorry. Oh, okay. No, it's okay. Meet me up, please. Yeah, I got it, dude.
Go ahead, Marshall, or whoever the next speaker is.
No, I'm okay. We can move on.
Mickey. Okay, we'll go to there you are. Okay, hold on, David G. Go ahead, Mickey.
Hi, I don't have much to say. That I'm just really, I'm totally embarrassed at the way, Zelensky was invited over here, and he was just coated. Oh my God, they just tore into him. I think it's kind of unfair.
People yourself.
Pardon?
I was talking to myself. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, and so I was embarrassed to be an American today, to see the behavior that Vance and Trump exhibited. I know that it's a difficult time and all, but that was just a shame. That's just a crying shame that we at the White House, a free country, behaved the way that we did today. I've not seen a lot of. I've never seen countries who come together to solve issues and so forth carry on that way. I just was mortified at that behavior. And granted that, Zelensky's not all innocent. I think he's trying to do the best for his country. And granted also as well, Putin did come over and invade him and wants certain things. So he was trying to defend his country. And someone said that he said he's doing this alone and that he's not alone. No, he's not alone as far as support, but I think he meant they fought alone because there were no troops, no boots on the ground from any other countries. So I think that's what he meant when he said that. So, but he knows he wasn't alone because, goodness, he had the back of the support of several European nations, as well as the U.S., of course. Tons of relief there. So I just think presidents and leaders, world leaders, should conduct themselves in a more diplomatic manner, especially if they're allies. I mean, we're allies with Ukraine, and I don't think we should behave that way. I just think it was just a crying shame. I just could cry at the way the U.S. behaved and exhibited themselves today. So I think that's all I want to say.
And to pile on to what you just said, Mickey, and I apologize for doing this, I guess, but I just feel compelled to say that Zelensky was kicked out of the White House. The president said he can come back when he's ready for peace. So I don't know. I think that was the biggest indignity that we saw. And,
oh my God, I'm mortified.
Yeah,
mortified.
You're right. By the way, folks, thank you, Mickey. By the way, folks, the air raid sirens are going on in Kyiv right now. And also, folks that are trying to get onto the stage, it ain't going to happen, sorry. As of 5 to 6 New York time, we no longer invite people on the stage. I'm going to try to get through everybody before we run out of time and I get a ticket trying to rush to the train. David?
Thanks, Gary. Very important room, given the events of today in our nation's capital. I think many in the room agree that Zelensky was coming hat in hand. The fact that he had to relitigate his arguments to this administration, knowing full well what's gone on. And, we as Americans, we've seen this war broadcast and documented. Pieces like 60 Minutes, heart-wrenching pieces about how these people are out there fighting on the front lines. Men as high as in their 50s being conscripted to leave their families, to do battle against this monstrosity of a country, to hold on to their dignity and their sovereignty. It harkens back to the history that we study with regard to our Minutemen and our gentlemen farmers taking up muskets against the largest military in the world, which was the Great British Empire.
They didn't have muskets?
That had those people not been successful, what kind of nation will we have today, or have gone forward with?
It would have been the same shit.
It's
just different rulers.
That I try to give more context to Trump's behavior as our second round of commander-in-chief. And I've heard it argued, Gary, that the fealty that Trump has toward Putin, you could say that he loves his disposition, his power that he controls, his KGB, his absolute dictatorial position that he has over the Russian people. But many of this fealty stems back to the 80s, where the Soviet Union was front and center, our main arch enemy for all things global democracy, rules of law, principles. And it was the agenda of the KGB at that time and the Russian or Soviet Empire to turn out important businessmen. In the 1980s, that was an agenda that the KGB went after. And it's been documented by 3 ex-KGB officers, one located in Kazakhstan, one here in D.C., and another one in France.
Stupid people.
And they all have the same story that Trump was co-opted back in 1985, where he took upon himself to travel to Russia, former Soviet Union, Moscow, to try to get a Trump Tower built. And it was there during that visit that information was gathered on behalf of Trump, sensitive information, that unflattering, unsavory information that was been utilized to lever Trump as an asset against our country and in favor of Russia. Somebody just made a comment earlier, I think it was Dominic, or not Dominic, but Monsef, about follow the money. Well, these relationships worked out very well for Trump in the 90s when he was filing for bankruptcy, and he needed money to fund his operations, his condos, his casino, particularly after he was blackballed by Wall Street. And of course, Deutsche Bank was front and center in a lot of these dealings, hiding the information that didn't see the light of day. But Russia was, and certain KGB actors, or not KGB actors, but oligarchs were backstopping Russian mob types, his business ventures. So much can be said about that, and that Putin, in his current position, is in control of the actual KGB file on this information. Now, this, of course, has not been fully backstopped by all the evidence that should come out. But keep in mind how Russia controls its information and controls its media, and we see what Trump and Elon Musk are attempting to do with regard to controlling our media, and the way they've sidelined and sued and controlled the AP from showing up to press conferences. And you can see how any reporter who goes out and tries to dig up this information, what may happen to them. So I think ultimately, Gary, even though we can't prove it, we have a compromised president that's in the Oval Office. We see the overtures made toward Putin shortly thereafter taking victory. And of course, the demands that he's making on the poor people of Ukraine and Zelensky with regard to their natural resources, overvaluing our hand with regard to our aid that we've given them, using this as a real estate deal to exact as much leverage and, of course, a cost on the Ukrainian people. So a low point, in my opinion, my estimation, with the campaign that's happening over there and what the Ukrainian people are fighting for, and it's in line with our legacy as a country. And today we just turned a blind eye to that. And I'll end there. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, David. We'll now go to Keith.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much. Love the style of the room. Happy Friday. You know, I love how you can find how many differences of opinions there are on this particular subject, because, you know, there really is no objective truth here. I mean, it depends on how you see things. Me personally, I don't mind that Zelensky got, you know, I think it was extremely distasteful, but that's the government we have people elected. What did you expect? What did we expect? We're all acting like this is totally outside of reach with who we have in office. And I don't mind that we have this guy in office. This is who he is. He's kind of a brash asshole. But, either way, you know, I think someone said it best. Look, we can't. Ukraine cannot win this war without us, and we got to stop footing the bill. So the war has to end. So sorry. So maybe Trump has KGB ties, but no one cries about the people all over the world, the dignitaries, or even the higher ups who have CIA ties, as if the KGB is somehow less moral than the CIA. I mean, come on. It's like people speak out of two sides of their mouth. I mean, you have corruption going on in the U.S., just like you have in Ukraine, just like you have in Russia. Okay? At the end of the day, when it comes down to, as we look at global inflation, there's a direct result of this conflict that was never going to be won. Ever. It was never going to happen. And so we got to find a way out. Right now, you have China, Russia, strengthening their military ties. They're getting all buddy-buddy as we're draining. We're 31 trillion plus in debt, and we're sending all this money over to this conflict. For what, guys? We need to give it up. We need to get out of the state space as fast as possible. So I thought that would happen today. Although distasteful, I'm proud to be an American. I'm sad about being an American because finally, it looks like we're going to stop throwing this money away. Which, you know, land here, half of this shit wasn't even accounted for. All right? So I don't know how hard you guys work. I happen to live in a state that taxes the shit out of me. So the money I make on paper, it looks great. It looks very great. But when I actually get it, it's not that great. Well, you know, it's not what it appears to be. You know why? Because I'm giving a shit ton of it towards Ukraine. All right? So I'm tired of it. And I think we all should be. Okay? And so I'm happy that this because he's on those files. Okay, he's somehow implicated in this, so he had to do something to help the MAGA-tards. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. To help the MAGA contingency feel good about something, because there was a lot of heat once the files leaked yesterday. There was a shit ton of people that were very disappointed. So yes, it was absolutely a setup, and people were loving it. He has his contingency back, cheering him on. So thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Jamal.
Yeah. Thank you for letting me speak. And this is my first time in this room. I like the way that the decorum goes in this room. Listening to everybody, I'm gonna keep my short, sweet, to the point. But what we witnessed today, especially as an American citizen, even as a veteran, I actually. It was quite outstanding, I must say, in regards to the negotiation that we got to see on national TV in front of everybody. Zelensky was probably like 10 minutes away from everything being good had he not questioned J.D. Vance in regards to wanting to litigate in the public. But the one thing I do want to say, because the brother answered, I 100% agree with everything that he was saying in regards to someone got their mic open. In regards to what's going on over there in Ukraine, and we as the United States, we do not need to be sending any type of boots on the ground or anything. Zelensky, I don't know what it is about him. I totally 100% understand that, he said, Russia broke the agreement back in 2014. They broke the agreement with Merkel and Macron that they would sign. Russia broke the agreement. But he is dealing with a new sheriff and a new president, and I do hope that he does understand that. And this mineral deal that is being proposed to him and his nation is security, because if we do have workers, American workers, or over there in the mineral doing mining the minerals from Ukraine, that is security in of its own, because it is in the interest of the United States to protect those interests. So I don't quite understand exactly what he is doing with this Tough Guy Act. And when we talk about, there was another brother over here, he said about the phone call that Trump had his first term with Zelensky, so he's probably, talking a little emotions, and I 100% agree with that. But to say that, Trump, is a part of, has something on Russia or anything like that, I totally 100% understand where Trump is coming from, because we do not need to be in any kind of nuclear war with Russia at all. And that's exactly what that would get us into if we were to, continue to buck. When Joe Biden in December 2021 declared that Ukraine would be a part of NATO, and that was the red line for Russia, why wouldn't Russia invade Ukraine for that reason? That was the red line for their nation. And for years, I was born in 1986, but I can look back in history and remember that, when NATO was formed, Ukraine was always out of the question of being a part of NATO. And for Joe Biden to come out and say that that NATO membership is in the hands of Ukraine, I think that was completely stupid and downright silly for him to do, which made Russia do what it did. Because I wholeheartedly believe that Russia does not respect. He did not respect Obama because he took Crimea under Obama, and he definitely did not respect Joe Biden because he invaded Ukraine, and here we are today. But today was, it was something quite memorable to see. But I'm glad that we, the American people, got to see this negotiation played out in public the way it was. Amazing. I yield. Thank you.
It was interesting to watch, and probably gives us a little bit of insight as to what really happens behind closed doors. Thank you, Jamal Hermes. And established 1634, I don't know how you got on the stage. You're not going to get a chance to speak. Sorry, we're running out of time. You came out past the deadline.
Yes, I'll make it super quick. So it was clearly an ambush. It was set up, and it's all propaganda. They want to steer support away from Ukraine. And I feel for him. I feel empathy for him. Thank you.
I love when we're out of time, these kinds of short, sweet, and to the point comments. Thank you, sir. David, Denise, and Prince. David.
Thank you. Elon's not a popular guy right now, but you might remember over a year ago, or prior to this administration, he called this. I didn't hear him say it. His comments were printed in Pravda the next day. They were the Putin line. But he said, hundreds of thousands more people are going to die, and it's going to be the same result as to where we are today. So, interesting to see that. I don't like us abandoning Ukraine. It's interesting. Someone said, we treat it a little bit like Vietnam, give them only enough, but maybe not enough to win. Putin threatens nuclear war every 5 minutes, and he has for 50 years. So, the Russians have for 50 years. So, I'm sorry. I don't buy it. To allow this travesty to happen, the Ukrainians are putting their lives down. They know what Putin is like, and they're willing to die for it. Poland knows that it's next. The revisionists of history with Trump only underscores what Putin has over him. And Vance looked like someone I don't want to be president, sitting there as a consigliere to his commander. I've got more, but I'm going to stop.
Thank you, David. By the way, those of you who aren't on the messenger chat, you're missing out. Boy, is there a vibrant conversation going on there. Denise and Prince. Look at the top and click on the link and you can join. Denise.
Yes, I'll be quick too. I had to leave for a while, and I'm probably glad, because these people who think it was a good thing, I just think it's this is so triggering for me and upsetting. They were such bullies, and I totally think it was planned. I think that, and I heard Russian talking points, and I don't think that's a good thing. I do think Putin is, as Lindsey Graham, I believe, said, is a thug. I don't trust him, of course, and I don't also think that Zelensky saying that there need to be guarantees in place for him to, do anything doesn't necessarily mean our troops on the ground. There's other things we can do to hold Russia accountable to their word. So that's what I did that for. But basically, I don't like bullies. I heard verbally abusive people. It really triggered me. I know Trump doesn't drink, but like a verbally abusive alcoholic going, we hold the cards, you don't hold any cards.
You got no cards, bitch. You got no fucking cards. So fucking run your country over, bitch. Humble thyself and kneel before the throne.
It's just infuriating to me. So I do think it was planned. I do think that Trump and Vance probably want a way to, spin their narrative that, potentially they can leave the whole situation at some point. I think they're pushing toward that, and, even another step toward leaving NATO. I did hear one thing that was interesting. Someone said that, and this may, I haven't researched it, but I'm going to talk, I think, with Katie Couric or someone that...
It's all true.
Somebody's talking about fat people?
Hold on, let me ask you a question, Veronica. If this is true, okay, if I terrorize you this much, why would you send me friends? Why would you send me a friend?
I never said you terrorize me.
But why would you send me
Second person to make the alcoholic comparison, and I just want to point out, thank you, Denise, that the president is a Coca-holic, as in Coca-Cola. Prince, you get the last.
Oh wow. Well, a lot was that. My ideas are kind of everywhere right now, but I'm going to try to be as succinct as possible from what I remember I wanted to say. I wish Marshall was here, because I disagree fundamentally with something he said. The problem here is not that, it's not like Ukraine just came to the United States and said, hey guys, Putin is threatening me, I need your help. No. The problem here is that this is your mess. Whether you like Trump or hate Trump, it doesn't matter. Whether you like Biden or hated Biden, it doesn't matter. In the name of your country, your government, this war was started. When they went in 2014 and launched a coup against the sitting president in Ukraine, intervened in Ukraine, promised Ukraine economic prosperity. They gave it as a package. Hey, Ukraine, you're going to join EU, you're going to become a member of the European Union's market, and you're going to join NATO, which is going to give you security guarantees.
We might fly back and blow it all
If
up.
the United States didn't go intervene in Ukraine, topple the regime, Crimea would have still been Ukrainian. If the United States didn't go there and said, hey, I'm going to let you join NATO, the war would have started a few years ago. Every single blood that was dropped on that soil is the fault of the United States of America. I don't give two shits if you're a Trump supporter. I'm not necessarily a Trump hater. And Marshall knows me. But for Trump to come out and blame it all on Zelensky, I don't like Zelensky either, by the way. It's disingenuous. It's a lie. This is the fault of the United States. The United States bears full responsibility with Putin, not the Ukrainians. Maybe one could argue the Ukrainians were dumb enough to believe the United States, but this sets a very dangerous precedent for United States allies. Hey, when president changes, when the mood in our country changes, we're gonna fuck you over, and you're gonna have to deal with that. Now, this is extremely dangerous, especially in regards to what Marshall said about Asia, which is true. The United States is pivoting to Asia because that's where, the new Cold War 2.0 kicked off since 2010 or since Obama was elected. The problem here is you're sending the wrong signal to Japan, to Australia, to South Korea, and to Vietnam and the Philippines. What are you telling these people? And for Trump to use Biden and call him stupid in front of a foreign leader, I mean, hey, man, whatever is said on the campaign trail, keep it on the campaign trail. Keep the internal issues internally. You put them out to the exterior like that, to the world to watch, you're saying, this is not a country. This is a company that changes CEOs. Because it wasn't just Biden who initiated this war. It was the establishment of the United States. It was the bureaucracy of the United States. It was the people at the CIA, the national security, blah, blah, blah. It's not a matter of a decision taken by a single person that is the sitting president of the United States. And this had bipartisan support. So, all that being said, this is the mess of the United States, and this is not how you clean your mess.
Thank you, Prince. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time, but before, during, and after our gathering here, you can join and participate in the chat on our Facebook Messenger community, which is linked to the top. We will see you again Monday at 5 o'clock New York time. So until then, everybody be safe, be well, have a great weekend, and peace out.
Corpus Christi, I don't think anybody knows that, but it's a nice little town in Texas, Corpus Christi. I lived there for about
They're eating the cat. No, they're eating it.
If there has been a bad, season, yes, a bad crop.
They're eating the cats, and they're eating the dogs.
The kids in the schools, these pseudo-intellectuals, these people just like playing this stupid moral obtuse position of like, yeah, but it's a both sides thing. Both sides are bad. I can understand.
What about the dead Palestinian kids? What about 50,000 dead Palestinians?
Yeah, the whatabouters, right? But Gaza, disproportionality, equal sides. It's just like the idiots, right? And by the way, nothing against them either. Like, we were also, to some degree, you hear me out? We were also those idiots.
I was,
right?
Because I was very naive for a long time.
Yeah, like we were idiots.
Let's mention any of this. Let's face it, most people here in the U.S., to be fair about it, and maybe in Western worlds, I have my own myopic view of where I'm at. It's like, I'm worried about paying my fucking electric bill and getting to work on time and doing let alone all this stuff that it takes like a great deal of learning. If you really want to understand it, you have to dive in and learn it. Otherwise, you know, you're going to learn on TikTok and you're probably not going to truly understand it.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? They have really warped reality to the point where it's like, it's so crazy. One of the girls, I'll call her Warrior because that's kind of her username and stuff. I've become very close friends with her, the Kurdish girl. And she started digging into Kurdish history. And she's like, whoa. And she had to answer some really unexpected questions. Because we know our Kurdish friend, you know, Kurdish Gal Gadot? You're familiar with her? Right? So you know her stance, right? So this warrior girl, Kurdish warrior, didn't really know about the history of the Kurds, and she didn't know that, like, whoa, wait, hold on. Palestinians actively supported Saddam. The Palestinians actively were against the Kurdish state. 70% of ISIS members that were in Syria were Palestinians, meaning Palestinian refugees, quote unquote, that were joining ISIS. And she's like, why is it that the only country that ever supported us as a minority in the Middle East was Israel? This evil entity, the Zionist entity, the devil of the region. This devil is the only one that's been giving us a lifeline. This devil is the only one that's actually been giving us weapons to defend ourselves so we don't get actually genocided. Which, by the way, they came very close many times. If you really study Kurdish history and what the Islamists and what the Arabs were doing to them. Yeah. And also the Turks too, but, you know, like... And she started really waking up, right? And she was just like, well, and then she looked back, she's like, I'm like, now you understand? I'm like, now you understand what she's like, the checkpoints, the barricade, the wall, she's like, I get it now. She's like, you guys are just trying to put a fucking lid on this shit. Yeah. I'm like, yeah. Yeah. You think?
I mean, it's like, so good, the argument about the checkpoints and the wall that we have. It's like, well, was that wall always there? Were those checkpoints there? Like from the beginning? No. There's a reason for it. You know, like basically the reason for putting those checkpoints and the wall is so we didn't have to carpet bomb those cities and kill every last one of them.
You know what's so crazy? So Warrior and then the other girl, JC, the one that just literally flipped in the last little bit, and they're actually kind of like humiliated that they even were pro-Pali in the first place. Or like even supporting Hamas, to even say that we were pro-Hamas, they're just like, wow. But it goes, by the way, in real time, it just goes to show two things. Number one, the power of propaganda. Just how powerful propaganda is. You know, sometimes we think that we can't get, and I'm always aloof to this too. I'm like, what kind of propaganda? If so many people are duped in this, like what other narratives or what other conflicts and stuff going on in the world are we maybe susceptible to that we're not even aware of? You know what I mean?
Bro, look at... People they changed the word to propaganda from, you remember in Waco, Texas, and all these other, like, there's a couple other cities around Texas and around the world where they've gathered like 400 or 500 people that people just randomly, like, were dying to join this cult.
Yeah.
And they drank the lemonade, and then there was
Heaven's Gate. With Heaven's Gate, right?
I don't, you can be correct.
They caught up their things, right?
Yeah, but it's so even like with Charles Manson, he had a following, and basically, so now we call it as propaganda, but it's a culty mentality where people they get brainwashed, and then the problem is we need to wash their brain into good things. Because who would ever think that 400 or 500? I think there was even 2,000. I forget. It was a mass number, and you know they all killed themselves.
Like, you know what the crazy thing is? You would think only a crazy person would ever do that. Bro, if you looked at the people that were in that cult, they were normal people. Doctors, engineers, people. Like, they weren't, it's not like they were clinically insane people, bro. Like, this is just the human psyche, how susceptible we can be and be conditioned. Because, you know, human beings, we want to believe in things, right? We naturally want to believe things. That's why even conspiracy theories that even are so wild and crazy, we want to believe it, as long as there's not enough, like, in-your-face evidence that this proves it, right? Like, a conspiracy can last only so long until we're naive, but we're not that naive as human beings in general. You know what I mean? We're willing to believe it as long as there's not something that's so in your face that's like, whoa, right?
We still have people debating about that. We went to the moon.
What's that?
We still have idiots that think we didn't land on the moon.
Yeah, you know? there's just not enough like in-your-face evidence, I guess, for whatever reason in 2025, for them to be like, oh wait, this is stupid. You know what I mean? Like you hear stories of people following different ideologies, not just religions, but the ideologies and belief systems.
People don't even believe in that anymore. Like flat earthers or something. I mean,
I was just gonna say that. People don't realize how many people believe the Earth's flat.
Yeah, man.
There's millions of people.
It's actually incredible.
Could you imagine? So on those blogs that those flat earthers all like flock to, if they were to change this, like add a little bit more spice to it, that Israel's the heaven's gate, do you know what would happen? It's this. This is a prime example. Even our room right now, right? Not saying we're like, okay, hopefully we're a little bit smarter and our brains have been a little bit more like washed so we can understand more things and dissect things. And I still have a mind where I can, see where there could be situations on whatever, four sides of the earth where there's a problem. But I almost created a room, and he's probably clinically insane, right? But he created a room calling it the same title as ours. And we noticed it was toxic. And then Yirmiyahu comes up with an idea, let's call it the same thing, but let's actually talk about good things. You know what I mean? So you have somebody that wants to use it in a bad way, and it's saying, but then there's the think about, almost maybe probably a little bit crazy, but what if his psyche or his mind is to actually, and I believe it really is to coexist, right? He just doesn't run the room properly. So we're in the room where the title's called coexistence, but I guarantee you, any of the mods, we're not going to let people come up on the stage and start screaming their propaganda bullshit. We're going to shut it down right away. So when we try to take that evil title and then make it into something positive where people can learn, like you were saying about the two girls that are humiliated now because they followed this whole bullshit rhetoric, and then maybe they came to see the light. And then hopefully it will.
Утверждает ваше отношение к Трампу, вы бросаете. Очень удобно.
Я нет, пытаюсь, правда, бороться с этой историей, но по всему, что я вижу, и вот по сегодняшнему диалогу, для меня очевидно, что нет диалога о мире. Вот, то есть Зеленский триггерится, это понятно, он реально на него очень большая нагрузка сейчас идет, вот, много лет. Вот. И можно по-разному вести диалог. Понимаете, и для меня это просто...
Так почему у вас... У меня очень простой тогда вопрос, Маша.
Да.
Почему к одной стороне есть какие-то претензии, причем совершенно косметического характера? Потому что когда Мурат ставит прямой вопрос, дайте из этой речи что-то, что действительно... И вы не даете, что вот просто зачитали, вернее...
Can't go out past certain miles, for however many miles out to sea, no stuff. And I just remember thinking like, yeah, whoa, dude, that's fucked up. And these weren't like racist or hateful people that were telling me this stuff, but this is what I was hearing, and I didn't really know what else was I to think. It's the only information I would really get, and most of us are just not, we don't go out of our way really to try to learn, about the history of every country on the planet.
It's the over there, Pepe. We're emotional creatures, right? That's the thing. Like, logic plays a function, of course. Logic is very important for our deductive capabilities, right? For a lot of things. But when we're invested in certain conflicts or situations, it's not a logical investment, quote unquote. It's an emotional investment, ultimately speaking. What was the big wake-up call for the girls? Even though all this, first off, just seeing stuff from like 10/7 as an example, or just seeing the stuff that's coming out of Gaza and stuff, that can be very emotionally whoa, like, you know what I mean? Like you're kind of taking it back.
That traumatized me. When they had the caskets of those babies, and it's like, oh my God.
That shit hits you, right? But what really hit them on a first-hand experience was like the way that the whole pro-Pallies squad just went demon mode on them.
You know what it is? I want to touch, and I hate interrupting you, gangster, but I love listening to you. You're very, you gotta
I don't give a shit what happens to you.
Yeah, you are. So
in the area too, like, it just got away. But this is what I think a test that. See, I like to do things in layman terms, like really dumb it down. But if somebody you love the most, who is that? Your mother? I mean, it depends on the stage. A mother then eventually becomes your daughter if you have a daughter. That's what I would like. Right now in your life, anybody in this room? My life? I mean, look, bro, I've lost all my male. I lost a brother 2 years ago. I lost a father. Right now, my mother and my sister. And two sisters. So okay. Let's use your mother because everybody else did, but don't. I just want to hear it from everybody. Who just say mother, sister, brother? Who is it?
Whatever. What's the point?
Mother. Let's say mother.
Mother. Fine.
Okay. Now, if your mother does something right now that's wrong in public, you're gonna go with her. You're gonna stick with her.
Bullshit. Not if you're gonna have that.
Mother's fucking back, like he just said, the gangster. And even if I think it's wrong, let's have her fucking back. And maybe I'll tell her when I'm by myself with her. But the more and more she does it, and it's wrong, I'm still gonna keep having her back. Correct. So, and that's what I understood what he was saying. Emotional. So now they're hanging around people. Your friend's crying and saying, "Look what they're fucking doing. It's open air prison." You may know it's wrong what they're saying, but you're gonna fucking agree with them. And the more and more they talk about it, you're gonna be indoctrinated. Correct. Yeah, and this is why I know you came a little bit later, and I definitely want to hear it. I know I've been monologuing. It's just like the stream of consciousness has been in me all day today, especially because I got suspended off TikTok for a week because I was like, the Islamists in the room were just not having it because I was basically pointing this out, right? And once again, and I said, I'm like, look, I have faith in humanity. I have faith in Muslims. And if you're saying that this is a poor representation of Islam, can you please, for the good Muslims out there that are the best representation of Islam, can you come out? Show me, where are you? Come out here and tell me this is a poor representation.
They don't exist.
No, but it is, because listen, if you look at the statistical numbers, 10% of Muslims are extremists. That's a scary thing. But now look at the positive side. 90% aren't extremists.
What's an extremist? I used to be a moderate, but still I would send money to the Palestinian cause, and I probably sent it to terrorist organization without knowing, because I thought I was making a good deed. So it's the whole spectrum. What is a moderate? What is an extremist?
But what if all the healthy... What?
90% of them are not calling out the 10%.
Yeah, they're passive.
That's what the point. If the 90% calls out today, the 10% will drizzle away. They will do some crazy, horrendous acts, but it will be drizzled out. If the 90% were to stand up today and say, hell no, not in Islam, not on the Quran, we do not stand for this. If all those leaders spoke up, it would have to die. It would have no other choice.
Pretty much never use that.
Can I tell you the difference, though? This is maybe my hypothesis. I could be wrong. I think that the 90% are still sympathetic with it and still side with it. Just the 90% won't have the balls to do it.
They just don't have the 9/11. They didn't say, we're sorry. They just said,
they just don't have the balls to do it. There's a big difference.
If you look at like what happened on October 7th, like literally the next day you had them, they were out on the streets protesting for Palestine. So like there was no like time for apology or time for like grievance. It was just like straight ahead. Oh, let's forget what happened. We'll still. I've never seen, you get groups like CARE even after there's a Muslim attack. Absolutely nothing comes out of their mouth. I remember when that couple shot up that place of it where the husband worked. The husband and wife shot it up in San Bernardino, and the most important thing on CARE's mind was, well, their children must go to foster parents that are Muslim. Like that was their priority. It's just weird.
That's fine. We're going to send them right where they belong very soon.
Well, here's the thing, Jacob, and this is the real eye-opener for me, right? The eye-opener with the example of these two girls is like all these idiots. I call them idiots, but I don't mean it like they're dumb. A lot of them are very intelligent. They're just, I would say they're just ignorant. Yeah, I think that's a way better term. Just ignorant to the fullest, ignorance where they become morally obtuse with everything.
It's like the Russian-Ukraine thing. The Russians
clarity,
don't know what the hell we're doing.
The sense of clarity and reality is like, whoa, right? The paradigm is just too much. So what I realized with these middle ground, like the ones that are so far gone, they're so far gone. There's no, like, that's like, you need divine intervention. Who knows, man? Like, God, you just need to come into your, something drastic needs to happen. Like, we have stories of that. Yeah, like, we have stories of people that were like, hey, I was a radical once, and then this happened or that happened, but those things, there's still chances of hope. But like,
once they're radical, they're done.
Yeah.
No, it's like,
that's like for you, for you to be like Mr. Superman and put on the cape and say, I'm gonna like forget about that. That's not your battle.
Yeah.
God deal with it.
The problem is it's 10%, but what about the sleepers? Is the number actually 60%?
Here's the thing. I think it's a lot more. I don't even want to play the percentage game because at the end of the day, right? I'm not even trying to slice it up because the way I see it, and I've said this from the very beginning of this conversation, is that it's when this happens, they say, "Oh, you're attacking Islam." It's like, no, Islam is attacking us. They're doing it in the name of Islam. Yeah. Here's the funny thing. What I love about this particular situation with the Palestinians right now, especially with Hamas, it was easy to condemn ISIS. It was easy to condemn Al Qaeda. When push came to shove. You know what I mean? You could condemn that, right? Like, it's like, yeah, a lot of these guys are not following the Quran, they're not following that. But Hamas, when I asked them once again, Hamas, right? Because they're saying Hamas are resistance fighters. You never really heard anyone saying ISIS was resistance fighters. You didn't really hear that verbiage. You never really heard that Al Qaeda on a mainstream level. You never heard that.
Why don't we get a Muslim in here to talk shit?
On a mainstream level. Right now, it's very mainstream. It's very hip and cool to say, yeah, resistance fighters, freedom fighters, right? But once again, I asked them this question. Please, guys, remember this question. If they are a poor representative, they're the one. Remember, they brought Islam into the conversation, not us. We didn't bring it. They did. Once again, and if that's the case, if they're bringing it and if they're doing it in the name of Islam and carrying it for Islam, I ask you this question. Are they a poor representation of Islam or are they a good representation of Islam? And see the answers you will get. And then if they're poor, they could condemn them as an Islamic movement.
Well, they've always committed terrorism.
They won't. Though.
But the Palestinians, haven't they been like both? Hasn't it been from both like a nationalist and like if we look at the PLO?
Name me the top terrorist groups right now in the Palestinian camp.
No, I'm saying if we went back in like the 60s and 70s, I thought a lot of them were like communist influenced. Some of them were nationalist.
Yeah, great. Bro, I've been doing a lot of research on Yasser Arafat. When during Oslo, right? Yasser Arafat, the more secular, moderate. Bro, as if we forget about the PFLP. Right, the PFLP, like when they were doing Munich and hijacking planes and going in, and if you guys look up the coastline massacre in the 70s, they literally came up
Munich. Yeah, they killed Israeli.
Well, yeah, no, I know they were always terrorists. That's not a question.
Guys, before the first Intifada, because we know first and second Intifada, obviously we know the suicide bombings and stuff like that, right? You know, the first you had the Fedayeen in the 50s, right? I was really going deep on this shit. We were getting terrorist attacks from Egypt, from Jordan, from Syria, that they were, because we didn't have a fortified border in the 50s the way we have today, obviously, for technology and infrastructure and all that other stuff. So it was a lot easier for them just to sneak in through the border and just start terrorizing villages and whatnot, right? Hold on, my phone's about to die, give me 1 sec. But you had the Fedayeen that was attacking us. Then during the 60s and 70s, the PLO, people don't mention this, the PFLP and the PLO were freaking... In a lot of ways, they were actually more savage than Hamas, believe it or not. They just had more, they were more brazen.
Didn't they do like more the car bombings and with the
car bombings, Munich.
Separate head of a child in a remote village in the region. Wow. Ahmed Mohammed Gatale, bruh.
يعني مو انه احب الجلد انه اكله دائما لا اذا كان محمر
And so much shit in Antarctica, right? Yeah. They call it skies. That's what they nickname it.
They said it's so cold you can't even hold that shit.
Yeah. So now check this. Remember I said they send the rockets up there and it just, like it makes a large explosion. Yeah. Stops. And I don't know if y'all heard through the grapevine.
Oh man, you're the most educated person on the subject.
You guys even know, okay, there's Takia, but then there's Al Hudaybiyah. which is even worse. And I'll tell you about Al Hudaybiyah. So Tequila, you know, just whatever. Al Hudaybiyah. So there was something called the Treaty of Al Hudaybiyah between Muhammad and the people of Quraysh. Muhammad was weak at this time. He wanted to go to Mecca to make his pilgrimage with the Kaaba and everything else. But the Quraysh was obviously at war with him because they're like, we don't want this terrorist here. So, this fucking scumbag. And I call him a scumbag because that's exactly what he is. He was a fucking scumbag terrorist is what he was. And when you really read his life and everything like that, like everything that I was reading about Muhammad, I'm like, wow, this is Hamas. Like, this is ISIS. Like, this is them. You know? Anyways, Al Hudaybiyah. There was a treaty. So what this one Muhammad did, he made a 10-year pact and said, look, let's have peace. Let's be friends. Like, remember, he's in the weak position. He can't defeat their armies. He's like, look, you can come to my end, and I'll come to your end, and we'll have peace. We'll have an agreement that we won't go to war, and then we'll be at peace, right? So he made this pact, but he had no intention of actually acknowledging this pact. Based on his demonic understanding of Islamic law and Sharia, it basically said, like, if you make a pact of peace with the kuffar, you're not obligated, you're not going against the law if you end up breaking the law. So he actually made that pact as strategic purposes, just so he can get himself stronger, get what he wants. And then what do you think Muhammad did several years later? There was one of the girls that came from the Quraysh from Mecca came to his end, and one of the, I remember it was Muhammad or one of his Sahaba, his companions, that didn't want to release the girl, and they said, yeah, the girl's going to stay with us. We're basically like keeping her captive, to say the least, right? So he went. And then one of the other, I believe it was her brother or somebody, who tried to come and get his sister back, and then he ended up killing the guy. And then he ended up breaking the pact, and then, you know, he became strong again. So this concept of Al Hudaybiyah, Yasser Arafat in the 90s, in either 95 or 96, I can post the link, in 95 or 96, he even went on national television and says, yes, this deal, this Oslo Accord, this peace process that we're doing with the Zionists is just Al Hudaybiyah for us. We're just making strategic and tactical purposes to come into an agreement. So that way we can free Palestine. But if we look at all of his speeches from 93 to 97, jihad, 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 we need to continue fighting, we will only, you know, keep martyring ourselves. And terrorist attacks began to increase. When Oslo was supposed to be the peace process, if you're in the middle of a peace process, why are there a continuous terrorist attacks? Meaning that they were never even genuinely sincere about the agreement. It was just strategic purposes. For number one, the PLO to get some sort of legitimacy on the international stage, so they're not seen as a designated terrorist organization, so they can get strategic and tactical positions geopolitically, but also for an opportunity for them to really gather themselves. Because the moment that they're stronger than the Israelis, do you think that they would still honor a two-state solution with us? Do you think that they would? This is why the two-state solution is the worst idea of any ideas in this particular conflict. We are basically setting ourselves up because we want to believe, and this is our issue. We want to believe that people are like us, that we will honor that. You know, that once again, it's like, you know, we want peace, they want peace. We want prosperity, they want prosperity. It's like, no, they don't give a fuck, bro. They do not give a fuck. Yasser Arafat even
projecting on them.
but it's the fact of the matter, guys. This is the. Once again, you want to understand the mindset, just understand Muhammad. Follow Muhammad is the blueprint with the enemy that we're dealing with. Once again, Islamophobia, it's like, look, prove me wrong, please. Prove me wrong. And if that's the case, then say that Yasser Arafat was not representing Islam properly when he was saying that. Tell me that Hamas was not representing Islam properly when they did 10-7. And they're doing what they're doing. And then what we saw in this play last week, right, was
my great uncle actually served against the hospital of group in Lebanon. He served in Qatar against the PLO. Those guys ravaged the Lebanon. They slaughtered women and children. They unborn babies out of women's wombs. It was terrible.
And so what we need to do, and this is the important part, guys, is that, you know, we've seen the videos. You know how many of these people have never seen what we've seen? They've never even laid their eyes on the gruesomeness and just like the horror. They just heard about 10-7. They saw some reports, oh, this was on the left. Just words, literature, for the most part. Not maybe a picture here or there. Maybe like a classic, you know, you see Noah Armagadi, you know, Armagudi being taken away on a motorcycle. Maybe they saw some of those. You know, the Divas mother holding their children with terror in her eyes. Which, by the way, speaking of terror, Muhammad, I gotta find the source. I think it was in the Quran of the Hadith. I'm literally compiling all this shit right now, also as we speak, in a more organized, collective fashion. Muhammad literally said that one of his means is terror. One of his ways of war is to do terror. That he became victorious. He became victorious by Allah through terror. Like terrorizing your enemy is part of their game. You understand that? This is not something new. This is not a new invention. This is from the genesis of Islam itself. All the way from the caliphates to, when they went and conquered India, when they went to conquer Spain and North Africa and all of the Middle East and Persia. I have a whole book right now. It's called The History of Jihad. Literally from Muhammad to ISIS. It was written by Robert Spencer.
Aya told me something. It was actually Aya that told me something, or it was in a room. She was telling me something how Muslims are supposed to live. Are they supposed to live like? Are they supposed to basically copy Muhammad, how he lived out his life?
100%. He is, and this is from a book that he is the perfect example of humanity.
So they're all going to be
He's the perfect moral example. Why do you think that there's in Iraq and other places the age of consent for marriage is like down to 9 years old?
It's like 6 or not.
Where do you think they're getting that example from? Did they do some like scientific research? You know what I mean? On preconception girls. You know what I mean? Did they do some like extensive social science research, right, on like the legitimacy? Like,
I just want to say something though. Like this is important to know that what's going on in Iraq. Here's the thing, with Sunni Islam, it's actually even worse than what's going on in Iraq. The only reason it's 9 years old in Iraq is because that's the minimum age for vaginal intercourse in Shia Islam. In Sunni Islam, you can do it with a baby. In fact, she just has to be chubby enough. Yeah, according to a lot of Sunni scholars, like Imam al-Shafi'i, and this is accepted from the schools of thought, that if the girl has to be plump, jasima, husky, basically.
We need to kill people
so
like
if the
that.
girl's plump enough and she can endure it, then the man can have intercourse with her. There's no need for puberty. There's no age limit in Sunni Islam. But with Shia Islam, while vaginal intercourse is only for the minimum age of 9, you can still do stuff such as tafkhid, which is outlined by Ayatollah Khomeini in Tahrir al-Wasila, which, by the way, what tafkhid is basically you can thigh the girl, a man can thigh the girl with his male genital organ, he can grope her, do all sorts of disgusting things, and also sodomize the girl.
They believe even modern Muslims.
Yeah, I mean, what makes Islam dangerous is that at best it is ambiguous. The problem is like you have a mass of moderate Muslims that exist just because the values of the West they impose are strong, and when they have to argue against extremists, they have to rely on those Western values, and they are like appealing to the West and the non-Muslims principle, so that makes them weak, and they lose the debate, and then you have the extremists being, the ones with the less amount of cognitive dissonance, the people that really let Muhammad and his book guide their morality. So, yeah, this is why it's horrible. I say that Islam is dangerous because it makes good people mediocre and bad people dangerous.
Monsters, evil.
Exactly.
And we saw that.
I agree with that.
We saw that evil on display in Gaza. And this is why, guys, the big wake-up call, and this is what they've been doing on TikTok. Maybe we should start doing this now, too. It's kind of hard with this platform because we just have audio for the most part. But we haven't been doing a good job, and especially Israel, too. Oh, we want to put the 45-minute video on. It's like, no, man. It's like, no. It's like, we need to have this, like, we should even stop talking at this point as much as we do, debating, because it's actually kind of stupid. We start getting into these useless, nonsense, bullshit conversations sometimes. But, like, I've seen Pepe in a lot of rooms. I've seen Pepe, right? Because Pepe, very level-headed guy, he's, taking a very level-headed moral position and stuff. And next thing you know, Pepe is defending arguments that, he's like, well, why the fuck am I even having this conversation? Why the fuck am we even here? Why are we in the weeds? Next thing he's all ad hominems, and then all this, and then his personal life, and then Pepe, am I wrong?
I mean, that does kind of, it did.
Like, why the fuck are we even? Like, where does the conversation even go? Like,
it comes down to just getting insulted. You're a Zionist cuck. You don't have kids. You're a faggot.
Yeah.
It's just like, okay, amazing.
It's just like waters get muddied up really fast. So I think that we should
stand together. Who cares? I've heard it too.
But the point is, talk is cheap. What do they say? Money walks bullshit. Wait, money talks bullshit walks. Whatever. I don't remember. But using that type of using that type of, again, I gotta go because I'm getting pinged up right now. Using that type of mentality, at the end of the day, I think it's more like we gotta just stop talking, stop debating them, and just fucking putting it out there. Because these people who have not seen this and really just, this might be the wake up call. Not saying everybody or whatever, but this might be like, hello, wake up. Even for us, we went a little bit of sleep, even though we've been so engaged with this conflict for the last 16 months. October 7th, but it starts to dim in our memories a little bit. Hear me out, and I'm saying this to everybody. Burn N7 to the back of your eyelids. Because guess what? This happened before. This happened, obviously, a second intifada, first intifada. The last time we had like a 10-7 type of event in that level was like, I think, the Hebron massacre, right? That was like a 10-7 of its time. When they went and slaughtered, like literally they went to Hebron and just started slaughtering all the Jews that they can, and then everyone else got ethnic cleansed. Obviously, we didn't have the IDF or anything like that, but it's the same fucking shit, guys. And it's like that was happening before, all the way back in the last 1,400 years. Burn it into the back of your minds. What we saw in the last week with the Beavis families was a reminder of like, oh shit, like this is what we're dealing with. Like this is the
I gotta say, when I've seen the caskets of toddlers, I'm like, oh, okay.
And what they're doing, what they're teaching their kids, but it's more than that. Like, listen, the children are precious, right? I believe children are precious. But, and this is going to be the controversial part. They've lost their innocence. But the question is not whether, look, it's never justified killing a child. Even if it has a gun, it's still not justified. The question is not whether it's justified or not. The question is whose hands is that child's blood on? I.e., who is robbing them of that innocence? Who has robbed them of that innocence? That's the crime. The crime is not the fact that you have an army and people that are trying to legitimately defend themselves, get their people back and everything, and you're putting your children into this, you're putting your children into the battle. You think Israel legitimately enjoys wanting to, having to unalive a baby, or a baby, has to die in any, you think that we relish in that? They relished in it. We saw it firsthand. They broadcasted live TV internationally. They saw it. They gloat about it. This is the crazy reality we're living in.
I know.
We don't celebrate. We don't. But the fact of the matter is, it's like we get caught up in this, right? The question is now, it's like, okay, it was never justified to kill that child, but now the question is, whose blood, morally, is that child blood? Like, look at these African child soldiers, right? You get like 8, 9, 10 years old, they're already picking up AK-47s. They're already grooming them to be like, yeah, kill him, be a man, don't be weak, etc. They're grooming, and now now you're face to face with this child, this 10-year-old with the AK and stuff. He's a legitimate threat. You understand that, right? Like, even though he's a child, he's a legitimate threat. Right?
You don't have to. You're selling the same crap.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just really emphasizing this point because it's like you're gonna have to kill that child, but it's like who's responsible? Did you kill it, or was it the innocence that was killed?
Kill the child with the weapon.
Yeah, exactly. You robbed it.
It's just like a child soldier. They use them in gangs in Chicago. They're shooting and killing you. And
we need to hold it. Hey guys, I gotta bounce. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk.
Thank you.
Totally speaking, guys. Yeah, this is what we're dealing with here, Meow. We're at the end of the day, we're not fighting Muslims or jihadis. We're fighting Mohammedanes. That's what they are here, Meow.
By the
we're
way,
fighting Mohammedanes. And from now on, that's what I'm going to be calling them. From now on,
Mohammedanes.
Gangster, you have to make Arafat look like a Muslim. I mean, those two ideologies, socialism, communism, and Islam share a deep common framework. That's why they work in synergy. Like my country, Algeria, Afghanistan, Iran. This collectivism, those people living in a parallel universe and heavily indoctrinated. Those ideology. One may be atheist and the other theist. It doesn't really mean anything because they share the same skeleton and they work together.
But yeah, anyways, that's that, guys. But yeah, I'll leave you guys with that. That's what we're doing. Yeah, and you'll see like these Muslims will say, "Oh, why do that's not?" You see it in America specifically. That's not okay, guys. Let's not bring religion into this. It's not about religion. Bull fucking shit, bro. We're not the one that brought religion into this. You did. Your resistance that you supported. At the end of the day, we need to, because if we're not addressing the core problem, we're always going to be basically fighting phantoms. That's kind of what we're doing right now. Smoke screens and illusion acts, and we're fighting phantoms, guys. You know, like what's a good movie analogy? Like, you know, Matrix. When it's like you had all these Andersons, or like, you know, when like the hero is fighting a villain and the villain like clones himself to like 20, 30 different people. But it's like, what's the real one? What's the authentic one of those clones? Yeah, that's kind of what they're doing. They're like kind of cloning these different, you know, these different talking points. They're cloning, you know, of themselves. But it's like, yeah, the Palestinian issue, but it's the land dispute. Yeah, Palestinian issue, but it's the resistance to occupation. Yeah, there's this, but a human rights violation. It's the Palestinian. It's like, no, it's the Palestinian issue because it's an Islamic issue. That's the authentic villain. That's the one we need to target. Well, everything else are just clones.
We all agree with you. That's the whole point. Like, you're wasting your talent on talented people. It's the dumb people that won't listen to one sentence or one word of what you have to say because they disagree with you. You're not selling anyone here. We're already sold.
Yeah, I think it's just more of me having just a brain dump, really.
It's cathartic, yeah. That's
totally
true.
correct.
And I salute like a gangster's knowledge about Islam. It's really, if most people knew like half of what he said,
Yeah, they would probably
be in a
not.
better place, right?
It's not that he's trying to sell us. If you were gonna like learn from it, it gives you talking tracks.
Yeah.
You just
I
say
think
that.
so much more than even when you were addressing Islam. Here's the thing. Back to my Moroccan friend. It was my Moroccan friend that said this. Like, you can want to understand. It's like Islam is the religion of Muhammad, not the religion of Allah. Remember that. The only way that they're worshiping Allah is through Muhammad and what Muhammad taught them and what Muhammad gave them. That's it. You want to understand Islam? It's not even in the Quran or the Hadith exclusively. You really want to understand Islam? Understand Muhammad, and you'll see the whole picture, and you'll know exactly what we're dealing with. That's it.
And for a minute, first off, I just want to thank the gangster, the OG, for dropping some serious facts. I sent him this morning. I was like, hey, let's do a room on this topic later. And I sent him a video that's linked above. Now, if you guys want, I can play a little bit of it. 17 minutes long. We can listen to it if you guys want to provide feedback. But I'll just tell you, like, the eye-opening part was, so Charlie Kirk is in the video. And he does this back and forth with students on college campuses. And this pro-Pally guy, he's asking questions about. And it's just so eye-opening, the answers. In fact, even alarming. So, what do you guys think? Can I play the first, couple minutes of it? Maybe we'll stop.
It's not that long, especially the question, when he asked the question, even when they have a little back and forth.
And then he goes over some of the history, because one of the things that these Islamists will tell you is, oh, we lived alongside with you side by side, no problem. It's like, we lived in peace with the Jews, right? And so.
Yeah. So guys, anyways,
tell me what you think, okay?
Yeah, it's a good video, guys. Definitely listen to it, watch it. But once again, I speak with a little bit of passion because, and this has kind of been my life.
But we've got something a little different today. So this is possibly the dumb. You need me to pause it?
Yeah, I was going to say right? I don't even approach this as something like, oh, it's a political issue or religious issue. It's like, no, I'm actually taking this more of a personal issue with a personal passion, because it's this very evil, this very ideology that has made I'm just repeating because there's new people. This is the very ideology that has made the Jewish people suffer for the last 1,400 years, and during the time of Muhammad, and his ideology perpetually. 10/7 wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for Muhammad. What's going on in the sea attacks, and none of that would have happened if it wasn't for Muhammad. Remember that. So I take this one as a personal passion. I personally, I take this personal. This is the suffering of my people because of it, and a lot of people can relate. But yeah, anyways, love you guys. That's all.
What is going on? So who believes that Jews living peacefully under Islam? Yeah, we're going to listen to a quick video, and then we're going to open it for comments after that, okay? Alright, so here goes. We've got something a little different today. So this is possibly the dumbest response to a question on the Gaza conflict I've ever heard. So just give me a thumbs up if you guys can hear it, okay?
We've got something a little different today. So, this is possibly the dumbest response to a question on the Gaza conflict I've ever heard. So, Charlie Kirk is doing his thing on a university campus, and he asks a reasonable question. And listen to the response.
If Israel laid down all of their weapons and said our military is no more, what would happen?
At this point in time, I don't believe they would come to a two-state solution after everything that's gone on.
That wasn't the question.
Prior to
If Israel disbanded its military,
yes,
what would happen?
the Palestinians would take over, but they would.
Okay.
Listen. Not forcefully. This is how they operate. This is how Muslims operate Islamically. They let them live under them in jizya. They tax them and they let them live, and they take that tax and give it back to them. How do you think the Ottoman Empire worked and lasted 600 years? How do you think the Golden Age of Islam lasted for 300 years? This is history.
So, I just want to make sure I understand. So, they would just take over mostly peacefully?
No, most definitely peacefully, because that's what.
Can you show me an example of Jews living peacefully under Islamic rule?
Most definitely.
Where?
When the Hamas had the Israeli captives. Have you seen
the Israeli captives they killed?
They're not.
There was a 9-month-old baby that just got returned home as a corpse by Hamas.
Wow, that really does say it all, doesn't it? His example of Jews living peacefully under Islam wasn't the golden age of Islam. It wasn't it. No, it was when thousands of Hamas terrorists invaded Israel and brutally killed and raped anyone they could find. I mean, we've all seen the videos of what they were doing to Thai workers with garden hose. I mean, it was horrendous. And this is peaceful. Not only that, he's then saying that the captives, the hostages that were taken into Gaza, were an example of how it could be to live under Islam. So if we lived under Islam, I'm a Jew, I could look forward to being kept in a dungeon, the majority of us being killed, being malnourished, being abused, being tortured. I mean, sounds great. That's after we've all been taken captive as well. And you see, there is precedent for this. So what Charlie Kirk doesn't know, I'm going to elaborate, or maybe he does know, I don't know, is the actual history of what it was like for Jews living under Islam. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go first through the scriptural precedent. So in Islam...
So listen, before we go through the history of it, I just thought I'd just kind of pause it right there. I want to open it up for comments. Brian just got here. Brian, we're watching this video that's linked above. Some of us have already watched. I sent it out to a few people earlier to watch it ahead of time. Maybe I'll try and add a couple more people into my preview list to have a more engaging conversation about reality versus just some of the nonsense that we go back and forth on. So anyway, let's open it up for comments and welcome also Ricky and Phoenix Flyer and Flo to the stage.
I've actually watched this video beforehand. Someone sent this to me, but I actually saw the original version of the video. If you see what he says later on, that he actually quotes Rambam to the letters to the Yemeni Jews, where he says that the worst people that have ever caused atrocity towards us and molested us and psychologically abused us and pretty much has been a detriment to our entire community have been none but the Muslim people. He quotes that very clearly. I also, since he actually was held from last night, also mentioned about the time when the Muslims were giving safe haven to supposedly the Jews. They're mostly using them as useful idiots. So the Jews at the time had issues with the Visigothic Empire, especially the Christians. Yes, they were being oppressed, but they were far more oppressed once the Jews allowed the Muslims to take over, and suddenly they asked to be saved by the Christians. But
I have the recording. I've heard you told Andrew straight up that I called you the K word.
Are you fucking insane? What is wrong with you, man? That's not funny. I haven't had a chance to fucking go off on you. You piece of fucking shit. How much lower could you possibly go than trying to do that with me?
Hi, honey. If you excuse me, honey badger. Excuse me, honey badger. This is subscribe. If you can put me in the queue, thank you very much, honey. No, you can be quiet. You can be quiet.
Shut the fuck up.
You can be quiet.
Shut the fuck up.
You can be quiet.
Shut the fuck up.
You can be
Shut
quiet.
the fuck up.
You can be quiet. You can be quiet.
Honey, it's like, I don't know, man, like, moderate stage how you see fit. But, like, Daniel, like, I want some kind of answer from you. Some sort of account.
Daniel, you should tell him to change his PTR. It's disgusting, like his personality. You're the asshole that you claim other people are assholes. You are the asshole, Toast. Don't you see? Don't you look in the mirror and see you're a piece of shit? You're the piece of shit that you accuse people of being pieces of shit. That's you, Toast. You're the piece of shit.
I'm not talking to you, okay? You stupid little cunt.
It's called a stage. I don't care who you're talking to. I'll say what I want to say. It's America.
Honey bun.
Toast, look, you've been flirtatious with the anti-Semitism.
No, but I never.
Rose!
Just admit that.
I don't remember me ever saying that you said that I said that.
No, you told Andrew. You swore to Andrew that I called you the K word. You signed that off to Andrew. I remember it. How drunk were you?
I wasn't drunk.
Well, then what the fuck? You clearly remember you doing it. You know you did it like 2 days ago.
No, Toast. Look, you're again.
You're gonna deny. So hold on, you're gonna sit there smuggling and deny it. Now you're gonna deny it.
You said that to me.
That I called you the K word.
What do you?
Wait, aren't you Sabbath observant, Toast? What are you doing on the app right now?
Shut the fuck up. You told Andrew a few days ago I called you the K-I-K-E word.
Kiki?
Sort of like role play.
So you're gonna troll me about it. You're gonna troll me about it.
I'm not gonna look. I'm gonna be serious. I think that.
Okay, be serious like 5 seconds. You stupid motherfucker.
No, I think you've been way too sort of liberal, with your paintbrush. And you think
that's not for you to decide. No. But you can't
anti-Semitic.
Dude, you can't do bullshit. You can't pull the bullshit that, like, you're saying that I called you some sort of, like,
Self-roast barbecue.
When you did it, you don't even remember.
No, wait. You're gonna do that.
Word K word.
You're gonna go that? Okay, right, sure. Right, okay. One stretch.
Because I dared to say Jesus was a Jew.
Jesus wasn't Jewish, according to Toast?
Jesus wasn't Jewish. Yeah, ironically, Jesus wasn't Jewish. Funny little fact, but yeah.
What was he then? What was his religion or his background? Who is he?
I'm not gonna talk like you're a known psychopath. I'm not gonna talk to you.
I'm a known psychopath. Are you projecting, Dr. Toast, with your psychopathic PTR?
I'm washing my hands right now.
Well, you can deal with me because you're not a moderator. You'll have to deal with the situation right now, and that means you're a piece of shit. You're the piece of shit you claim other people to be. That's you.
I'm not talking to you, dumbass. I'm not talking to you.
Oh, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the air. I'm looking at my phone. I'm talking to the air. I'm talking to a fucking vapor. That's what you are. You're just a nothing.
I swear to God, honey, please, man.
Oh, talk to honey. Talk to your honey bun. Talk to your little baby honey bun. I don't think your little baby honey bun gives a shit.
Look, we gotta get past this. Let me just say one final thing to Toast. You made that joke. You said, "Look, honey, I shrunk the Jews." At the movie, and you said no, yeah, and you had Hitler on you. Look,
you're such a silly. Can you be honest for like 5 seconds? You can't even do that. You can't be honest. Can't be true.
Can you be sober for like 30 seconds?
That's the best you got. You're trolling about like my sobriety. That's your best. You're gonna gaslight me and then troll me about being drunk. That's the best you got. You can't even like be honest and realize I never called you any of these slurs that you're like referring to. You know it and I know it. Why are you lying? What you picked Daniel and Roy Vistamol?
No. Look, the bottom line is that we're not gonna tolerate this anti-Jew shit.
They're trying to be disrespectful to you, Toast, because you're disrespectful.
is that the final straw for me was the "Honey, I Shrunk the Jews" comment. Look,
why are you gaslighting? Why are you gaslighting? Why are you lying? You're purposely gaslighting.
"Honey, I Shrunk the Kids."
Dude, you are such a humongous, like, I mean, oh my god.
I'm such a humongous.
Daniel, you're humongous.
No, I was gonna use some more colorful words after that, but I'm choosing not to.
Daniel is humongous from the Road Warrior.
Why do you hate Jewish people? Why do you
don't hate Jewish people. I've got no.
Okay,
I do not hate Jewish people.
Why do you like to flirt with?
You're not gonna turn this around on me.
Why do you think that the Messiah, Jesus Christ, isn't Jewish? Why isn't he a Jew?
Why did you spoken for Jesus was a Jew?
It's not accurate.
You don't think Jesus is a Jew, and I think
You want a second fight?
We're making a peanut butter jelly sandwich, Toast. You're in the middle. Do you want to be the PB&J?
Okay, so why don't you call me the K word again?
I never did.
Oh my god! I have a recording of it, dum-dum.
Please send it over. I'd love to hear it.
You said it 4 or 5 times.
Ooh.
Go ahead.
Toasted! You're toasted!
Please prove it.
Yeah.
I can't change people dying.
I just don't appreciate what you have to say about the Holocaust and your denial of it.
That's not what's on the table right now.
Okay, well then fine. Why don't you get on the record and tell us how many Jews you think suffered and died?
I already told you this is not what we're discussing right now. Okay, we're discussing you and lying about my character. You lied about it.
No, I didn't.
Yeah. Well, then prove it. Can you please? If you're not going, if you're going to keep on arguing about this, at least push your balls in the table.
I got you, man. You understand that was the final straw for you?
I was in Andrews last night.
Well, maybe there's a moment of reprieve for you.
You're such a stupid cunt. You know that?
Oh my gosh! You're a stupid cunt and humongous. Toast, did you ever think that all the criticism you spray at other is should be self-reflective? I mean, you should know that, you are the fucking moron, that you're the roast. You're here for your roast! Let's begin the roast of the toast!
Hey, James, I think you're out like a bro.
Dude, Jason caught my for like 5 minutes straight. I've been saying it.
He's a grandmother. What do you expect? Just look at Toast. What are you doing on a beautiful Friday night other than arguing with Daniel, who's humongous? Do you have a life? Do you have like a girlfriend or a book or a gym or something you can do with your life other than come here and get roasted? Because, this is your roast.
Why can't you guys kick this guy? I don't know why you can't do it.
Well, I don't know why they can't kick me. But because you're not a moderator, maybe.
Toast, look. I spoke the truth, and it was difficult to like.
Okay, just prove it. Can you just prove it? Just send me the audio. Please send me the audio.
About these North Koreans' opinions, man. Seriously.
No, it's like, but Daniel lied to me, lied to my face, and
Okay, look.
And then you keep on muting.
Toast, I'm not North Korean. You're not even being muted. You're faking it again.
You're already gaslighting me so hard.
I'm not gaslighting you, Toast. When you called me the K-word and the N-word, I said
I never did that.
Did
prove it.
Can you prove that Daniel is humongous?
Just send me the audio. It should be easy for you.
Look, it seems like you're a couple deep. You're a few sheets to the wind.
Actually, I usually tell the truth about this, but no, I haven't. Can you guys stop?
Look,
Seriously, stop.
Look, you were gaslighting a drunken man on stage while you were drunk. You were criticizing him for drinking.
Why would it sound that drunk?
While you were drinking, right? Toast.
Why are you saying accuse me of drinking every time I get on?
I'm not accusing you of drinking. You can have a drink.
You fucking bitch.
I'm not muting you. Stop muting yourself. Because it's not funny and no one's going to believe it.
You're not. This isn't appreciated, man. I don't know.
Toast, no one's buying it. Stop muting
Is it
yourself.
Roy? Does Royce want to own up to it? I mean, he could do it.
Can't you deal with it, Toast? Can't you listen? Are you incapable of listening for about 10 seconds straight? I mean, I don't think you are. I think you're toast. And this is your roast. Welcome to the roast of the toast!
Why can't you guys kick the schizophrenia, the beloved guy who kicked the schizo?
Don't project your own schizophrenia onto me, Toast. Make sure to take care of yourself and look out for your health.
Honey, if you're still there and you haven't modded me yet, I'm gonna take that as like a personal insult.
Ooh, he's personally insulted. He's not a moderator.
What did you mean? Okay, fine. Explain this little joke of yours to us. What does it mean when you put your profile picture as Hitler and say, honey, I shrunk the Jews? What's that joke?
You lied to me, and you had no issue lying.
Hello?
Little joke.
You don't.
Hello? Could somebody please stop muting Toast? He's got so much to tell us. He's so intelligent.
It's Daniel who's doing it, but whatever. Anyways.
Yeah, explain the joke. Explain how it's funny that. What is so funny about so Toast? Explain to me what is so funny about the picture up there. That you think it's funny that someone doesn't have arms or legs and they're surfing?
Why don't you have any remorse?
Why do you think that's funny? Why did you have that as your profile?
Why do you think you just like make a bad dummy anytime you want?
Why did you think that was funny? And why did you have that as your profile picture? Look at the
You're
top.
a piece of shit, dude. Why are you
You
gaslighting?
had a profile picture of someone wearing a yarmulke with no arms and legs, and somehow you think that man surfing is fit for
Okay, I think I understand now. So clearly this is like this is all right. Like, wait, dude, I feel like you talk.
Answer the question, or you're gonna stop muting him. Whoever's muting him. Stop muting yourself.
Gosh damn it, honey! Why'd you mod him? That was like the worst thing.
Okay, explain the humor and the.
I think the argument should go with why isn't a question
Explain what's so funny about a Jewish man with no arms and legs?
Daniel, you already.
Explain to me what's so funny about a Jewish man with no arms and legs surfing. And that was your profile picture.
Am I gonna like keep on getting muted? I keep on like getting like 2 words in and then muted.
You fucking liar. You're not getting muted.
It's really not funny. It's kind of funny, but it's not that.
When you get muted or quantified,
We'll just flush that turd. Let's move on. Majid, do you want to come up here? We need to hear from you.
Can someone clean the toilet bowl from Toast's disgusting personality and opinions? Because, you know, that turd, though you may flush him, he leaves stains. He leaves stains on the toilet bowl, Toast.
His own stains.
What do your farts smell like, Toast? Do they smell as bad as your opinions?
Majid, I had an honest question for you. Excuse my crackling. Majid, these Muslims that are beheading people and saying Allah Akbar, God is great, are they the real Muslims or are they the fake Muslims? It seems to me that they're the most committed and they really are passionate about their belief. They're passionate. They're committed to this whole LARP. I don't think that they're pretending. I think that someone like you is pretending. They themselves are the ones that aren't.
Daniel, Majid is a gay bookseller in Mecca. What do you think he knows about Islamic terrorism?
Holy shit. Legit, you gotta fucking deal with your volume, man.
Bros Wi-Fi is in SeaWorld.
Like, what are you doing? Can you, like, paint a picture of, like, where your phone is relative to your fucking pie hole and, you know, so we can understand?
He's decapitated.
Yeah, maybe he was decapitated by an even more fanatical Muslim, right?
Well, where did Toast go? I was enjoying the Toast roast.
I didn't kick him. I don't know why he left.
He left because the attention went to someone else.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. You see what you did, Phoenix? You ruined the roast. And now all we have left is a gay Muslim in Mecca to roast. That's no fun.
He's not even here either.
He left too?
Oh, he came back, I guess. Never mind.
Are you guys okay?
There's a lot of problems in the world.
Are there any theists?
Logic's here, but I think
Toast was the only Christian.
He's a very angry young man.
Right? Toast is not a serious person, correct?
Oh no, he's serious, all right.
I mean, he's a troll, but I don't know if he's serious about his whole weird version of Christianity.
All right, Majid, let me just ask you point blank. When you see a man removing the head of another man and saying God is great, do you think that they're LARPing, that they're pretending to be worshiping God at that moment? Or do you think that they're actually worshiping God in ways that you and I probably don't? Can anyone hear him?
No, his audio's trash.
It's almost like you decapitated your mic.
And usually he's really loud. Here, I'll answer though. In my opinion, I think that the people that, crash out, right, chop off and stuff, they're mostly just like disgruntled people that I think believe in something, but I don't know exactly what they're believing in. And if they're saying that they believe in God, they're doing it for God, I might as well believe it. Right? Unless I shouldn't believe. Jed, what do you think? Should I believe them when they say that? When they're chopping off heads? That they're following God and they really, really believe this stuff and think it's legit? You hear me now?
Okay, we can hear a little bit better now.
Yeah. Yeah, I said it's about okay. Right?
Oh, it's technically the dining room.
So you don't think Sharia? You don't think Sharia is involved, have anything to do with politics?
Oh, I wanted an American flag.
And Sharia is used to be applied, but now it's not applied even in the Islamic world. The last time it was like the Ottoman Empire, and then the Ottoman Empire collapsed.
So,
But
so
ultimately,
let's just do one stuff.
ultimately Islam will reestablish itself at a new caliphate, right? Ultimately, this Islam will
The Sunni and Shias, Sunni and
think
Shias.
Islam will take over the world at some point, and we will have Sharia?
No, I don't think so. Actually, because
Let's
not
just do
because
one star. Oh, wanting an American flag with 50 stars is very big. So
right,
the tattoo is, let's just do one star.
the liberal voices
One America.
within Muslims is being really increasing.
Do you think that ultimately Islam will establish itself as its dominance again over the world? Yes or no?
It's going good.
No, I don't think so.
Why?
I think a lot of people in the West will become more conservative, and the people in the Islamic world will become more liberal.
So you have zero ambitions of establishing another caliphate?
No, I don't have a mission, of course. Why do you think that?
Okay, fair enough.
Like, you have a certain stereotype about.
No.
Okay.
No, so you can look at some of the questions that are asked around the world, and polls that are done. There are a few polls that you can look at, and it's my country, and they see who's in favor of Sharia and who isn't, and you can see what many Muslims believe. And I can send you the link if you want to look at it. But they ask questions on apostasy, about questions about Sharia, so it's not like a mystery that many people want to live in a society that is governed by Islamic law, right? So why are you pretending that isn't there?
Yeah, I don't think that is the case. A lot of Muslims actually, I never voted on such a thing, and I know a lot of Muslims that they just want things to become more lenient or liberal, and yeah, the same thing happened to the West when they started becoming more secular. Muslims now, especially the youth, want secularism more than conservative kind of behavior.
Okay, so the Pew poll attached to the top, you think that that's fake?
No, I don't know what.
Sharia as the revealed word of God. In 17 of 23 countries where the question was asked, at least half of Muslims say Sharia is the revealed word of God. And then it gives you the numbers. And it gives you the numbers.
I don't know. For me, I don't agree that it should be like.
It doesn't matter.
I agree that it should. I don't agree if it should be in my.
You are always trying to sugarcoat the problems of Islam. And I'm bringing it to your attention again. Please don't do it. I know you're trying to make it seem like Islam is all A-okay and everything's liberal about it, but I'm giving you a poll, right, and research that shows there's a problem. Revealed word of God in Russia, 56% of Muslims think it's revealed. Bosnia, Kosovo, 30%. Albania, Tajikistan, 60%. Pakistan, 81% think it's the real word of God. Afghanistan, 73%. Bangladesh, 65%. Jordan, 85% think Sharia is the revealed word of God. You get it? It's a problem. What, right? Islam is about politics. It's about the law. It's about global domination. Now, where am I going wrong? Is this poll fake?
No, I think every kind of political entity in the world will have this kind of aspiration to dominate the world. You can see that in China. You can see that in Russia, the United States, any country. They will have this kind of aspiration that they only serve their own interest. So I think Muslims have that kind of stuff too. Like when Muslims choose something for a political reason, they choose something that serves their own interest, just like any other place in the world.
Yeah, so you do admit that there are many Muslims are interested in establishing Sharia.
No.
No, I never heard a Muslim talk about Sharia. Only non-Muslims talk about Sharia. For Muslims, I know that when they
poll at the top.
Yeah.
You know what your question was asked?
There are people that believe in Sharia. I think people will say yes when asked.
Is Sharia the revealed word of God? In 17 of the 23 countries where the question was asked, at least half of Muslims say Sharia is a revealed word of God. Right? You think God commands that the laws ought to be a certain way? That societies ought to be structured a certain way? God thinks that. Right? And you're here downplaying it, and no one's buying it.
I'm not downplaying it. I'm not downplaying it.
Okay, explain to me what counts for this.
Yeah, people who
vote for such things. Actually, you vote for that for personal, selfish reasons. For example, someone who wants to marry 4 wives, he wants Sharia law to be applied so he can be free to have 4 wives. Someone who disagrees with LGBTQ things will support Sharia because he don't want his children to be taught LGBT stuff. Of course, people will say that, and even people, Muslims in the West, they'd rather have like Sharia law instead of like secular law because of these kind of personal reasons, not for political kind of establishment of like a political country that will dominate the world.
They think that God commanded it. You understand that, right?
Yeah, but I always say that.
Now I'll ask you another
question.
The next question, that's enough. Okay, they asked him, is there one?
What is going on here? Like,
they asked him, no, but Majid, come on. If you don't want to talk about
is
it.
this an interrogation or?
No, of course not.
You're going.
You're in a position where you're in a position where you can correct us because you understand these numbers better than us. I'm looking at the Pew poll results. Maybe they're fucking wrong, and you could help us understand that, right? Now I'll ask the question. The question was, is there one or multiple interpretations of Sharia? Right? 56% said there's one in Bosnia. Russia, 56 said there's only one. Tajikistan, 70% said there's one. Azerbaijan, 65 said there's only one interpretation.
Damn it!
Even in Turkey, 36% there's only one interpretation. Thailand, 51. Indonesia, 45% say there's one interpretation. Afghanistan, 67% say there's one interpretation. The night just goes on and on. It's a parade. It's a parade of Sharia and God politics. It's what it is, Majid. I'm sorry, but Islam. Sorry, go ahead.
You're down to low volume, okay, Majid? It's like the word.
Come on, Majid, get with it, man. You expect to have a reasonable debate here where no one can hear you? What's the problem?
Yeah, let me just imagine.
Well, pull out your Quran, pull your Quran out and try to find out what the technical problem is according to the Quran.
Yeah, subscribe, settle down. Majid, you need to come with some strong points to defend your point.
Look, Majid has a history of painting a picture of Islam to the West that's more sanitized and more palatable. He knows what Westerners want to hear. But when we look at the numbers, when we look at the data, we see there's this ravenous desire within Islam for this ambition of global domination and law, and they just can't wait to get their hands on at the helm. They want to control the globe and they want to establish another empire, another caliphate, and the numbers bear that out. Obvious. Now we're not Majid. We're going to go to the next question that was asked about Sharia. Should Sharia be the land? Right? 42% in Russia say yes. 86% in Malaysia say are in favor of making Sharia the law of the land. Thailand, 77%. Indonesia, 72%. Afghanistan, 99%. Pakistan, 84%, Bangladesh 82%, Iraq 91%, Palestinian territory 89%, Morocco 89%, I'm sorry, Iraq 91%, Palestinian territory 89%, Morocco 83%, Egypt 74%, Jordan 71%, Niger 86%. It goes on and on and on, Majid. And you're trying to paint this picture that there isn't some desire within Islamic societies and culture to enforce Sharia? Give me the fuck
fucking break, Majid. You can stop the act. Go ahead. Explain these numbers. Are they wrong?
I don't know, man. He just put a random thing and then he asked me if that is correct or not.
Do you know what a pew poll is?
Right? So
It's a pew
I don't know
poll.
what the poll is, but like
A pew poll. It's a particular type of poll.
You are asking a question, right? Your question is that is there an agenda for Muslims to pass the Sharia law all over the world? I said no. However, I know that people support that for personal reasons, and I told you about people who want to have 4 wives prefer Sharia law because that is in their interest.
No, I hope to show you sometime soon.
They tend to wish that Sharia law is the thing. However, there are countries that actually feel like they want to regain
$dollars.
Turkey or Iran, for example.
Basquiat.
They want like the Ottoman Empire to come back. However, that's it. Like there is no unity on that kind of thing.
Majid, do you realize that Saudi Arabia wouldn't even permit the polling to take place? It was banned. You couldn't even ask these questions, so we could never even get at the numbers from Saudi Arabia, which you know are going to be higher than other places. Given that Saudi Arabia funds more Islamic terror, Wahhabism,
Hopefully the
Salafism,
bull.
you know, which is it? Majid, can you please fix your mic?
Secondo.
I'm charging my headphones, man.
I can't see a word.
Hopefully the bull will buy us a condo
He's trying
in
to do it here.
Southbridge.
This is what Majid says. In the face of all
Hopefully
this
the
polling
bull will
now,
buy us a condo
which
in
is posted at the
Southbridge.
top, he says that Muslims, by and large, do not wish for Sharia to be implemented. They don't wish to live in societies with Sharia. They just have these personal. The reason that they think of Sharia is because they for personal reasons, right? It has nothing to do with God. The fact that God commands Sharia, right?
You wanna go?
Majid, I want
Yeah,
you to read
so I believe that sexual desires have a huge impact on ideological preferences. Sexual preferences have a huge impact on ideological preference. So if someone is straight, right, they want 4 submissive wives, they would like Sharia law to be the case. And also a lot of people are converting to Islam not because of these kind of political reasons, but because they think that Islam is the most red pill religion and it will actually give them the ideal life that they want. A lot of Muslims who are born Muslims are like that. And they go to other countries and then they discover that in schools they are teaching children that it's okay to be gay, that they will feel bad. They want that kind of rules that they used to have in their own country that they left, which is weird, but this is what I know for a fact, that a lot of people will prefer this religious kind of ideologies because of their own kind of personal interests. The same things in the West. You will find that people who have this kind of conservative views will lean more towards making the country Christian or more religious, and the liberals that have a certain kind of preferences will lean more towards secularism.
Okay, so speaking of secularism, let's take a look at the next question. Should religious judges decide family or property disputes? Should religious judges, this is amongst Sharia, amongst Muslims who say Sharia should be the law of the land. This is the percentage of that thinks that religious judges should decide. 62% in Russia, 55% Albania, 66% Tajikistan, 88% Malaysia, 84% Thailand, Indonesia 71%, Pakistan 87%. That's what's going to happen. People get their way. They want to have religious judges. They don't want secular societies. Muslims.
Yeah, but if you look at
Pakistan 87%, Afghanistan 78%, Bangladesh 78%, Egypt 95%, Jordan 93%, Palestinian territory 80%, Iraq 76%, Lebanon 75%, and also again I will note many of the more conservative countries like the one you live in, Majid, wouldn't even allow the polling to take place. So we would see the numbers even higher. People should understand that if, according to these numbers, if Muslims have their way, there will be religious judges judging us, right? And the numbers are horrifying. What do you think about that? Do you think that there should be religious judges?
I think it is. No, I don't think so. And I prefer secular. I prefer secular kind of law. And I know for a fact that the new generation in Islamic world prefers secular over religious. But if they are like very conservative, they want to live like their parents, they tend to be more conservative, and then they tend to be more leaning towards like religious stuff because they want to live that kind of lifestyle.
Dinner?
I know for a fact that the new generation doesn't want that. A lot of people in Iran, a lot of people in Pakistan, or these countries, or even in my country, there are this kind of support for becoming more secular than becoming more conservative. There are people who are resisting that, and these people are the conservative people who want, for example, someone wants have a wife that no one can see, only him can see that wife, and that wife is submissive, and he will be territorial about that wife. He wants that kind of rules, right? I believe, really, that sexual, this is my belief, sexual preferences have a huge impact on ideological preference, even in the West.
Are your sexual preferences dictate what you think about these sorts of things?
I don't let my sexual preference dictate my ideological kind of leaning towards. For example, I believe in God, for example, and if I let my sexual preference dictate my ideological preference, I would be an atheist right now. So,
but how can you have how can you...
Look, let's just let Macho appreciate you feeling these questions, and look, your perspective means a lot, and it's going to put some of these poll numbers into perspective, obviously, and I appreciate you pushing back. This is the next question. Do you favor corporal punishments for crimes such as theft? 43 Albanians say yes. 88% Pakistan, yes. Afghanistan, 81%. Palestinian territory, 76%. Egypt, 70%. Jordan, 57%. Iraq, 56%. Lebanon, 50%. So, I mean, the numbers aren't looking too good about this corporal punishment. What is hudud punishments?
Hudud means lines or red lines, and hudud means these things are the things that can prevent certain phenomena to occur in a society. So a had or hudud. Yeah, so a had or hudud is something.
Kinda, what's up, Beach?
Sorry?
You said lions.
Red lines.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying like death by lions.
What is the type of punishment?
Red line. Hudud in Islamic, it means like something that should not be crossed.
Right. And the punishment for those crossing that line is what? It's to have your hands cut off, right?
They have
It's commanded in the Quran. If you don't want to convert to Islam, then you have to pay the humiliation tax. And one of the reasons for it, according to Ibn Hajar Asqalani, is, and this is one of the main reasons behind it. Give me 1 second, I can pull up the exact quote. Let me see.
Eva, I will put the link to the Quranic verse explaining the tax for non-believers. I mean, Ahlul Kitab, like the Christians and Jews. It's a tax for supposedly protection under Islamic Caliphate. And it clearly says that this tax should be given while being belittled, humiliated, depending on the translation that you get. It's always depicting an inferior status for the non-believer that pays that tax.
Yeah,
so it's an
here's what Ibn Hajar says in Fath al-Bari. He says, the intent of the jizya is so that they would be coerced towards Islam. So it is as if he, Muhammad, said, until they enter Islam or accept what will lead them to Islam. So the whole point is to basically convert them to Islam. It's also so that way they won't have to fight, so they'll be protected. And protected from what exactly? Well, according to scholars like Al-Marghanani in his book Al-Hadaya, the reason is that jizya is imposed in place of death. So it is not imposed on whose killing is not permitted due to unbelief, like minor children and women. So basically the whole point of the jizya is it's a substitute for death, and it's also to be able to get people to convert to Islam. So yeah.
One thing, because I've heard this as well, that in the Middle East and North Africa, where the Arabs are, Ethiopians, Jewish live peacefully. I've heard this as well. But what I've seen proof of it is that in those communities, the Jewish seem to do well. They're businessmen, they seem to do financially quite well. Some of the most wealthy in Morocco were the Jewish community. So
it really depends on when and where they lived. So, for example, we have Maimonides, who lived in Islamic Spain. Well, he did live good under people like Salahuddin al-Ayyubi. He was his physician. There was times such as under the Almohads, which I talked about just a moment ago, which he talks about how terribly they were treated under them. So let me just get it here. In Maimonides' Epistle to Yemen, let me grab it here. I should be able to find it.
In the link above, I'm not sure who's been speaking. Was that Eva or Eva that's been asking these questions? Hi, Eva. I'm your man.
Hi.
In that video above, the speaker actually highlights and discusses Maimonides specifically and about how, he may have been treated well. He was a doctor. He was one of the top surgeons. He was very scholarly and in a high station for his, for who he was. That being said, in his writings, he writes about how oppressive they are and how they, the writings from that era, from someone that the Muslims claim, oh, look at how great. They actually call him out, Maimonides. They say it in Arabic, though.
The thing is this, though, like...
Exact quote.
There is one source that they try to use all the time for some reason.
Do you want me to play it from that video? You want me to find the area that he describes it?
What, where Maimonides talks about...
Yeah.
Yes, please, because I want to see if I can find the source myself, but if you have it, that would be great.
Well, I don't have the original source. I have the source from, the video. He might, it might be in the show notes. Let me look real quick.
Maimonides' Epistle to Yemen. Let me see if I can, it should be like on Wikipedia or something like that. So let's take a look.
They mentioned AI around them that you can question.
An AI Rambam. That's funny. I want to just read here because it should be. Oh, here we go. I found it. I should be able to read it now. All right. Remember, my co-religionists, that on account of the vast number of our sins, God has hurled us in the midst of this people, the Arabs, who have persecuted
persecuted us severely and passed baneful and discriminatory legislation against us. As Scripture has forewarned us, our enemies themselves shall judge us. Deuteronomy 32:31. Never did a nation molest, degrade, debase, and hate us as much as they. And let's take a look at what else is said. I can find it right here.
You should look up the jizya and what it says in the final words of why they should pay the jizya. It's like, it's like to humiliate. It's like literally, it's to make them submit. I mean, it's disgusting actually. And he quotes it in the video as well, and he says that it comes from the Quran.
Yeah,
though he said there's only one reference.
I just posted the link for Eva too.
Okay, thanks, Aya.
Anyways, here's what the rest of it says. Therefore, when David, of blessed memory, inspired by the Holy Spirit, envisaged the future tribulations of Israel, he bewailed and lamented their lot only in the kingdom of Ishmael, and prayed in their behalf for their deliverance, as is implied in the verse, Woe is me that I sojourn with Meshach, and that I dwell beside the tents of Kedar. Psalm 120, verse 5. Note the distinction between Kedar and the children of Ishmael. And here's a little comment he says about Muhammad. For the madman and imbecile is of the lineage of Kedar. Is of the lineage of the children of Kedar, as they readily admit. Daniel alludes only to our humiliation and degradation, like the dust and threshing suffered at the hands of the Arabs. May they speedily be vanquished. So yeah, there we go. That's what he describes living like under the Almohads. The usual Muslim response is, oh, well, the Almohads also persecuted Muslims. Well, that doesn't matter. It's an example of Muslims persecuting Jews. That's the whole point. I mean...
So, the thing is, there are different ethnic groups that were in the Middle East. For example, Black Africans have been in the Middle East for thousands of years ago. The Islamic book even says Prophet Abraham, he had a female, he married a female slave, Hajar. So this is going really far back.
Hagar was Egyptian, yeah.
No, she was Ethiopian. In Islam.
No, Hagar was from Egypt. Even the Islamic sources, Jewish sources, all talk about she was from Egypt.
Okay, so they had black slaves for a long time, but the black people within the Middle East, even after slavery, still did not have the status of the Jewish people. Even though the black slaves did convert, were Muslims, lived as Muslims, they still didn't have the level of prosperity as the Jews. So it seems like the Muslims did allow the Jewish people to prosper economically. Okay, there was a tax, and there was probably some Jews that couldn't afford the tax, but there wasn't. There were other groups that were oppressed in the Middle East.
I mean, nobody's denying that there were other groups oppressed in the Middle East. Just this we're talking about right now, specifically the Jews. And I already mentioned this earlier. Like the Jews that did live good were usually upper class societies. Like that's the thing. They're the ones who would usually live good under Islamic rule. It was always at the cost of the majority. Like scholars like Helena Schrader talk about this in an interview that a guy called Baba Speaker's Corners interviewed her on the Crusades and like that, and she talked about like when the Muslims were like ruling the Crusader states, and same in other places under Islamic rule, like in Spain and all that stuff. It was something used specifically, like the only ones living good were usually upper class Jews. You have it in the Ottoman Empire, sure, where they did live better compared to like most Islamic rulings and like that. But even in the Ottoman Empire, at best they were tolerated, and there's a difference between being tolerated and being given equal rights. So yeah, being treated equally.
They still had the dhimmi status, but like the Jewish quarter was most of the time built next to the castle of the bey or the Ottoman leader of that region, and they serving by doing jobs that no one wanted to do and being successful in those. They were also protected by the bay or the chief, for their services. So it's like a 50-50 situation. They didn't have equality still, but it has been acquired that they would be protected by the leader because they were at the service of the caliph or it was the leader of the place. It's because they were useful.
I honestly think that, I'm not trying to be offensive to the Middle East, but quite frankly, if I had a choice of where to go, the last people I would live amongst is Arabs, because they seem to have a degenerate way of living. God forgive me, but when it comes to, I'll give you an example.
People to criticize their own kind of things that they were brainwashed with. Once you lose freedom of speech, it is really hard to retain it because of these things. People cannot speak their minds, and if the government or the majority says something, they have to pretend that they agree, otherwise they will face consequences, and that kind of behavior will make that kind of ideology mainstream, and it is less likely that that kind of ideology to change in a society. This is the problem with conservative ideology, is what once freedom of speech and freedom of ideology and thinking is taken away, it is really hard to bring it back.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you answering those questions. I know they're not easy, and I know that you're not conservative. I think that you represent a very hopeful future for, religion in general and Islam particularly. Do you have any questions about, for me, or it's only fair that you can ask me something, but...
Yeah, why is the West becoming less democratic and liberal?
Yeah, that's a great question. What's happening is that, I don't know how to answer that question. I don't know what's happening in the minds of my neighbors or the people around me that's persuading them in this direction. I don't know. Does anyone have a better answer to that than me? It's troubling, I'll tell you.
It is, because I think that the West is really good when it comes to human rights. Also, in my country, women started driving maybe 7 years ago, and that is because the West actually was recommending that it is wrong that women cannot drive, and it should be like the government or whatever should make women drive, and that made that because of the West that they value freedom. Women today have the right to drive. They can go to places if they are sick. They can go to hospital. They are a little bit more happier. But once you see that the West is becoming more conservative or less democratic and liberal, from people who are waiting for the West to pressure their governments or their people to become more healthy or democratic, they are losing hope actually. I have to go, Beth. Yeah, try fasting. It's really good. Tomorrow it's the first day of Ramadan, so demons are going to be chained. But
I think from where I'm standing in the UK,
Stinny!
one of the reasons
Stinny!
might be, or at least like seeing the people becoming like less liberal, is because they
You're useless,
can't
Stinny!
see
You're useless!
that there is much reward in it. And I'm not saying that that's due to the common
You're not
people.
useless,
I
I'm
think
just
it's more
teasing
like the
because
government,
I
right?
see
But
you
it's
like watch my Instagram or my
you know, I'm kind
YouTube
of
or
like
something, and I'm like,
trying to be tolerant and accepting, but all I'm finding is more restrictions on myself. The country changing in ways that I don't like, and so people get kind of like burnt out on like what's in it for me? I think it's like the attitude and where people are sort of getting burnt out right now. And then along with that, it's just like a whole lot of fear, right? Because of what gets pushed to them through the media or social media and those narratives and things. And then on top of that, the economic problems. And I think that these things start to blend in people's minds, right? That this is bad because of this and so on. So I think it's like a mix of stuff like that.
yeah, it's the fear is once you lose freedom of speech, it is really hard to bring it back. What if you have freedom of speech right now? That's the best thing that you should preserve. Because once that is lost, it is really bad for people because people will start pretending to be in a certain way that they are actually not. And then that will become mainstream. All people are pretending, and then you will, like, individuals will feel like they are alone and others don't think the same way. But in fact, that you think the same way they think, but all of you are pretending because all of you are fearing the consequences.
What types of things have you felt in your life? More opinions that you've had to keep to yourself? Majid, is there any or anything you?
Yeah, that Hinduism is awesome.
And you would be punished for that?
Of course, this is a very, like, a big no-no. That's the thing that I like. So I love Hindu stuff. Art, music, stuff like that, meditation. So it is considered to be like a sin to do stuff that is not like from the same religion. and Hinduism is considered to be paganism, and that's the like opposite of monotheism. That's like so bad. So I had to keep it to myself that I love Hinduism. I don't want others to know about that. Until today, like others don't know. Buddhism also. Buddhism, for me, is more interesting than Hinduism, or more logical, not more, less delusional.
So maybe we can start that out. So, hey, Dublin's.
That's why I love Clubhouse. Maybe because for you guys it's like just an app. But for me, don't have to
So let's start at Dublin's.
for the best time, of course. I cannot tell the others that I'm interested in Buddhism. But here I can. There's nothing like I don't feel there is like danger or something. Maybe if movies are like recorded, we can. Yeah, I really like it.
Hey Phoenix, have you ever, since you like the Buddha, have you ever read the book The Dhammapada?
No, I read Old Bad White Clouds by Thich Nhat.
Oh, you should read the Buddha's writings. It's called The Dhammapada, if you like the Buddha. It's called The Sayings of the Buddha. I know you're gonna love it.
Thanks. The Dhammalada.
I feel like a lot of Muslims should read the Dhammapada because it's all about peace and joy. And unfortunately, the Islamic faith is a militant faith, not a faith based on love and joy and balance and equilibrium. I would say it's sort of an extremist, murderous, terrorist religion that needs reformation, you might say.
No, we need like a political system that will make people have freedom of speech. I think that right now people don't have freedom of speech, especially when it comes to Palestine, for example. If you say something against the war in Palestine or against Israel, a lot of places in the world, and including the Middle East, there will be a very huge consequences. Or if you talk about certain monarchies that were installed by Western kind of countries, you will face a lot of bad consequences. Or you speak about, for example, resources being stolen from the Middle East, also you will face consequences. So freedom of speech.
So what you're saying is there's a lot of consequences for living underneath Islamic law. Oh my God, Allah, who would have thought?
There are a lot of consequences if you live in a place that has a lot of oil.
Oil? It's not religion and dogma that's the problem? And terrorism because you think you're the best and the coolest at what you do and that you can fuck everybody else up because like you're the number one, you're the truth, and Muhammad is the truth, and Allah is the truth, the last and the final prophet of the reconciliation of the God universe complex? I mean, come on. Come on. Come on, Phoenix. Leave your faith and admit that it's all bullshit. It's all lies, propaganda, misinformation, hypnosis. Wake up before it's too late.
I love this one. I love you, man. Yeah, I think that the governments in the Middle East are installed by foreign countries. For example, Syria is installed by Russia. The president now is gotten replaced. Also, Iran is like Russian stuff. Monarchies in the Gulf are because of British kind of empire that removed the Ottoman and then replaced them with these monarchies. Sykes-Picot is something I think with Winston Churchill, and then these governments are the governments that make people not have freedom of speech.
Wait, did you say that Syria was taken over? I thought Syria was taken over by Turkey and Erdogan, not who you said.
No. Yeah, but before it was by Russia. So Russia was controlled.
Oh, I see. Okay, but not now. Now it's an Islamic terrorist from ISIS, right?
Yeah, so before they had these puppet leaders, until today, like in the Middle East, the governments are just puppets.
Puppets of who?
Leaders are foreign countries.
Like Saudi Arabia?
Now China is
Qatar and Dubai,
China is,
Abu Dhabi.
I
I mean,
know.
can't you accept any personal responsibility?
Yeah, I think there is. People are not courageous enough to call this out. However, the Arab Spring that happened in Egypt.
That was done by Twitter and Hillary Clinton and Barack Hussein Obama. They wanted to get Huma Abedin's uncle in power there. And it turns out that General Sisi wasn't a bitch. He wasn't going to let these Muslim radicals run his country with Sharia law. So he killed those fuckers and took Egypt back from the Islamic terrorists trying to take control of a whole country by utilizing a religious dogma which is fake and misinformation in order to rule the people with bullshit.
Yeah, but people voted for them. So they started actually in Tunisia. So in Tunisia, a man came out and burned himself in a protest. That was the start of Arab Spring. And then people of Tunisia started protesting to remove the leader from the country or something. And then, once the protest became really intense, he left the country. Guess where he traveled to?
To the third ring in Dante's Hell of Fire.
No, he traveled to Saudi Arabia. So
when is the king of Saudi Arabia gonna die? How long is that fat piece of shit gonna live in the desert?
yeah, so he ran away from his country to the Gulf. And after that, Egypt started the protest in Egypt, also in Yemen, and the United Arab Emirates and the Gulf countries, I think, started feeling the threat. They started financing these kind of, groups that...
Listen, Phoenix, this is irrelevant. I'm going to invite you to come to Chicago. I'm going to drop you off in Boys Town on Halsted Street. And I'm going to pay for your drinks. I'm going to bring you to the biggest gay nightclub in the world. And you're going to think you died and went to fucking heaven. Allahu Akbar.
Oh, I will not have, sex, because I'm a Muslim. And I will not drink alcohol.
I'm not saying you have to pull your pants down and spread your cheeks for a hot beefy injection. I'm just saying if you're gay, maybe you want to go to a bar and meet some men who you find attractive, and you can begin your gay indoctrination process of being a homosexual and having sexual relations with other men. Because if that's what you think you want, I mean, maybe you need to stop your own bullshit before it happens.
Oh, thank you. I think also you should stop doing these kind of delusional stuff and whatever chaotic things you are trying to communicate.
Excuse me? You're the Muslim here, sir. You're the one projecting the delusional bullshit on people who are not Muslims.
You start becoming a little bit serious and less chaotic.
I'm not being chaotic, sir. It's a Friday night here. I'm drinking a little red wine, smoking a little weed. I'm about to get in a hot bubble bath full of peppermint oil. And then I got a date with a beautiful girl. We're going to go have some pizza with some figs on it and a chicken chop salad. America is at the high point. And with Donald Trump and J.D. Vance telling Zelensky to go fuck himself, we're looking at a period of impeccable peace and incredible order and joy and equilibrium now that Zelensky, the troll, has been put and roasted in his proper place. listening to Trump and Vance today was like listening to a clubhouse room. It was simply delicious. He was gaslit, and he had no idea how stupid he is. And it is because he's stupid. Zelensky is actually a stupid F-word.
Politics is boring. I think people should invest their time.
Politics is fun because it's being social. You, on the other hand, are boring. You're projecting your own boredom upon us. You're boring.
Politics is all fake.
You're fake.
No, politics is all fake.
No, you're all fake.
There are things that happen behind the curtain that, these are just like...
Well, you're gay. You're gonna find out what happens behind the curtain sooner or later. Your anal virginity won't remain intact forever, young Phoenix. Sooner or later, some powerful man will ravish that booty hole and please you in ways that you've never come to know before. You're gay. You'll figure it out. Sooner or later, you're gonna have to give that ass up.
Yeah, but I think politics is a waste of time.
You're a waste of time. You are a waste of time, sir.
Thank you very much. So...
Thank you very little. Thank you very little.
Okay. So I think people in Clubhouse actually don't care about politics, so...
Really? Go to any fucking room right now, they're talking about politics. What the fuck are you talking about?
They talk about God.
No, they talk about fucking Trump. They talk about Zelensky. They talk about J.D. Vance. They talk about politics.
Maybe your timeline, my timeline is full of God talk.
Timeline? What? Listen, do you need me to pipe in another room so you can hear that people talk about politics all day long in the same way that you talk about your bullshit?
It's because you follow people who are interested in politics.
No, I talk about politics. I listen to people talk about politics. You talk about bullshit all day long because you are an uneducated simpleton and you're gay just trying to figure things out.
All of us are like that.
No, we're not all like that. You are your own man, my friend. And, I'm my own man as well. I've had my own upbringing, my own conditioning and experiences, and I don't live in Mecca and sell books, and nor do I want to suck dick or have dick put in my booty hole, nor do I want to put my dick in a booty hole, because I'm not gay. I ain't gay no more! I ain't gay no more!
Just waste your time in front of these devices, mobile phones, in front of you.
Just like you, Phoenix. What is your point in even being on Clown House? Like, what are you trying to achieve here by even talking right now, at this very moment, now?
Yeah, you should go, walk in nature and do stuff like recreation, you should go spend time in nature, man.
I'm in the vegetables right now. I'm smoking some delicious indica. I know you've never indulged in cannabis. Cool. Have you ever smoked cannabis?
Yeah.
You have?
Of course. Yeah.
You've smoked weed and gotten stoned on great weed?
Yeah.
What did you do when you were stoned?
I felt paranoid.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What was it? What were you thinking about that was worrying you while you had the tetrahydrocannabinoid delta 9 in your blood system?
Yeah, I felt that all people that I know they're kind of I felt that all people that I know are in one kind of collective entity, and then that entity was it was weird.
Islam is weird. That big black box that everybody rotates around, every year for hours on end. The fact that they didn't even put plumbing into the ground to drain the water from the rains, and they have crews of hundreds of men using, plastic pieces of things to move the water.
Because they were in a hurry to cement the whole thing because there was no people running through there. It wasn't a big trade center. And there were no rivers over there.
No, I'm saying they didn't even put plumbing. They have to manually remove the water from the fucking...
Yeah, the reason why they did that is because they wanted to cement it to cover up the evidence that it wasn't a great place that people used to go to do trade.
I still fail to see your point, or maybe you don't understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, on YouTube, I'm just saying that they didn't seem to use drainage in their engineering in Mecca at the fucking mosque. It floods.
Because if they were to dig it up, they are not going to find facts there. That's
Okay, I'm gonna pull the YouTube. Please hold.
When the rain is there, like
survey a site before you actually dig it up and install plumbing to see if there's any artifacts there. That's why they didn't do that, because there's nothing there and would prove its faultiness.
I love how Muslims always say that the infidels or the pagans prior to Islam. Did you ever actually see the movie Muhammad? It's the only officially authorized version of the story of Muhammad. And the reason it's like issued a certification by some kind of like, grand bullshit artist. But basically they don't show the video. They never show Muhammad. They only show the shadow.
Oh, that's not the name of the movie. Is not Muhammad.
What's it called? The Message. Honey Badger and other moderators. Have you ever seen this movie called The Messenger? The Message or The Messenger? No. I'm gonna get you the link because this is what you have to watch. Because actually, it's a fucking good movie. It's honestly a good movie. Like, you should watch it.
Yeah. It's The Message, not The Messenger.
It's got like a lot of famous actors in it who were big time, but the movie in itself, in my opinion, is part of the problem. That movie promulgates the validity of Islam, or essentially the co-equal branch of religious sincerity. It's such a bullshit movie, but I'm gonna get you the YouTube. Please hold.
The Message is actually, I think
it's actually a good point. Why does Islam conquer other religious sites and take it for their own and claim it for themselves?
Because they think that these religions are wrong.
They stole the Kaaba from the pagans. They stole the Dome of the Rock from the Jewish and the Christians.
This is esteemed.
They stole, another...
Yeah, you are esteemed, right?
So what does that have to do with the question I asked you? Why do they do that?
Yeah, so I think that you worship a man that committed suicide for your sins and the Romans killed your God. That actually more fucked up, man.
No, you know what's fucked up is that Muhammad murdered a bunch of people. That these Muslims, these Islamists, murdered a bunch of innocent people who were just living their lives all around the world. They're like, we know the truth. And if you don't submit, we'll fucking murder you.
Yeah, that's wrong. I think that...
I put the link in the chat. Watch the movie. It's called The Messenger of Death. That's the real name of the movie. The Messenger of Death.
How would you feel if someone took of the rock from you in Mecca from you? Because you guys defend your conversion of religious sites under conquest. Would it be okay if other religions were allowed to do the same today?
Look, for me, I live in a peaceful life. I don't care about if whatever happens to these sites. What I care about is that innocent people do not be harmed.
Well said. Well said.
Listen, Phoenix, if I was a pedophile and I declared to everybody that the master of the universe gave me divine instruction to conquer the world, and I went around killing everybody to worship me, do you think maybe I might have a problem with myself?
I don't know, man. Humans do human things.
I love it though, Phoenix. They tried to get you mad and talk about Mecca as a rock and someone destroyed it, and you in total confidence were just like, it wouldn't matter. Don't let the rock get be hurt. Beautiful. I love it.
Roland, listen, you can take, I got kicked out of the room a couple weeks ago for criticizing you, Dr. Roland, but I like the TV show The Wire, but I gotta tell you, I believe not just in roasting theists, I believe in roasting atheists.
I already told you I find you boring and tedious.
I know you find me boring and tedious, but I find you interesting and somewhat stupid.
Well, most secular humanists want to invite Muslims into their countries until they get overrun and overpopulated by them.
Like Germany. and the Netherlands and Sweden.
Your name every time.
Right, Roland? Don't you want your daughter or your son is dating Muslims?
Don't you want them raped in the town square?
I'll be honest. I wouldn't want my son or daughter. First of all, I don't have children, but if I did, I would say I'd probably rather they weren't dating somebody religious at all. If they were dating somebody religious, I think on average there's probably less radical Christians, so I'd say I'd probably rather them be with a Christian than a Muslim if I had to choose. But if I met them and they were nice and they weren't, didn't have crazy views about
Charcoal briquette? Which kind of Muslim? Like an African Muslim or an Arab Muslim?
I think I wouldn't have a problem with them regardless. But if you're just asking on average without knowing, having any knowledge at the forefront, then yeah, probably.
Roland, the point is
with a Muslim,
intelligence. That's the point. Is you want your girl to be with an intelligent man.
Tedious. I'm talking.
Tedious? What's so tedious? I don't even understand. How can you be tedious on a social audio chat app? Tedious? It's not like we're in real person, like really hanging out or something. How am I tedious? I'm in a fucking social audio chat app. What's tedious on a social audio chat app?
Anyway, is it just period, or how do I refer to you?
You can call me you. Do you have a period?
The mask from Kingdom of Heaven. What do I call you?
Oh, dot. Oh, period.
You can just call me Jay.
Ooh.
Okay, Jay. Was that answer adequate, or?
Mr. Ed thinks I'm an idiot.
It's just kind of a question begs, but there's a lot going on here.
You guys.
There's a lot going on here.
You guys have to know that these rooms are the best rooms.
Oh my God, honey, can we deal with this guy? Because we really can't have a conversation.
These are roast rooms, Roland. Don't you understand that you are part of the roast? That you think you're so smart and so intellectual, and so perfect.
I'd have fun with it. It's just very boring.
Can't you just humble yourself and admit that you are being roasted?
Why humble himself? You're picking on a decent
Oh,
man
Dr.
like
James,
Roger.
my favorite, the cigarette-smoking cocksucker. Here we go again. Oh, I've heard all kinds of shit out of Dr. James here. Dr. James, you are one dumb motherfucker, old man. You are one old dumb motherfucker. You are one dumb old... You have admitted on this app that you enjoy, that you have isolated yourself in your house and that you hate everyone and everything. Dr. James, you are a miserable old cunt. You are a miserable old cunt of a person. Go smoke another pack of cigarettes, you old cunt. Typical American. Stay in fucking Amsterdam. We never want you coming to America, you piece of shit.
Your brother and your sister are also your parents.
Good one, Dr. James. Ooh, JCC, good one. Was that your lesbian laugh? Go get a haircut, you fucking queer.
Yeah, you know.
You hate Muslims, you hate queer people. Who do you not hate? Who do you not hate? You hate Muslims, you hate queer people.
Oh my God, look at Jefferson's photos with those titties. That's what I don't hate. Look at those beautiful titties. Ooh.
He's a better man than you will ever be, even though would you live 10,000 years.
Okay,
He's a
Dr.
better
James.
man than you.
Dr. James, I've heard you say the most stupid shit on this app for quite a while. So you know what? This is my big moment. I just want to say, Dr. James, go get a pack of Marlboro Lights and light JCC up a cigarette, because she's a tranny.
I like you. So what did I say that was stupid?
All kinds of stupid shit. Go on and on about all kinds of stupid shit. You waste so much fucking time. You run your fucking mouth like anybody gives a fuck what you have to say, Dr. James.
What are you doing here?
I'm here to roast you. This is my roast show. Honey Badger's my producer. I'm on the roast show, aka the Gong Show. I'm here to roast you. Ooh, you're gonna beat me up? You're gonna punch me in the face and choke me out and kill me, Dr. James? You might be a Muslim living in Europe. You might be a Muslim living in Europe. An atheist. I love these atheists. It's the roast. See, I hate to say it, Honey Badger, but I like to roast atheists and theists. I hate them all. I hate you all. Theists, atheists, roast them all.
I've got health insurance. How about
You got health insurance? You ain't got any health, you fucking... You don't even have health, Dr. James. What do you need health insurance for when you don't even have health? pontificate on so many important issues. You seem to know everything. Your opinions are always 100% spot on, Dr. James. Dr. James, you're always spot on. You're so accurate in your assessment of everything, Dr. James.
You are spot on because you use your ass. So that's how you are spot on.
What do I use my asshole for, Dr. James?
You use your asshole, you know, as a receptacle for your father's.
Alright, so I'm just gonna reset a little bit.
Woo! Hard reset!
Anyone want to talk about your theism 118? Are you ready to come up yet, or are you gonna keep hiding down there? Because I'd really like to hear you just.
I just wanted to discuss a little bit about Sharia law. I mean, we've only been engaged with about a 1,300-year war with Muslims all the way up until World War I. I think it's pretty important.
118, are you a Christian? Hello, 118, are you a Christian?
Am I a Christian? Is that the question?
Yeah.
May I ask for a definition of Christian in your opinion?
No. I want you to just tell me whether or not you think you're a Christian.
It's kind of hard.
It's hard to answer whether or not you're a Christian?
Yeah, I'm asking you to clarify what you consider to be a Christian.
Why does it matter?
Kudo con caca. Yo, Hermes, my friend got kidnapped in Colombia. He escaped. They held him for
being a Christian, therefore they can answer
4 hours. I don't know.
Yes,
The police. He says the police kidnapped him. And then he ran back to his hotel and he fucking booked it to the fucking airport.
Now, if you want to convince me otherwise.
And this guy, you want to talk about prostitutes? This fucking guy is a prostitute fucking purveyor. This guy has girlfriends in every major city. He's like a wealthy to do, and he's married to a woman who's like an heiress. It's a very interesting story. He's an intense guy. He jogs, he runs like fucking 10 miles straight, hardcore.
Refusing to give a definition of your opinion of what a Christian is, I will elaborate on my definition of a Christian.
Great, so that's we don't need you to elaborate. We just need a yes or no. Are you a Christian? Yes or no?
Are you gonna listen, or are you gonna keep interrupting?
What are you about to? Are you gonna answer the question yes or no as to whether
Dr. James.
Okay.
Give call the guy Dr. James.
This is amazing, dude. I can't believe that you're so. Why are you so embarrassed about your religion?
You calm down.
Huh?
So the colloquial definition.
Look, dude, there's no need to get emotional 118. Just.
This is the roast show, Hermes. So I came up with this idea a while back, but it's all because of that what's his face who has that show Proving Me God Exists, which is technically a roast show. So Hermes, I hope you know that Clownhouse is technically always a roast show. Like, you are included. Like you roast yourself, and like I hope, but I want you to roast other people. It's fun. Just roast people.
118, was that hard for you?
Honey Badger, technically, I have influenced him, and he is technically like my producer as well as a host. But he's the ultimate roaster.
Okay, so you think that you're a follower of Christ, and that makes you a Christian? Is that right?
By definition of what a Christian is colloquially, that's what I wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Now, if you ask me biblically, right? I may have to answer it a different way. I think I'd be agnostic on whether or not I think that Christ is actually the literal begotten Son.
Because Hermes, I've heard you have bad takes. I heard you talk about the Zelensky thing today. I was like, oh man, like honestly, people are upset that Trump fucking turned Clubhouse on with Zelensky, and Zelensky got outed for being a bitch. That guy's an idiot. Fucking piece of shit Zelensky is. He's got no fucking. The fact is, he should speak English fluently. That guy's communication was terrible.
Right, I asked you if you thought you were a Christian or not, and it took you forever.
In fact, I was thinking is he shouldn't even have spoke English. He should have used an interpreter. Because when you use an interpreter and you speak Ukrainian, it's hard to detect like the emotions in it. So he's fucked up. He should have just spoken Ukrainian.
Okay, so can you give me just the top two that you follow that makes you special and calls yourself a Christian? Because I want to know how different it is from what I'm doing.
It's probably not much different.
Okay, so I'm a Christian?
I don't know, Larry.
Well, according to your definition, I guess I would be, because you're making it sound like it's
Oh yeah,
really easy.
you told me in the past that you follow the same teachings, to
Don't murder.
love thy neighbor, don't murder, right?
Yeah.
Try to have respect, you know what I mean? Try to be a decent person, right?
Yeah, I think most of us do that, don't you?
Yeah, and I think that's, if you just want to know my blunt opinion about the subject, I think that's a pretty compelling evidence for there to be a God, right? Which
a Christian God.
Well, again, I'm agnostic on that, right? I don't know.
Yeah, but you believe that it's Yahweh of the Bible.
I don't want to make no claims. I don't know if I could articulate. I don't know if I could articulate like a name, right, for this particular entity or being, except when it comes to mind, I think of like a first cause, a being that never had a beginning or an end, and it set everything into motion.
Okay, and you call that Yahweh?
I just call that
voiceover guy. Get out of my room, piece of shit.
I can't articulate. I don't know if Yahweh's the right name. I can't articulate in my mind, right? Like even an image or a name for this being, except for the first cause.
Does Jesus have a father?
Do you mean like a biological, like birth dad, like?
Or a heavenly one, or a spiritual father?
I would assume, from my observation of being alive on Earth, I don't know of biological organisms or beings that normally are born without a mother and a father, or two parties involved to create.
Do elk have spiritual fathers?
What was that? Do what have spiritual fathers?
An elk or a bear?
Oh man, I don't know what it's like to be an elk or a bear.
Okay, does Jesus have a spiritual father?
He claimed to have a spiritual father.
Is it a god?
He claimed that it was a god.
Is it Yahweh?
He claimed that it was.
So you believe that Yahweh is the name of the God that you believe in?
I think that's the name of the God that people believe in, of Christian biblical.
Yeah, you said you were Christian, so you believe in Yahweh as a God.
I explained the way that I felt like I was a Christian. I explained to you also, if you ask me in more of a biblical.
You're a follower of Christ, right?
I may be a little bit more agnostic in that context.
Because you're not really sure if Yahweh is a God.
Wait, Honey Badger, please put me in the queue. I'd like to talk about YWHW, Yahweh. It's a mantra. That's what it is.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just trying to figure out 118's position though. So 118, are you just like not sure if you have a God with a name?
Right, I told you that I was agnostic on the Christian God, and that I couldn't articulate like a name or an image for the creator of the universe that I hold to be like the sustainability of all things.
I want to say Dr. James down in the chat, he wrote, you lack confidence and ability. Is he projecting? I, for one, have enjoyed the 118 responses. He seems to me like a nice person. And see, that's the thing about Clown House is I really want to detect the most vile, disgusting people. Because those are the people that I love to roast the most.
So 118, I heard you say, because other people are following and living the same way you are, saying that you are following the teachings of Christ. However, other people can be living the same way you are and not consider those teachings basing that coming from Christ, because the golden rule and do unto others and no murder, all those concepts were pre-Christianity. So that you saying, therefore, that's a good example example,
You smell.
of a God. I reject that. I don't think that's a good reason for saying God exists.
Well, since the secret name of God is obviously Yahweh, 118, can you tell us what the name Yahweh means?
Well, I'm curious as what do you have to say to that, 118? I reject your claim that is a evidence of God existing, that other people are quote unquote living according to Christ's teachings.
See, that's not even a question, JCC. Can you compress it even more to like maybe 5 words?
I could try to articulate it for you, right? Meaning that when I think about morality, I think good and evil, right? Things that we ought or ought not do is written on our hearts. So therefore, if someone that is a non-believer, and we'll just say, Creator God for now, that sustains morality, right, and that puts that on our hearts so we can observe that in the world and know that we ought not do it. If you live by that moral code and you don't even believe in God, right, I think that's compelling evidence. Now,
I hate to interrupt, but I want to let you know, 118, we have many YouTube viewers now listening to what you're saying. Over 20.
No,
CC, I would like to know, how do you define evil without adopting the presupposition?
No, hang on. I'm not doing 118. I reject that. Just because someone lives a moral way, right? Because morality is subjective. So that does not entail the necessity of a God existing, because other
morality
people
is objective.
Adhering to not murdering people, right? And
morality is objective, not subjective.
Yeah, I'm just gonna reject that claim that you made there.
Cohen Johnson says, "Shout me out, Cohen! Big Cohen!"
Stop. So what makes morality objective?
Continue.
What makes morality objective?
It's subjective.
Right. Morality is objective, right? Because
morality is subjective.
It's mind independent. It doesn't matter what we think, right, subjectively or not. It's always going to be the case. That it's going to be wrong to unalive someone unjustifiably. Premeditated murder. It's always going to be wrong to, grape someone against their will, if you will. No matter where you're at in this world, it's like reality. It's universal, right? That's what.
You gotta stop there, dude. So prior to any thinking agents on the planet, was morality there?
I mean, let's define what morality is.
First off,
Christian presupposition.
First off, right, subjective thinking agent is the foundation for objective
This is why I roast atheists.
Did you answer my first question, though? Right? Prior to any thinking agents living on planet Earth, was there morality on planet Earth?
For yourself, stupid.
No.
Okay, great. So then how can morality be objective? Because morality is a standalone. If something is objective, it is standalone, meaning no minds are required. It is mind stands independent. So then,
Mr. Clean.
If you were consistent, you should have said yes. Morality was on planet Earth.
Be bold.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Like
be strong.
Like 118. Where does?
Let me respond to James for a second. No, that's not right.
Okay.
Just because, like I said before, I hold the stance that subjective agents hold the foundation for our objective reality, right? Before, I didn't say that morality didn't exist. You asked me if it existed on Earth before they were thinking.
You are trash.
Not on planet Earth, because there was no agents on this Earth. There was no need for morality to exist on an Earth, on a planet where there is no thinking agents, right?
Okay, so where does it exist without
animal minds? Like, do you think that rape exists?
In the mind of the Creator God, because He instantiated.
So He conceives of
Human garbage like James.
So 118, you admit it's subjective, right? If you said it exists in the mind of God, therefore it is mind dependent. That's what makes it subjective. So regardless of where you say it comes from, if it comes from a mind, it is subjective. It becomes your objective to follow the subjective morality of the God you believe in. Therefore, you support the claim and you understand that morality is subjective. Thank you very much, 118.
No, right? Because it comes you're trying to think of like.
Does it come from a mind or not?
You're trying to compare like temporal notions to temporal to transcendental things. Yes, that's what you're doing. You cannot substantiate transcendental. That's right. Okay,
listen. Just answer. Just answer this. Does rape exist where there are no animals?
Why would the concept exist, right? If
You just said that it must exist in the mind of God, right?
I didn't say that.
Okay, so there is no rape unless there's animal minds, right?
Yeah, it seems to be the case.
Why the guy weasel away?
So are there
Some
morals
trash to pick
where there's no animal minds?
Really? You're gonna be in bad faith on it?
No, there's no morals when there's no animal minds. What do you not understand? Like, it's our subjective lives, our consciousness, right? That is the foundation for the objective world around us. Now, if you want to sit here and make a claim that through your subjective point of view, you cannot understand the concept of something that is objective that comes outside of your mind.
Subjective.
Something that exists subjective.
Subjective. Object, subject. Are you guys really gonna go on and on about this shit, you fucking morons?
This is dumb. This is why I just use animal minds. I just don't understand the value of your claims, 118. It doesn't tell us anything informative. It doesn't help us do anything.
Again, if you can't articulate it, right? I don't know what's so hard.
I've been articulating it. I think you're flawed.
If there's not a subjective being, right?
Right.
To be able to substantiate or to think about
like God's mind, right?
What objective means.
Right.
Subjective. Stop it, 118. Like, you're saying nothing.
Well, why don't you add some substance to it and clarify, right, what I'm saying?
Yeah, let me just repeat. Subjective, object, subject, object. Like, what the fuck? Why do people do this on this app? I'm here to roast you. Don't you know that? Subject, object? I'm here to roast all you fucking dumb fucks who go on forever and ever and ever. Object, object. You fucking idiots. You're wasting your fucking time. Say something intelligent. There are these things called books out there. And in these things called books, you might find some interesting things that are objective and subjective. Subjective and objective!
And look, I handed you the floor, right? And so far you haven't been able to articulate anything very intelligent, right? Except for, like...
118, what point do you think you've made so far?
Trying to roast someone else, so...
118, what point do you think you've made so far? What point do you think you've made, 118? I'm curious. Like, so we're wondering, right, what point you're making. And when you say subjective, objective, you're talking about a God, that's a subjective mind. And then you're saying that that's where objective morality comes from, is a subjective mind. And that seems contradictory. And either way, we're trying to figure out what value you've provided in that claim. Because I don't see any value in it.
Well, you wouldn't see any value in it because you're a theist, right? You don't have the capability or the capacity
of
understanding it.
Right? I said it was written on my heart.
You demonstrated.
Isn't it on my heart?
You demonstrated to me that, well, yeah, it is, but you know, there's a thing.
So we're doing the same thing, we have the same capabilities?
Do not deny
denial is?
Do you have the same capabilities of discerning moral things?
You know what denial is?
Yeah, I do, but I'm just asking a more pointed question about morality.
Answer my question. What is
Yeah, I just
denial?
said yes. Yeah, I know what denial is, yeah.
Well, and tell me, what is it?
Well, it's the same thing you think it is. Right? What, do you think we disagree on what denial is? So my point is, I'm trying to figure out.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what you think I can't do that you can do, even if I'm in denial. If we both have it written on our hearts, what's the difference?
The difference is I can comprehend the source.
Right? And the source is what? You don't even know the God's name, right?
And you do?
No, I don't think gods exist.
Yeah, exactly.
So
that's like, why would I know the name of like this creator thing?
Because
right?
you said it has you said you have a savior named Jesus, and it's the God of the Bible. So
right?
You're Jesus isn't your savior.
You're like straw man right now.
Jesus your savior? 1 18, yes or no? Or you don't know.
Roast. Barbecue. Subject. Object.
Are you gonna tell me? You have a God, right? But you won't tell me his name.
The roast.
You're agnostic about it. And it's also Jesus has a spiritual father. Object. Yahweh. So you don't want to just commit to that and say that that's your God and that's his name? Is that right?
Yeah, I'm agnostic on that. I don't know that to be.
He's agnostic!
Which part of the line of reasoning I just laid down do you disagree with? Like, do you think that Jesus' spiritual father is the one mentioned in the Bible?
I think a lot of people think so.
I'm asking you, dude. You keep doing this. Why do you do
I
this?
told you, man. Why don't you pay attention? Quit asking me the same shit.
Don't get angry. Don't get all emo, dude.
I don't like fucking repeating myself, bro. I said I'm agnostic about it. I don't know for sure.
I know. So why though? Why would you be agnostic?
I don't fucking know because I don't know. I don't have the fucking answer.
You don't have a belief about it? You don't have a belief about God's name?
I believe that within the set of Christianity, right, like I was raised very fundamental Southern Baptist Christian. So if you want to talk to me about what that belief system is, right, then we can talk about that.
Do you disagree with that belief system?
I'm not 100% aligned with it.
So you disagree with it?
I disagree with it being 100% correct, yeah.
Okay, so as far as the parts that aren't in that slim percentage of disbelief, is part of the belief that you agree with that it's the God of the Bible that they believe in?
I think they believe, yeah.
Do you believe in the God of the Bible?
I'm agnostic on it. I'm not going to answer that again.
Do you believe that Jesus Christ of Nazareth has a spiritual father that's mentioned in the Bible, or is that just bad information? It's not true.
I believe that's the story that they project, that they tell, and within the story, I think that's.
I see what you're saying. So as an internal critique, yes, it all aligns, but for you, you just don't buy the story necessarily. Okay.
I'm just agnostic about it.
Yeah, you don't necessarily buy it.
I observe the world, right, and all this we tell that there's a creator, right?
That's cool, man. That's really cool, really vague and non-informative. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Things that are in states have to be processed, right, or else they stay static. So if I observe objects in different states, right, that obviously tells me that there's a processor that is processing these different states in reality. And matter of fact, when we talk about reality, when we even utter that word, we're talking about identity itself, right? And you have to be able to discern the medium in between and what you're observing as well as you're processing it. Anytime you move your body from one state to another, right, you're processing that state of change.
Okay.
So, okay.
And
I observe movable
objects in the world that I do not assign a sentient to or consciousness.
So what?
So if I see, what do you mean? So what?
How does this have to do with the name of your God?
Do you know of any inanimate objects, right, that move on their own?
Can you tell me what you think you're addressing right now?
What do you think I'm addressing?
I'm not sure. That's why I asked if you knew.
You interrupted me, right?
Yeah, because I asked you to tell me why you're telling me this.
I'm addressing, right, the possibility and notion that there is a first cause, a mover, something that processes the world, the universe, reality as we know it.
Okay, so you just see Jesus as a guru.
You're the skunk.
I didn't say, I say Jesus, yeah, you could say that. Jesus had some good things to say in the world.
Okay,
right?
so you don't necessarily think he's like the son of God or anything like
Piece of
that.
shit.
Dude, for the
No.
500th
Right,
time.
you're agnostic. Yeah, you don't know for sure. You don't necessarily think that he's the son of God.
Can you take some time and articulate some better questions instead of asking and repeating?
I just want to make sure I understand where you're at, because I thought you said you were a Christian.
I've asked this already. Like, find some better questions to ask, or like, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to disengage with you because I don't like repeating myself, and I've already told you like 10 times. I'm being kind of kosher and nice with you right now.
Dr. James is a monkey.
Just like say fuck you and like quit talking.
Okay, well, I don't mean to get you upset. I'm just trying to really hone in on what you actually believe, and when you say you're a follower of Christ, what value that holds.
One more time. I said, right, that I'm very comfortable saying that I am a follower of the teachings and concepts that Christ, within the biblical narrative, has laid forth. Is that articulate enough for you to understand?
Yeah, and I asked you for so what would be the best examples of that? Can you give us something that's compelling?
Yeah, we went over this once.
James is a cigarette.
Right, you know, try to have respect and obey your parents, right? Treat others with decency, right?
Roast.
All these things that Jesus teaches you, yeah. See, I agree with them, yet I don't think God exists, and you said I have it written on my heart, and then I said, so where do we differentiate? What am I missing out on? And you're like, well, you don't know about the source. And then I'm asking you about the source, and you're like, well, I'm agnostic. Stop asking me about it. That's what's going on. So that's fine if that's how you want to do that.
No, I didn't. I told you I'm agnostic on the Abrahamic biblical God, right, of the Bible. Now, you asked me about the source, and I tried to demonstrate to you that underneath my ideology or my worldview, the source, I can't.
Right, you don't know anything about it. No, I understand.
I can't articulate a name.
Yeah, you don't know anything about it.
No, I didn't say I didn't know anything
about it. What do you know about it?
I know that okay, again, I'll repeat myself.
You're agnostic. Yeah.
Pay attention.
I am. What do you know about it?
Right, the knowledge that I hold.
What do you believe about it? I won't even make you commit that hard because I know you're scared. What do you believe about your God?
Here's what I'm certain about, okay? I'll even be bold to say certain.
Let me guess, that it's a creator?
I'm certain that it's the first cause, that it is a being, that it never had a beginning, and that it never had an end.
Yeah.
And there was a first cause for everything. And most importantly, pay attention.
What's the value in that? You haven't informed me of anything.
The most important thing that I am certain about, the spirit, right, is that it is conscious.
Okay, so it's a conscious first mover.
Yes.
And you're certain about that, right?
As much
Yes.
as you do.
Okay.
You
does it have a mind?
Stupid.
I think a mind,
Yes or no?
not like we think, not like we have.
Well, okay, like I'm thinking and you're thinking. No?
This show is so funny. I love this show, right? Interviewing Christians, Muslims, and even Jews is honestly like enthralling because it's just you realize how stupid it all is. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. But I will tell you that wisdom is not stupid. When you read profound things, you're like, whoa, that's pretty. See, when you read a book, you're like, whoa, that's smart. And Clubhouse is stupid.
It exists outside of time.
It exists for no seconds, for 0 seconds. Is that right?
It doesn't experience time.
Right, it exists for 0 seconds and it doesn't have a location, correct? It exists nowhere for 0 seconds, is that right?
It exists outside of time. I don't know.
Well, it doesn't have, there's no time associated. It's non-temporal.
It doesn't exist, right? Like my brain
exist, right?
My brain is capable of comprehending, right, and understanding that, there could be a different quote unquote realm, right, that exists that I'm not aware of.
Yeah. You don't know anything about it, like I said. Right, you don't know anything about it, so you don't know where it exists or for how long or anything. Right?
I've never been there, never experienced.
Well, because you said you were certain about particular attributes.
I'm certain about, right, because those are things that you can observe in this world.
And what were you certain about as far as your God?
Yeah, I'm not going to repeat myself.
Right, because I asked you, I tried to give you an out. I tried to say, you don't know anything about it, right? And you could have just gone, yep, I don't know anything about it. But you didn't. You said, I'm certain about this.
You never interviewed Down syndrome man for a podcast?
Yeah, can you just repeat it for the new people?
No.
I didn't think so. Because it sounds stupid when you say it out loud again, huh?
Yeah, I'm curious. How is something that is non-spatial, non-temporal exist?
It exists. What do you mean? How does it exist? What's the logical argument for it not to
tag team in one guy?
Okay, I asked you a question, right? And you just...
Yeah, I asked you a question and you didn't answer mine, and you ran away.
I didn't run away, I'm still here. So, 118, you made a claim that this...
Explain what evil is without adopting the Christian...
You're interrupting a conversation that's currently happening.
Yeah, you're double teaming, one guy.
Well, we're almost done. It's almost done. We're almost ready to kill you.
This guy, Honey, right, and Jane, I like them both. They're okay. I know James for quite a while.
Honey's alright. I like them.
Honey Buzzer's okay. They're not intimidating at all.
Yeah, we're fine, dude. You don't have to white knight for this guy.
A moment or something like that. It's just what they don't understand is I'm only choosing to participate in this little game, right? And this notion.
This is honestly hilarious. I love this show. It's just for. It's better than TV, isn't it? It's honestly fucking captivating.
Yeah, I'm not trying to gotcha. I'm asking for understanding because I can't fathom that, right? So when someone makes a claim, it's better than TV. A thinking agent that has consciousness, yet it doesn't have any material, and it exists in a non-spatial, temporal spatial place.
It's like the show of the stupids.
Good job, James. That's exactly right. Right on, man.
Just because I understand it doesn't mean...
Yeah, good job. You understand it. So now that you understand it, you can understand where I'm coming from.
Kitover schmucks
Totally get
with
it.
a stupid TV.
Grant everything, and then Jay wants to talk about evil, which I think is an interesting topic too.
So 118 steamrolled me, right? Just because I understand what somebody says doesn't mean I can fathom the possibility of that entity existing. I think it's quite frankly asinine.
He knows that. That's why he's doing it.
Bro, I don't expect you to I'm not the kind of guy that's trying to persuade you to think and I'm not even going to be angry at you, right, for thinking the way that you do.
I'm not angry at you either. So thank you.
That's your ways to not be able to fathom that. My mind, on the other hand, is able to fathom something like that, right? And I'm sharing that with you.
Right, and we're proud of you for that 118.
Yeah, you can believe it. However, I don't think it actually is in reality, so it doesn't make any sense. But anyway, so evil, bro. What do you want to talk about evil, bro? Go ahead. Ask me.
Can you define it for me without actually using any Christian presuppositions?
Yeah, my understanding of what evil is an act, right? And I deem it a bad act, something that should not occur. And evil does not exist unto itself. Evil is required for agents to do the act. So, and I specifically say it's done by more often human beings, right? Not other thinking animals like predators attacking its prey. I don't consider that evil. I consider the things that human beings do unnecessarily to be evil acts. Now what?
Yeah, you seem to be like invoking some sort of Christian presupposition. Can you
No,
do
he's
that?
not. Yeah, stop.
Yeah, yes. Well,
Oh, really? Explain it. Correlate it.
Can you just do this? Let me do this one-on-one thing. You need to help your friend. So JCC, can you define that without using Christian presuppositions?
I did it
Roast
without
them
any
all,
Christian
fuck it.
presuppositions.
So everything you entailed has profound
Fuck it.
consequences on morality.
Roast them all, fuck it.
That's what you're describing, and you did that again. Used immoral concepts and wicked concepts to describe it.
Okay, all I said was my understanding of what evil is. It is an act performed by human beings, right? So when a human being does something that is not necessary, right? Something that should not occur,
evil,
like the unnecessary killing of another human being, right? That is what I deemed a bad act that people like to say that's evil, right? That's it. Now what?
Aren't there plenty of other things that are unnecessary that are not considered evil?
Yeah, there are a lot of things that are unnecessary that I don't consider bad, right?
Okay, so I think that's a really vague definition, and it doesn't work here.
I specifically said the unnecessary ending of a life, right? Something that it causes unnecessary harm or unnecessary suffering.
And what makes that evil?
It's unnecessary suffering.
Well, why is it unnecessary suffering?
It does not need to
I
occur.
need to go baptize myself.
You know the part here that you're not trying to say out loud, right?
Is that it hurts people and other animals?
Because it's not moral.
No. It's not moral because it causes unnecessary pain and suffering.
And what would you base unnecessary pain and suffering in? Again, like, why do you need to jump in and help your friend?
Okay, I'll shut up, dude.
Okay, like, he's a big boy. He's, what are you, like 40 years old, JCC?
It's not that much of a question, JCC. Like, how do you know, right, what shouldn't be?
I'm just trying to be fair here, just to have a one-on-one discussion. It's just like, you know that the entailment here is morality, right?
Yeah, you want to talk about morality? Yeah,
But you're still
based upon my conceptual analysis and my experiences, right? Like when I drop something upon my foot accidentally, and I experience the discomfort, the pain from that. The accident that I'm giving you an elaborate answer of why I know it is not good to cause unnecessary suffering because of I have experiences. And I can apply my conceptual analysis to those experiences as to I wish that not to occur to anybody else. Therefore, I deem it unnecessary, right? So it is not a necessary means to inflict pain upon somebody else. Therefore, it should not occur.
So what about the dozens of examples based on that same subjective behavior that participate in BDSM and consider that pain extreme pleasure? Why is that a great thing?
You kind of pushing the goalposts with the BDSM. Sorry, period.
I mean, you gotta let big boy here.
So you're bringing up something that two consensual adults agree upon to participate in, right? That is outside. That is a category error you have just done.
No, it's not a category.
It's categorical and subjective and objective. It's categorical.
Why is it that pain, whether either self-inflicted or not? I mean, there's dozens of instances where people relieve tension in pain.
We're talking about a consensual agreement between two thinking agents that are adults, right?
You another example without another consensual.
It sounds to me like a projection period. Are you a sadomasochist?
It sounds like this guy needs help.
Who?
I'm asking you if you're a sadomasochist. You're bringing up BDSM. What is this all about? Do you want to say something? You want to tell us something about yourself?
Well, I just want to know where Dot's getting. So, how does this, what does this have to do with God?
He's like, no.
Started with that this is.
He's like, no, I got fucking called on projection and I can't refute the projection. No!
I just want to make sure we're on track. I don't want to get off track, you know?
I know, I get that. So
how does it tie to God and to Christianity?
He's being facetious. There is no track in these rooms. They're roasts, my friends. We are roasting everyone here. This is a barbecue pit and you're all in it.
Going to have to adopt a Christian framework in order to understand what's immoral or wicked to actually.
Okay, give me an example. Give me an example of something that doesn't have to do with killing babies, rape, murder. I just want to hear. Give me like something else. Like give me something else in like your day to day, like speeding or.
JCC's example. Let's see if you were paying attention.
Let's just use a simple new example. Go ahead.
Don't worry. JCC's example. Okay. So you weren't paying attention.
Oh, what was his example?
Oh, so you weren't paying attention.
No, I was.
Yeah. If you're not gonna pay attention, then don't engage in it.
Listen, all communication is hypnosis, and when you're hypnotized, you have, memory lapses, amnesia.
So, and Dot, you do this really well, and it's confusing because of all this deep talk.
Examples of dropping something on his foot and feeling pain. And because he felt pain, he doesn't want other people to experience pain. So, JCC, why would you want other people to
That's why I said it's excessive and unnecessary.
Yeah, hold on.
Pain or suffering. That's what I said, yeah.
Why do you not want other people
118, take an inhaler, you take your shorter breath.
Technically, I think it's 118 and not 118, but I think it's 118. I think that you might be addressing him with the incorrect name, and it's 118.
Why do you not want other people to feel pain?
118. Are you talking subjectively or objectively right now?
You gotta ask JCC that. You don't want other people to feel his subjective pain.
This is the stupidest shit in the world. It's like
Necessary, right?
this is like autistic children with Down syndrome arguing about nothing.
Why do you feel like it's unnecessary? What is it that's
the dropping of the item on my foot was not a necessary act. Therefore, the pain from that is unnecessary. I wish that not.
If it was necessary, so you don't do it again and make an accident happen again, and you learn from it, making it necessary. Okay, thank you. Shut the fuck up.
You don't need to have that experience. I don't need to know. I don't need to come close to drowning to avoid drowning, dude.
Right, but why don't you want someone else to experience drowning?
Yeah, that's what I used in my exam.
I don't want someone else to experience drowning because I have empathy as a human being, and I have the ability to just say
So
as an animal.
aren't you contradicting yourself right now?
No.
Yeah, you are. You're saying because it's unnecessary, nobody else needs to learn this. So if nobody needs to learn it, and it's unnecessary, then
Wait, you're saying that it's necessary for people to learn how to avoid pain and suffering by experiencing pain and suffering?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, I would disagree.
Yeah, it's how you interface with the environment around you.
Yeah, the French weren't in Puerto Rico.
The Corsicans barely emigrated outwards, but Puerto Rico was one of the few places they did.
You a Puerto Rican, Costa Rican?
Where's that place, you said?
It's just in Ireland, south of France.
Oh, so they're not Spanish then?
No, but
Is it its own country, Pepe?
No, it's a island. It's a region.
Those medicines are fun.
Are what?
Are fun.
Hi, Yakov, this is you. Could you put me in the queue?
Let's not get them interested in the fun part about it. But what are the fun medicines? Oh my god.
Hi, Yakov, good Shabbos.
What are the fun medicines?
Adderall.
That's supposed to be fun?
Should I just start doing coke again?
Well, it's kind of, it's sort of like coke, but not really.
Yeah, your nose doesn't collapse in.
Oh yeah, that's
How long have you been here?
You has been here a while. I was just wondering, you know, can you put me in the queue?
I really hope you haven't been recording this. Please.
Oh yeah, like anybody's even fucking listening.
This is true. You have a Nielsen meter of 4.
I have a negative. What are you talking about?
Why go through all the effort?
I don't know. I can ask the same question. Why the fuck do you people keep coming here to talk about your bullshit?
Low IQ. This is John Kitover.
Who is this?
It's Mr. Chicago Cheeseburger, the guy who records every house simultaneously on Cloud House and records. Yeah, and streams it all to YouTube. So call me on the phone if you want privacy.
Yeah, so try to say something intelligent. Don't make yourself look like an asshole or an idiot.
Hey, buddy, you want to fight?
Put your, what are those things called? What are those things you put on your hands? Brass knuckles? Put your brass knuckles on. I challenge you to a fight!
Jacob, this guy retarded?
Yes.
Define retarded.
I'll just say yes to that question, because I'm here talking to you, so clearly I'm fucking retarded.
I don't know. Retarded is an IQ below a certain point. I believe he actually has a very high IQ. He's just not putting it to the best.
I am fucking retarded. I live in Misericordia. I have Down syndrome and autism like Abraham. I talk about AI chatbots all day long because I got nothing else going on in my life. I'm not weird, you're stupid. I know you're looking to become Jewish and marry some girl named Al, but good luck with all that. God bless. Fuck! Your online romance ended in nothingness. It began where it ended.
That's right.
You're a super time waster. I don't know what you do with your life, but you are on here and you say nothing intelligent at all.
So if we live purely on subjective morality...
Oh, subject, object, we're back to the object and the subject.
Would be valid as well? Don't contradict yourself.
Hey Jay, are you Christian?
Yeah.
Do you think God is good?
Yeah, I think all things are good. That's why there's this definition of evil that I think that is like a misconception of like what sin is to a degree or another, because sin isn't necessarily
right.
Like, it's just an abuse.
I would agree. Based on your worldview, I would think that you would believe that evil doesn't even exist.
Yeah, evil does not exist. All things.
Right.
Even
the Holocaust is justified because if God had a better reason to prevent them from having that happen, he would have done what he did with the Israelites and Pharaoh, right?
Yeah, evil definitely. They could have prevented. They all could have prevented that themselves by not killing any of those Jewish people.
Right, but I mean, God intervened and prevented Pharaoh from running them down after the Exodus. So they were enslaved.
What do you think
they were freed.
Hold on, let me finish. During World War II. Stop jumping all over the place. Let's talk about World War II.
I just want to focus on the biblical stuff.
Let's not do hopscotch. Let's stay on topic.
Yes, I'm trying to do that.
The stay in sequence.
He gave you my address, Jacob. James,
with
why would anyone want your address?
Testament, he freed them from bondage. He could have done that.
So you don't want to talk about the Christian nations that stopped Hitler? You don't want to talk about that?
Yeah, so I'm not talking about that. You're not even there yet.
We recently got done with World War I, and around World War I, we just
James
got done
is a
fighting
monkey.
the 1,300-year war with the Muslims.
Yeah.
And by World War II, most of the nations were predominantly Christian,
How come?
and the same people combated against.
Did God help them become Christian?
But between the United States and
Did
Europe,
God help them or just the people?
predominantly Christian. Stop.
Predominantly.
Stop. Are you listening to my?
Oh, Abraham! Oh, it's the genius, the high IQ, high school AP student. Oh, I'm sure you had a great GPA, Dr. Raham. Great name, by the way, Abraham. I mean, it means so much. Wow, great PTR too. Cash in that pink ticket, moron. Enjoy.
Because again, remember, Dot,
You're gonna leave in 10 seconds. I know you will, because you're a dopamine addict. You're a fucking drug addict. You, Abraham, are a fucking drug addict. You fucking dopamine addict. You.
So this is why I just wanted to go really slow and start with the whole Exodus thing.
Well, I want to talk about World War II.
I don't
That's
want
what we were talking
Go ahead, keep imitating some Jordanian shawarma eating fucking faggot. Fucking stupid imitation of a stupid fucking idiot.
All right. So my question, and anyone can answer it. I'm trying to figure out how it works.
Oh, I'm about to hop in a bubble, man. This is me just having some fun.
What God thinks about and what He.
You never been a war soldier?
Justify.